So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto returns stronger than Jiraiya. Part 2. If you guys enjoy this, what if? Comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 13. Blurred lines. You look like shit, Jiraiya said flatly, eyeing the person in front of her. Naruto looked down at himself. His untied rope was creased badly. That was probably the least of it. Leaving it untied even though it was his usual practice probably wasn't a good idea. Right now it showcased the injuries that he incurred with his fight with Tenten. His undershirt was tattered from the debris that had flung his way. Even though his wounds had healed up nicely by the time he stepped into the interrogation room, he didn't have the time to change into something fresh. Usually the darkness of the black would cover it up to some extent. However, the blood caked the undershirt and the clarity of the glaring white lighting in the room made the bloodstains very visible. Also, even with the healing, he could just imagine what his face looked like as a result of the aftermath of the battle. Probably the worst understatement anyone has made since my return to the village, Naruto replied, echoing Jiraiya's tone of voice. Then it would really be right to refer to you as such. Chicken shit, Jiraiya said with a bite in her voice and a sneer on her face. Naruto didn't reply and just stood there with both of them staring at each other silently for a moment. Naruto ended the moment by throwing something on the table. Something he was holding on to that he brought with him into the room. It was a package that was haphazardly wrapped tied off with some twine. Jiraiya took her eyes off Naruto for a moment to look at the package suspiciously. Rolling only her eyes up, she gave Naruto a "What the fuck is this?" look. Once again Naruto didn't reply. Instead he walked around the table to go behind Jiraiya. She was still bound to a chair similar to their first meeting yesterday. Though she didn't take her eyes off Naruto, Jiraiya didn't move an inch. Naruto knelt down on one knee behind her and went to untie the ropes. Jiraiya, looking over her shoulder, wondered what the hell Naruto was doing but kept quiet. The very moment the ropes loosened and dropped, Jiraiya twisted herself around the opposite direction of her, looking over, and lashed out a fierce elbow at Naruto's head. The elbow connected. However, it was not connected to Naruto's head. Instead, a firm hand was gripping Jiraiya's upper arm, stopping its intended assault. Hard eyes locked with hers, causing her to widen hers slightly. Don't start. As you can see, it has been a long day, Naruto said softly. Though with the look he was projecting it gave his words the strength of steel. Jiraiya made a rude sound and jerked her arm out of Naruto's grasp. She didn't do anything else other than massaging her arms where Naruto had grabbed her, and also to get more circulation in her arms after being tied up since the night before. Naruto got up and made his way back to the front of the table, where he took off his robe and hung it on the chair's frame just like the night before. However, he didn't sit down this time. Jiraiya, while in the midst of massaging her arms, once again gave Naruto the same look earlier on, alternating from the package and him. There are clothes in there. I'm not the only one that looks like shit, Naruto said calmly, his features already softened into one of indifference. Jiraiya let out a growl. She was not one to care much about her looks, but being in captivity for over a week has taken its toll, with only a sink to wash up and no privacy in the cell. Not to mention no change of clothes. Since her struggle yesterday night, they didn't untie her, so she didn't get to wash up for a whole day, and sleep was horrendously strapped up to a chair. Well, get out then. Even though I may be a prisoner, I am not about to give you a strip show. Jiraiya yelled with a fierce look. Naruto's face contorted in disgust, not at her thinking that he wanted to do such a thing. Rather, the intensity that was displayed made Naruto think of the discomforts that she could have faced prior to this for her to naturally assume such a thing. I never had such intentions coming here, Naruto said with a tight voice, but he didn't move from his spot. Instead, he drew out his wakizashi. Already on guard, Jiraiya growled further at the action. You say such things, but you draw out your sword. You are just an asshole trying to get his load off after a long day. Nobody will give a shit about what happens to a prisoner. You sick son of a bitch. Jiraiya yelled even louder, her ferocity increasing by a couple of notches. I don't like to repeat myself, even if just to drill something into your head, Naruto replied heatedly, his own anger rising from him being misunderstood yet again. Not caring for what she has to say, Naruto channeled Kyuubi's chakra. Immediately his eyes and hair started to bleed red again as he performed his Tetsugu, Naruto whispered as the sword started to morph. Jiraiya backed up in shock at seeing the transformation. Realizing her reaction, she stopped and fiercely held her ground, staring defiantly at Naruto. Naruto uncharacteristically smiled sinisterly at her. You are just going to force yourself on me, aren't you? Asshole, Jiraiya hissed, her voice hoarse with anger. The way she stood looked as if she were a snake coiled up ready to strike at anything that comes her way. Do you want to wash up or not? Naruto asked, his voice sounding rough, his sinister smile twisting into something that held amusement. Jiraiya frowned at him now, not sure of what his intentions were to ask such a question. It was then Naruto's expression relaxed again after he shook his head a little as if to shake off something. Even though his form remained, he had a more neutral look on his face. "Look, I wasn't kidding," Weenie said. "You look like shit as the condition I am in myself. I would hate to have to change into something fresh without first cleaning myself up. Just ruins the whole thing," Naruto explained calmly with a light voice. "What has that got to do with this?" Taiya questioned, suspiciously pointing to his current form. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her. "This?" he asked, pointing lengthwise at himself. "There is nothing here for you to wash yourself up with. Surely you don't expect me to let you waltz out of this room without any form of security, right?" Taiya stubbornly held on to her look of skepticism. "Bring up your arms willingly and you get to wash up and change into fresh clothes. If not, we continue with you bound up like a mummy," Naruto said blandly, stating her only options, pointing to the bandages that were currently bound around him. Taiya looked torn. On one hand, the prospect of getting cleaned up sounded great. On the other hand, she didn't know if she should trust him just yet. Naruto was being too nice for a captor and he didn't have any reason to do so. "Don't make me choose for you," Naruto lightly threatened, his irritation starting to surface. Taiya growled once again, jerked her head to the side and reluctantly stuck out her hands at him. Silently, Ketsugu bound her wrist firmly without hurting her. Giving Naruto a sidelong glance, Taiya waited for his next move. "Let's go," Naruto said simply with a jerk of his head and lightly tugging on Kitsugo. Taiya snorted, however she started moving. When the door opened, the guard outside jumped at the sight of Naruto with his fiery hair and eyes. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly at him, as if daring him to say something. The Chunin took a step back before straightening himself to return the stare with one of hatred. Taiya, coming out of the room a little later, took note of the exchange. Despite the stern look on Naruto's face, his voice came out polite. "Would you please escort us to the restroom?" The Chunin face turned to one of displeasure at the request, but he nodded and led them down the hallway. They stopped a few doors down, silently pointing to a particular door. Naruto opened the door to find a standard toilet with a sink and a toilet bowl. Taiya, being not too far behind, managed to take a peek of what was inside. She took a step forward to enter the toilet, only to notice that Naruto didn't move out of the way. Before she could even say anything, Naruto spoke up. To Taiya's surprise, Naruto spoke to the Chunin. "Not this one. The one with the shower," Naruto stated. Taiya's eyes widened at his words. "I believe this is enough, Uzumaki-san," he replied with tightness in his voice. "You will escort us to that restroom or we will wander around ourselves till we find it. If you are not happy with either option, you can take it up with the Hokage. Now which will it be?" Naruto asked with a sickeningly sweet smile, though with his current look, it looked more sinister than anything else. Even though he is just a genin, Naruto knew his place in terms of power. He visibly gritted his teeth at Naruto for challenging him in such a manner. This time round, without even a sign, he turned sharply to walk further the hallway. After making a few turns, he stopped by another door and glared openly at Naruto and Taiya. Even though he has been nothing but hostile in his demeanor, Naruto decided to be polite still. With a slight bow, he said, "Thank you. You can leave us here. We will be back shortly." They turned around and took off without another word back to where they came from. Naruto, for the first time in the room, looked at Taiya. She had a look of disbelief on her face. "Why are you doing all this?" Taiya asked, frowning at him. "Huh? No chicken shit, asshole, son of a bitch," Naruto asked playfully in return. "Shut up, asshole, and answer the question," Taiya spat out, her mood turning 180 degrees. Naruto didn't answer, rather he opened the door and tugged on Kitsugo for her to head inside. Taiya once again frowned at him but went into the toilet obediently. Once inside, Naruto tossed in the package he carried from the room. It landed nicely on the sink. Calling back Ketsugu, Taiya was unbound. Massaging her wrists by reflex, she stared at Naruto again with that questioning look. Naruto curled an eyebrow at the look she was giving him. "What? You want me to join you?" Naruto asked, oddly innocent. "No." Taiya immediately yelled. "Then hurry up. We don't have much time," Naruto replied in a clipped voice. "By the way, don't try to run. Kitsugo will catch you without me moving," Naruto warned before he took his place leaning against the wall on the other side of the hallway. Taiya gave him an irritated look before slamming the door shut. She mumbled some swear words under her breath as she turned towards the sink. "Ugh. How am I supposed to take a shower without a towel to dry myself off? Should I ask him for one?" Taiya contemplated out loud, looking over her shoulder at the closed door. "Nah. The asshole would probably make fun of me again," she grumbled, twisting back to face the sink and the package on it. She slowly unwrapped the package to see it contain a plain black yukata. Not only that, there was a towel inside as well. Her eyes widened again. "Even though I don't understand it, the prick is quite nice, even if just to squeeze information out of me," Taiya said softly with a ghost of a smile on her face. Naruto was still leaning on the wall with one foot stamped on it as well. Crossed arm looking down he blew at his red bangs and tapped his foot on the wall to a beat of a song he knew to pass the time while waiting for Taya to appear from the toilet. It didn't take too long to hear the creaking of the door opening. Looking up he saw the other red head appear from the toilet clad in the yukata that he had bought on the way to the Hokage tower with Tenten's help. "You want to buy a yukata? Whatever for? I didn't know you had a girlfriend," Tenten exclaimed blinking in confusion. "It's nothing of the sort. It's just to help someone out," Naruto replied, giving her a blank stare. "Who?" Tenten asked noisily. "A prisoner," Naruto replied simply. "Huh? I don't have time to explain. Are you helping or not?" Naruto asked in a hurry with a bit of irritation. "Whatever. Let's go," Tenten replied, rolling her eyes. The yukata fitted well, and she looked a lot fresher, other than the still angry bruises that colored her face slightly from the fight yesterday night. Naruto eyed her warily though wondering whether she would bolt at this point, though that would prove difficult with the outfit. Taya however stood still at the doorway staring at him with the package rewrapped in her hands. "Why?" Naruto stepped forward towards her and relieved her of the package, not bothering to look her in the eye or answering the question. Taya however didn't take her eyes off him looking for signs of any possible answer. "Hands please," Naruto said politely now looking at her however with an expression that didn't give anything away. Taya obediently lifted her hands up together and repeated the question. "Why? We don't have much time." "Let's go," Naruto replied completely dodging the question while Ketsugu bound Taya's hands again. With a tug at Kitsugo he started walking back towards the direction of the interrogation room. Taya followed at his side. She looked to her side at her supposed interrogator and questioningly narrowed her eyes at him. "Hey prick, you could answer the question while we are walking back you know," Taya said softly despite the name calling. Naruto just glanced at her with his eyeballs. "It's nothing. Though you could use the change of clothes since you appear to be in the same set since you were captured," Naruto explained without much emotion. "Why would you be so thoughtful to a prisoner? A trip to a sink to wash up and a toilet break would have been sufficient for a person of my status," Taya inquired, her voice still soft. It sounded foreign to her with the thought of how long it has been that she has spoken in such a manner. "So you prefer I just do that?" Naruto threw back a question with another short glance. "No. But this is too much for a prisoner. No one would have treated a prisoner as such in the Sound," Taya replied. "Well you aren't in the Sound anymore. Get used to it," Naruto replied in turn. "But your comrades didn't treat me this way. Why would you? You seriously don't think this will get me to spill information do you? You probably have a better chance at ticking me off again," Taya said, her voice now almost a whisper. "I've always been different. Besides that wasn't my intention," Naruto replied with some tension. "Then what is?" Taya asked. At that question Naruto stopped in his tracks. He looked at her with a slight frown. "Isn't it obvious? For you to get cleaned up," Naruto said with a tone of finality which stated that was the only answer and he wouldn't be saying anything else about the matter. After which Naruto started walking again. Taya blinked at his back before walking herself and they walked the remainder of the trip back in silence other than a ghost of a whisper that said, "Thank you." Naruto closed the door behind the both of them as they returned into the interrogation room. Ketsugu unbound itself from Taya and recoiled itself around Naruto. Then the red from Naruto's hair and eyes receded to return them to their original color as he released them. Naruto sheathed the wakizashi now that it returned to its original form. Turning around he faced Taya who had returned to her seat. "I'll leave you untied for now though I'll have to retie your hands before I leave," Naruto stated. Taya raised an eyebrow at him. "Aren't you risking yourself to an attack like that? After all I am an enemy," Taya asked curiously. "Aren't you giving yourself away by asking such a question if you did intend on doing so?" "Besides I think you are underestimating me," Naruto replied confidently returning a raise of an eyebrow. Taya scowled at him. "I think that you are full of yourself, asshole. You are just lucky I don't have my flute," Taya snapped back. Naruto laughed softly at that. Taya gritted her teeth at him. "Can you play a normal flute?" Naruto asked, putting a stop to his laughter. Taya eyed him like he grew another head. "What kind of a question is that?" she asked incredulously. "Can you play a normal flute? You know, make music not using it for a fight," Naruto went about saying punctuating each word as if she didn't hear him clearly the first time. Taya's expression went to one of smoldering and banged her fists hard on the table. Naruto raised an eyebrow in question of her actions. "Just what the fuck do you think you are doing?" Taya spat out. Naruto now raised both eyebrows. "First the clothes, then the toilet trip, after which a shower. You even thought ahead enough to pack a towel with the clothes. Leaving me untied like this and you ask me if I can play a flute like as if we are on a fucking dinner date." Taya progressively yelled. Naruto's face fell. "Were things really so bad for you that the moment you are treated without hostility you get suspicious?" Naruto asked softly as if hurt by the comment. Taya narrowed her eyes at him. "Why don't you go get yourself captured and then come back and tell me," she replied, sneering. Naruto nodded absent-mindedly. Were things in the sound just as bad for you? Naruto asked, oddly concerned. Taiya glared at him but didn't answer. Both of them sat in silence for a couple of minutes barely moving. Looks like this will be it for today then, Naruto finally said, breaking the silence and getting up. He put on his robe and walked to Taiya's back to pick up the ropes where he left it. He then made his way to her side. Hands please. She was still glaring at him but did what Naruto requested of her. Naruto silently bound her wrists, picked up the package from the table, and made his way to the door. Where are you taking my clothes? I want to keep it if I can, Taiya said, her voice coming out rough with her trying to control her temper. I'm going to get it washed. I bet it stinks after not changing for so long. You don't expect me to buy you another outfit, do you? You could alternate between the two, Naruto replied in a matter-of-fact way, looking over his shoulder. Taiya fumed at the mention of her clothes smelling bad. Washed? And you bought this? Taiya asked in disbelief, tugging at the yukata where she could with her hands bound. You should know by now they don't provide clothing for those in the detainment cells. They don't wear those in prison either. Where else do you think that can come from? Naruto asked, his voice flat. Taiya didn't answer. Her head was down, and her damp hair was covering most of her face, hiding her expression. Seeing that he wasn't going to get anything else out of her, Naruto turned back and opened the door. Right when he was about to step out of the room, Naruto heard mumbling from her. He looked back at her. I didn't catch what you said, Naruto said. Taiya lifted her head up slightly, and it could be seen that she was looking at him through her hair. I can play, she said, her voice barely louder than a whisper, but Naruto heard. He gave her a small smile and walked out of the room with his robe trailing behind him. Chapter 14. Taking the step. Tsunade, what is this I am hearing? One of the elders asked. The elders' council currently was nothing more than two aged but powerful shinobi of the village. The people who made up the council were once of the villager shinobi of high ranking, now acting as advisors in their old age. There was supposed to be one more in the council, but unfortunately has been lost during the invasion of the Sound, Sandaime Hokage. Midokado-sama, what exactly are you referring to? Tsunade replied a little too innocently. Ho. We may be old dear, but we are not fools. I suggest you do not play us as such, replied the other elder pleasantly. Tsunade felt sour inside, but a cool facade remained on her face. I merely do not wish to jump into conclusions of the matter at hand, Uchiha-sama, Tsunade replied to the other elder, with a slight bow of the head. She truly felt sour inside. This was another part of the work, other than the paper fights, that she hated with a passion. Being the offhanded, crude person that she was, such stiff and respectful conversations irked her to no end. Tsunade was a lot more similar to one particular young blonde than she would like to admit. The interrogation of the prisoner for starters, Midokado Himura cut in curtly. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at the old geezer, as Naruto would have referred to him as. What about it? Tsunade asked, about a rebelliousness seeping into the conversation. Uchiha Kaheru smiled patiently at Tsunade. The taking of the interrogation of the prisoner being handed to young Uzumaki. A tad inappropriate, don't you think? She said with the benign smile she had on earlier. A tad inappropriate. You truly allow the saying of people getting softer with age to be justified, Kaheru, Himura said with a snort. And you truly allow the saying of old people being stiff-necks to be justified, Himura, Kaheru countered with a soft laugh. Himura glared at his council partner. Tsunade sweat dropped at the exchange. Coughing, she interrupted the exchange. Looking at the situation at hand and how the prisoner reacts to the bar. Young Uzumaki, it was appropriate. The prisoner wasn't responding to the usual tactics, showing a very high threshold of pain tolerance. However, just his presence has ignited furious words from the prisoner, allowing her to insinuate at certain things. Well, that might work, loosening of the tongue due to anger towards a former adversary, Kaheru replied thoughtfully. Still, sending a genin who has no training whatsoever in interrogation to do the job is pretty far-fetched, Tsunade, Himura argued. It has yielded results, Tsunade replied curtly. She really hated having her decisions questioned. That would be. From the two verbal reports that he has given me, they have started communicating. However, they were more quarreling than anything else, and nothing substantial has been reported ever since their initial meeting, Tsunade answered truthfully. That's right. You got nothing, Himura replied flatly. Tsunade bristled inwardly at the comment. Now let's not be too harsh. It appears to me young Uzumaki has achieved quite a bit as compared to our prized interrogators, even if it is not a direct result, Kaheru cut in smoothly to prevent an outburst from Tsunade. Himura snorted in defense, while Tsunade gave him a triumphant smirk. However, Kaheru started locking eyes with Tsunade again. What is with this treatment that young Uzumaki is extending to the prisoner? Without proper authorization at that. Tsunade's smirk melted away at the questions. She didn't like having to explain that. Just what did the boy do this time? You didn't go into details when you told me of him interrogating the prisoner this morning, Himura asked, giving his partner a dubious frown. Dear, please enlighten Hamura of young Uzumaki's actions, Kaharu replied, looking at Tsunade with mischief in her eyes and voice behind her benign smile. The sourness Tsunade felt earlier on came back with twice the force and it showed on her face. He bought the prisoner a change of clothes and brought her to the toilet for a shower. He quarreled briefly with the on-guard to allow that to happen, Tsunade set out reluctantly, averting her eyes in discomfort. Hamura apparently was shocked, speechless at the statement, since Tsunade didn't hear him say anything. Kaharu laughed softly once again. Quite an interesting tactic he chose. Don't you agree with Hamura? Kaharu stated more than asked. Hamura had a slight gaping look on his face. It is not a tactic, Tsunade said sharply, causing Hamura to snap out of his stupor and gaining both the elder's questioning eyes on her. He truly feels for people in such situations, especially when I told him about our failed attempts. You both should know in his case where such behavior could have stemmed from, Tsunade said with strength, holding their gazes. That is quite unbecoming of a shinobi. Such behavior could be detrimental in future, Hamura said darkly with narrowed eyes. He isn't your average shinobi, Midokado-sama, Tsunade replied tightly. Well. Enough of such tension. Well, we haven't always seen the boy in good light. He has been showing odd yet fruitful results. Tsunade being here is one of them. I for one am having a change of heart. Perhaps a time of re-evaluation is in order for Hamura, as we discussed this morning, Kaharu interjected. Hamura rolled his eyes but didn't say anything. Now dear, where is that more than average boy of yours? We still have the more than average matter at hand that occurred yesterday, and this one we want to speak to him ourselves, Kaharu stated quite blandly. Tsunade's face twitches violently at that. Meanwhile, toothbrush in one hand in his mouth and the other tugging on his pants, Naruto was in a hurry. After such a long day yesterday, he totally crashed once he reached home and now he woke up late. Spitting out the toothpaste in a hurry, he gargled his mouth while pulling over the usual sleeveless t-shirt he wore nowadays. A clean, fresh one, that is. Spitting the water out, he rushed out of the toilet to leave his apartment, grabbing his robe and swords in the process. It's bad enough having one old hag beating the shit out of you for being late in the morning, now I'm going to have 3 instead, Naruto groaned out loud to himself. Naruto at that moment wasn't the only familiar person to wash up. However, this person was in no hurry. After washing his face, he replaced his face mask that was like a second skin to him. Looking in the mirror, he saw that everything was in place. Well, almost. Wetting his bushy gray hair, he pushed and plastered it to the back of his head. He then tied his forehead protector across his forehead as usual, with one slight but startling difference. He no longer tied it covering his left eye. Looking into the mirror reflection, a pair of clear black eyes stared back. His left side still bears the scar from the knife wound he took to what seems like a lifetime ago. Only now, in addition to the scar, was a mark that extended into his face mask, signifying the completion of the sealing process. The experiment was a success and so far there were no side effects. Upon seeing the scar together with the seal, he closed his eyes and made a silent prayer of remembrance to his former teammate. As always, when he closed his eyes in such a manner, the memory of his teammate resurfaced. However, it wasn't a memory of his. The point of view was Obito's. Seeing 2 well-loved faces wretched with misery for the final time before an additional stab of pain spiked. The memory will then black out, but the emotions will linger for a while more. The pain of the wounds, sadness of parting and the regret of many things unfulfilled. Though most of all overwhelming the others was an incredible joy at being able to save his teammate's life and his parting gift to Kakashi. Always at this point will the figure of Obito appear before him with various expressions depending on the state of things. At rough times there will be a determined look on his face. At happy times there will be that goofy grin that he has on his face. At times when guilt kicked in he would have a sullen look on his face. Right now was the smile of satisfaction and encouragement. Shaking his head slightly, Kakashi opened his eyes to see that he had a smile on his face. Running his hand through his hair, he brought it up to its usual gravity-defying spikes. Seeing everything was now in place, he turned around and opened the toilet door. A squeak and the sound of something clattering on the floor were heard. Blinking and looking around, he saw a frantic-looking nurse in his ward. With a wave and his usual close-eyed smile, he chirpily greeted her. "Hello." The nurse went from frantic to annoyed in a second, marching up to him. "Don't you say hello to me, Haddock-san. You almost gave me a heart attack, especially after I came into the room finding no one around when you are supposed to be in bed." Huffed the nurse, arms akimbo, glaring at him. Kakashi gave her a sheepish look. "Am I supposed to wait for you to come in to help me change?" Kakashi asked playfully. The nurse blushed at such a suggestion until she caught sight of his current attire. She immediately went back to her annoyed mode. "What is the meaning of this, Haddock-san? You go back in there and change back to your hospital gown. After which you will get back in bed just like Hokage-sama ordered, which is supposed to be for a week." Ordered the nurse, wagging a finger at him. Kakashi lightly took hold of her wrist and leaned in, locking eyes with her. "What if I refuse? Are you going to forcefully take my clothes off?" I'm considering not struggling too much, Kakashi said playfully once again. The nurse went totally red and sputtered incoherently. Kakashi chuckled lightly. He then lightly held her chin and leaned in to lightly kiss her cheek. I'm glad that interests you, but I have to take a rain check, sweetie. Going to see the Hokage about getting that order changed, Kakashi said smoothly, sliding past her to exit the room, leaving her stunned in the room alone. A few moments later the nurse managed to shake herself out of her stupor, turning even redder in anger and embarrassment. Stomping her feet in a tantrum, she lets out a frustrated sound at being charmed into letting him escape. I know I'm late, Bachan. You can beat me later. Let's. Naruto trailed off after barging into the Hokage's office with only quick words to the on-desk duty, saying he had an appointment. In front of him was a ticked-off Hokage with the elders each flanking both her sides. There. I thought we were. Naruto trailed off again before snapping into attention and going into a deep bow, touching his sword. Greetings, elders. Prior to this moment Naruto has never met the elders before. Everyone knows of them, but they aren't often seen. While he doesn't know how his reputation holds up with these two, he was going to give respect till they gave him a reason not to. Furthermore, it seems the impression he was giving in their first meeting wasn't all too good. Adding the topic that he knew they were going to talk about, the possibility of things going civilly was probably slim to none. He is, as Sandame and Tsunade here have mentioned. A little rough around the edges but polite when he wants to be, Koharu said aloud, laughing softly. A little too much if you ask me, Hamura added gruffly. Keep that up and I'll show you too much, you old geezer. So much for being polite, Naruto mumbled very softly to himself, still bowed, waiting for the word for him to rise. Koharu laughed out loud. And an attitude added to the mix, Koharu said in jest. Naruto's head jerked up in surprise at being heard, or so he thought. Hamura glanced at his partner. Just what did he say? Hamura asked Koharu. Oh, nothing of importance that should concern you, Hamura. Koharu waved away, the whole time keeping her eyes locked on the young man in front of her with a knowing smile. Hamura snapped his head forward to glare at the youth. Best keep your comments in your head, Naru-chan. Seems like an enhanced listening ability or bloodline limit. Yeah. Got it. Permission to raise elders, Naruto asked, bending his head down again. Koharu was the first one to speak. Of course, children. Rise, she said smoothly. When Naruto straightened up he saw that Hamura was staring daggers at Koharu. Thank you, Uchiha-sama, Naruto said, remembering the name from one of the lectures given by Iruka years ago. Now let's forgo all the formalities. After all we know it will disappear in a short while, Koharu said with that knowing smile again. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her. You will still maintain your standing with me, boy. I do not tolerate such things from anyone, Hamura said with narrowed eyes and a strong voice of stature. All due respect to Midokado-sama, but such things should go both ways, Naruto replied, holding Hamura's stare. Hamura's eyes widened at Naruto's reply, only for it to sharpen again with more intensity. And just who do you think you are to demand that of me? Hamura asked dangerously. Uzumaki, Naruto. That's all I need to be Midokado-sama, Naruto replied without faltering. Hamura's anger visibly increased. Both just stared at each other. The older one smoldering and the younger doing nothing else but holding his ground. My. Doesn't that remind you of another blonde orphan we once had the pleasure of knowing, Hamura? Koharu interjected smoothly, cutting the tension. The anger in Hamura drained away as a different light seemed to enter into his eyes, as if he was seeing something else at the moment. Perhaps too much, Hamura replied remorsefully. Now that is done and over with, let us begin with what was initially intended, shall we? Koharu continued pleasantly. Sure thing, Uchiha-san, Naruto replied casually with a shrug. Koharu smirked at the title. Abasan now, eh? She asked curiously. Yeah, you are older than over there, so it's only appropriate since you said to let go of formalities, Naruto said lightly. Naruto. Tsunade growled. Koharu patted Tsunade's shoulder to pacify her. Ah, so I did. Well, how would you address Hamura now then? Koharu asked playfully, throwing a glance at her council partner. He had a straight face, keeping his eyes on Naruto, waiting for him to answer the question. Naruto eyed Hamura for a moment before answering. I'll stick to the same. He is too rigid to accept anything else anyway, Naruto said, shrugging again, earning a flat stare not only from Hamura but from Tsunade as well. My protests never seemed to stop you. Why stop now? Tsunade asked blandly. Hamura let out a cough. Let's begin, he said with a tone of finality. Hamura then leaned forward with a serious look on his face. I'm sure you know why you are here. So let us cut to the chase. We already got a report of what happened, however we still have our concerns. As much as we can trust Tsunade or anyone else in the village, some things are better evidenced on our own, Hamura stated clearly. Naruto nodded, showing his understanding. Everything is going to be point blank from here on. Are you ready for Naru-chan? Yeah. Are we in any danger of the Kyuubi escaping? Hamura asked directly, his eyes never leaving the youth in front of him. Even though he said he was ready and the fact that they were justified to ask the question, he couldn't help the twitch from forming at the corner of his left eye. You should have more faith in my father's ability. Shouldn't my presence here, with me talking normally, be evidence of that? Naruto asked, struggling to keep calm. This is not a question of faith in Naruto, which was why it was decided I am to be the one doing the questioning. As you can see from the difference in character between Koharu and myself, Homura replied, his voice tightening up. Naruto answered the question as it is, Koharu added in a soothing tone. No, we are not. We wouldn't be in danger even if she could, Naruto replied indignantly. You sound like you are defending her, Homura said darkly. Naruto stared intensely into the old geezer's eyes. I am, Naruto replied with strength in his words. Both the elders were taken aback. And just what is the meaning of that? Homura asked. It means I am defending her. Which part of me do you not understand? Midokado-sama. Naruto asked defiantly. Homura's face darkened. Koharu interjected again to cut the escalating tension. What do you mean by saying we wouldn't be in danger even if she could escape? She asked. Homura once again passed her an angry look. She threw a quick look of annoyance in return, before returning her attention to Naruto with a look for him to answer her question. She wouldn't do any harm to my home. Not unless I will, Naruto answered simply. The child definitely couldn't stop her 16 years back. What difference would that make now if she were to escape? Homura asked heatedly. Naruto was now an open book of anger. The difference is the 16 years being sealed inside of me. You old geezers are being hypocritical, you want me to answer the question as it is, and I answered 2 questions in that manner, and now you refuse to take the answers as it is, Naruto replied in controlled anger at Homura. Tsunade couldn't help but smirk at his answer. I cannot justify what she did 16 years ago, but what is in the past should and will remain in the past. You holding on to the notion that after 16 years of confinement exposed to a human's perspective might not change things will only make the incident 16 years ago a self-fulfilling prophecy in time to come. That will happen by treating the only person holding it in its current state in this manner, whether she escapes or not, Naruto continued before pausing again, but this time with a sizing look on his face. Why do you think Jinchurikis were considered unstable? It is because you made us so. It is because of the people who reacted out of fear that made us so. As I told Bachan when I returned, how many times have I toed the line? Even now you still wish to test me with your bigotry? I can show you right now what would be the result of that with the very gift the village's best gave me. By surviving up to today with the ill treatment I have received to this point, I will show you that I have earned the right to the power that I can wield, with no one here to be able to stop my will. Naruto exclaimed with a feral snarl, killing intent spiking strongly. Homura shrank back in shock at the outburst. That is enough, Naruto, Tsunade said with force, but also sadness ringing loudly from hearing his words once again. Yes, any more you possibly might give my partner a heart attack, Koharu said with a chuckle, though nobody doubted she was joking. I apologize for letting my anger get the better of me, Tsunade Bachan Utate Nabasan, Naruto breathed out heavily, compassing himself. We will continue with me asking the questions if that is alright with you, young man. Koharu asked, waving off the apology. That would be fine, Naruto agreed. But then. Homura could use the break to collect himself after such an attack, Koharu added, chuckling again. Naruto looked at her indignantly. I know, Koharu waved off his defense. You said that the 16 years being contained in you made a difference. Would you care to elaborate on that? Even with what Tsunade has told us, I am quite unsure how that works, Koharu asked, looking to understand the situation. You could say she learned how to be human or adopted such a concept seeing me go through my life and the people around me, Naruto replied. Ah, I was told as much. Does this mean you can control her? Koharu asked cautiously, not wanting to set him off again. Naruto's face fell and he sweat dropped. Koharu blinked at the reaction in confusion. Kyuubi is laughing really hard at that question, Naruto explained, flatly showing his displeasure at Kyuubi's reaction. You bet I am. Kyuubi hollered. Okay. Koharu was rendered quite speechless, not really knowing how to proceed with that. No one can control it. She is merely confined to me, he answered straightforwardly. Then how does that work? It has been said the will ravage its host if not controlled, Koharu asked again, frowning in confusion. Abasan, you are not getting it. Those are misconceptions. I already said no one can control them. I worked hard at being able to control the chakra, but herself. That's impossible and she's the most powerful out of the 9. That's just to say the least. The reason why few have reached the stage I have with them is because they keep thinking that they have to control it when you can't, or they succumb to their Bijuu's will, which doesn't work either way. Then what worked? Koharu asked curiously. It took me the time when I was away from the pressures of the village to realize this, but we had to coexist without either one dominating the other, Naruto continued to explain. Though me being just as stubborn as she is had something to do with me surviving up to this point without succumbing, Naruto added sheepishly. Koharu blinked again. This was starting to be quite a revelation to the adults. With both of us being stubborn, no one could overcome the other, and we fought through our differences to settle on terms of coexistence that we both could agree upon, Naruto elaborated. I see. I didn't think it would be in that manner, Kaharu said, nodding in understanding now. Well, nobody bothered. Jinchurikis have always been weapons to begin with. With weapons it was always how well one could utilize or control it. I was lucky to be one out of a last resort to saving the village then created to enhance it. I know that made all the difference because there were a few who could see past the fear to get what my father did, Naruto said solemnly to start with, but brightening up at the end. What does this mean though comparing yourself to others, Kaharu asked. In terms of ability? Naruto threw back to gain clarity in the questioning. Yes. Because we operate from a common understanding, we devised a way to negate the demonic properties. That leaves me with the access to gradually grow my usage with a vast quantity of the special chakra in the same manner how people normally increase their chakra capacity over time. Only mine is a tad more extreme. Opposing that to a who is constantly battling with their over-control with a high possibility of self-destructing in the process puts me in a clear advantage, especially since Mai is the strongest, Naruto stated confidently. I see. What would you say your level of power would be at right now? Kaharu asked cautiously again. This immediately had an effect on Naruto. He had a guarded look on his face. He answered nonetheless. Even though my anger was running, I wasn't kidding when I said no one here could stop my will if it is to destroy someone or something. Though it would be more correct if I said no one person could. I almost killed Iro-Senin once, Naruto added the last sentence softly with much vulnerability in his voice. Iro-Senin? That would be Jiraiya Uchiha-sama, Tsunade explained blandly at having to indirectly point out her teammate's favorite vice. Ah, I see. That must have affected you quite drastically, Kaharu mentioned sympathetically. Yes, it did. It helped that he didn't hold it against me, even bashing my head in a few times for me to get it. Though still feels guilty at times, Naruto said sullenly. No one else could further address the issue because it was interrupted with the office doors opening without a knock. Turning around, Naruto's eyes widened at the person who admitted himself into the room. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto exclaimed. The silver-haired went into his usual closed-eyed smile. Yo. Does this occur often with your subordinates, Tsunade? Barging in without knocking. Surprisingly, the question came from Himura rather than Kaharu. Even more surprising, it came out rather even without any form of malice. Oh, I see you have collected yourself, Himura, Kaharu said cheerfully. I already did a while back. I just listened in to reevaluate my perspective on certain things, Himura replied, glancing at Naruto. No, it does not occur often with my subordinates. Just these two, Tsunade said, giving a flat stare to the culprits causing them to identically smile sheepishly. Shouldn't you be at the hospital in Kakashi? Tsunade asked. Well, I came here to talk about that. It was getting rather boring, especially without my books, Kakashi replied with a grin. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched, but before she could express that further, Himura spoke up again. That can come later. It's good that you are here in Kakashi. We can wrap up a standing issue since all parties involved are here, with the exception of those carrying out the procedure. Those two do not have any objections, do they? Himura threw her glance. Jiraiya and Shizune? No, they don't. Does this mean you have reconsidered what I have suggested? Tsunade asked hopefully. Yes. Since I was the only one disagreeing, now the decision would be unanimous. It can go through as you wish, Tsunade, Himura said with closed eyes. Even though that was what she wanted, Tsunade didn't feel all too happy. Well, that still leaves us with one problem, Tsunade said sadly, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto. Would it be correct to assume the boy refuses to take it up? Kaharu asked. Hey. Don't go talking over my head. I know you are talking about me. Just what is this about? Naruto asked suspiciously. The eyes of Naruto. Sasuke's eyes, Kakashi said as he walked up next to his former student, placing a hand on his shoulder. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked up at his former sensei. Immediately his expression went guarded and stubborn as he turned to face Tsunade and the elders again. I thought I already said no, Naruto said flatly. As stubborn as I was, up until your outburst, I did listen to your point of view in the end. How about you listen to Naruto? Himura asked, civilly striking a chord in Naruto. Naruto nodded grudgingly. He didn't really have a choice other than to look like a hypocrite he accused Himura to be, should he refuse. Good. The council and the Hokage have a job to do, Naruto. Just like you have as a shinobi, Himura started off by stating. Naruto just nodded. What is the job of a shinobi? Himura asked with interest. To fulfill missions for the village, Naruto replied simply. What would the missions consist of? Himura continued asking. Guarding, spying and killing, Naruto answered with a straight face. Ah, good. I see you have no disillusions about what a shinobi does, Himura said, impressed. Kaharu had an analytical look on her face, Tsunade frowned slightly, and Kakashi raised an eyebrow at his former student. It is a fact that that is what we do, Naruto said, though now his voice was a little strained. This did not go unnoticed by the people around him. Even though you have no disillusions, you don't seem to be taking it well, Koharu spoke up. Being a shinobi isn't exactly a pretty job, Naruto said, the strain getting more obvious with each word. What exactly about the job isn't pretty? Homura asked. Naruto answered simply and softly. Naruto has you. Tsunade trailed off, not being able to ask her surrogate brother the question hanging in the air. Yes, Naruto answered with his head bowed. Kakashi squeezed his shoulder in a supportive manner, knowing how a person can react to killing. Where is this line of questioning going? Naruto suddenly asked, lifting his head up. It is going to give you clarity on the situation at hand for you to make an important decision. Not as a person but as a shinobi of Konoha, Homura said. Then what has this got to do with me accepting Sasuke's eyes? Naruto asked, frowning slightly. What is the job of a Hokage, Naruto? Homura asked instead of answering his question. Naruto glanced at Tsunade. She didn't say anything but was staring at him with a look tinged with sadness and regret. Naruto didn't understand. To protect the village, Naruto replied, though confusion was still there. By what means? Any means necessary, Naruto answered, now already starting to frown. Frustration was starting to set in, but he held it back. What would it take to fulfill that? Naruto kept quiet to think for a moment. You have to be strong, Naruto answered with certainty. In what manner? Every possible way. You would have to be strong in body, capability, heart and mind, Naruto replied. As compared to whom? To anyone else in the village in order for him to be able to lead them to protect the village, Naruto said with conviction. Half correct, Homura said. Huh? Naruto blurted out. Are we protecting the village from its own people? Homura asked intently. Naruto frowned at the question. Unless there is internal strife, for the most part, no, Naruto answered. I see you can think for wider possibilities, even unsavory ones like betrayal, which is good. Correct. For the most part we aren't. What are we protecting our village from then? From other villages that would want to exploit us and our land, Naruto replied. And that would mean the Hokage would have to be. Homura trailed off, looking at him in question to complete the sentence. The strongest person alive, Naruto said with closed eyes. Naruto opened them to stare at Homura with a look that was held with steel. Homura smiled for the first time today. What is this dream that you have heard from Naruto? Homura asked with a look of equal standing. You know it already. I don't have to say it, Naruto said with strength. Say it, boy, Homura said with a smirk. Naruto shifted his view to Tsunade, who raised an eyebrow in question. He struck a pointed finger at her. I'm going to kick Bachan out of that seat and take over so she can laze around and drink, which is what she wants to do all day. Naruto exclaimed with fire in his eyes. Tsunade's eyebrow twitches violently in irritation. Brat. You are going to get it from me later, Tsunade said venomously. Gladly. Naruto said with a grin. Tsunade, seeing that look on his face, she felt her irritation drained from her and her heart went out to him. Her face showed the softness that she had for her surrogate brother and how much she loved him for who he is. What is the job of the council, Naruto? Homura began his questioning again. Naruto blinked as he looked at the aged man again, not expecting that question. Advised the Hokage. Naruto asked uncertainty. He didn't know much about the council as nothing much was talked about them other than words of respect. Just one part of it, Naruto, this time Koharu spoke up again. It is also part of the council's role to choose and groom, if necessary, the next Hokage, so that the current Hokage can focus on the village and one day take their place in the council. What are you implying? Naruto asked seriously. Are you willing to do what it takes to fulfill your dream and protect the village with the highest capabilities deemed possible to you? Homura asked. Naruto's eyes widened. He now knew what they were asking of him and what the immediate consequences would be. Closing his eyes, he compassed himself. Yes. You already have power beyond measure and you handled it well. Now we demand you take on more. Will you? This time Koharu asked surprisingly seriously. Naruto opened his eyes to see Tsunade had that look of sadness and regret on her face. Naruto now understood that she didn't want him to be under this pressure so fast and he loved her for her overwhelming care and concern for him. There was no way he could refuse now. Yes. I acknowledge the will that you have, Naruto. You truly deserve to carry the swords your father crafted, Koharu said with pride. Homura had the same look even though he was silent. Tsunade's face didn't change and glancing to his side he saw his former sensei smiling confidently at him. That concludes our business for today, Homura spoke as he abruptly got up. Koharu followed with a nod. Everyone else kept quiet and still. As Homura walked past Naruto he placed a hand on his shoulder. Expect to see us more often from now on, boy, Homura said. Naruto blinked. For the first, Homura used the word boy as a form of affection, however slight. With that the elders left the room. Chapter 15. Thin side of the coin. Naruto, Tsunade called out. Naruto turned around from looking at the elders back leaving the room. He saw that she had a serious look on her face. Looks like it's still not time to mess around. Naruto threw Tsunade a quizzical look, knowing that will do better than any words he had at the moment. You do know the seriousness of your decision, don't you? Tsunade asked uncharacteristically. Yes I do, Naruto replied evenly. Whatever happened to having paid enough? Tsunade asked some more. Naruto's face fell. He knew this question was coming. He knew that Tsunade was doing this out of her concern for him, and he appreciated it. Looking back up, his resolve returned. I don't think father had the option of waffling when he stood on top of Gamabunta during Kyuubi's attack, Naruto answered. You are not the Hokage yet, Naruto. You still have a choice and a chance even if you were to turn it down, Tsunade said, firmly, making sure Naruto got what she was trying to say. I said before that when you were around I not only wanted to be Hokage, but better than everyone who has taken the job. The conversation with the old geezers made me remember that. Now that I see it, how can I refuse it? Naruto asked. Your words struck me the last time we spoke about Naruto. I myself don't want you to bear this whole burden yourself. Tsunade exclaimed. Naruto's face fell again. I was given that burden the day I was born, Tsunade-sama, Naruto said softly. Tsunade jerked back violently at his words. However, before she could say anything, Naruto looked up with a full grin. Besides, listen to yourself, Bachan. With you constantly speaking to me in that manner, Kakashi-sensei ever so silently supporting me standing right next to me, don't you think the burden is actually shared? We haven't even added my friends into the conversation. Tsunade just looked at him in shocked silence. Kakashi had his signature crinkly smile on his face. Suddenly Tsunade's face turned serious again. You're not the only one. Huh? Naruto blurted out, blinking in confusion. The council never chooses just one to groom. In fact, someone you know was called for and interviewed yesterday, Tsunade said, locking her eyes on Naruto looking for a reaction. Naruto was walking down to Ichiraku to get a couple bowls of ramen while he thought things through. It was quite a conversation he had this morning. It was more for him to digest to know that someone he knew was chosen as well. Tsunade had refused to tell him who it was despite much tantrum throwing. She couldn't divulge such information to him even if she wanted to, but she said that she had a feeling the person will make himself or herself known to him soon, knowing how fervently he often proclaimed his dream, even though the person doesn't know that Naruto was chosen as well. You're not the only one, should have seen it coming. Just who could it be? I wonder if the person will really speak to me about it. Does it matter, Naru-chan? No, of course not. I still want this despite who else would want it, but it is kind of unsettling to hear. What about it is unsettling? Not confident you can do this? No. Just the thought of having to compete with someone I know for a dream. How is it different from competing on a normal basis? Say the Chunin exams before. I guess it's not. Then what does? Then what does matter? Well then it would be that we do it fair and square. Winner takes it all with no hard feelings after giving it our all. Yeah, that is what matters to me. That the person goes all out and does not waffle about making a choice just because it is my dream to be Hokage. Then that settles it. So don't go brooding about that. All we can do is hope that the prick whoever it is has the balls to be straight about it. Naruto couldn't help but grin outwardly at that. His face then downcasted yet again. Thanks Fox, though that isn't the only thing that is on my mind. Oh? A while back. We are going to do the operation tomorrow afternoon, Tsunade stated, diving straight into the next issue at hand after everything that had to do with the council had been settled. Naruto had a thoughtful look on his face. I see. Last chance Naruto, Kakashi spoke up seriously. Naruto looked up at his former sensei in question. After this, if you say the word, I'm going to hold you to it and will not allow you to fall out from it, even if you have to band together people to drag you there unconsciously. A man has to honor his word. Naruto scowled. Looks like we need to reacquainted Kakashi-sensei. After 3 years you seem to have forgotten what your student is, Naruto said in a grumbling voice. Kakashi chuckled. At this Tsunade chose to speak up again, causing the two males to shift their attention to her. In the morning at 8 you will meet with your team to let them know of the situation, the possible circumstances that will come out of the procedure, and how you will need their aid and support in this. I will send someone to inform them of this. The location will be at the bridge your old team used to meet at, Tsunade ordered. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. Tsunade shifts her eyes to the copycat nin. That applies to you too, Kakashi, since you can't stay still in the hospital, Tsunade added dryly. Naruto was beaming with joy at what that meant. Kakashi raised his eyebrow at the Hokage more in amusement than surprise. I kind of expected that. Looks like there will be many more opportunities to get reacquainted with Naruto, Kakashi said cheerfully. Naruto's joy morphed into a bittersweet expression with a smile that didn't touch his eyes. You know, after tomorrow the team will finally be back together, Naruto said solemnly before cheerfully adding something else. With a new addition, of course. Kakashi mirrored Naruto's expression, giving him a slight nod showing his understanding. Alright. Both of you are dismissed. Kakashi comes in on time tomorrow morning to pick up the details that I want the team to be aware of. 1 second late and you will find sake bottles sticking out of every hole you have in your body, Tsunade said threateningly at the end. Kakashi cringed at the thought. Naruto laughed heartily. Tomorrow I will no longer have my blue eyes. I quite like my blue eyes. Naruto sighed out loud. I don't think that really is the issue. Kyuubi mused. Well, of course not. I don't particularly care what I look like, but rather what's going to happen when my eyes change yet again. Remember the time when we talked about the changes that I would go through with the techniques I learned to incorporate Hanu no Ishi? Naruto questioned. Yeah. What about Naru-chan? Are you having second thoughts about this? No. I won't go back on my words, but I guess I'm feeling the same way as then. Naruto thought as he walked kicking random stones on the walkway, oblivious to anyone that might be looking at him. Scared? Yeah. Just like before something big and new is coming up. Of course there is something to fear. What is written on your wakizashi Naru-chan? Kyuubi asked with intent. Courage. Naruto answered by touching his wakizashi. Just what is courage? It is not the absence of fear but to act in the face of fear. I remember. Naruto thought with certainty. Good. Then be the sword that you carry that bears your father's will which you took up as your own. Your father was a great man and you are turning out to be just like him if not better. Kyuubi said with pride oozing in her voice. Now just where did you hide that feisty fox that is supposed to be in me? Naruto thought with an inward chuckle. Ah. That will be the last time I try to show my concern for you brat. Kyuubi retorted. You say that every time I point out that you have the capacity for anything more than destruction. Naruto replied in jest, but not without meaning it. Just because I can do as such after being sealed in you doesn't mean I like it. Furthermore to be reminded of it. Kyuubi growled. Hey, I know I haven't said this in a while, but thank you for sticking with me. Naruto thought about having a heartfelt moment. It's not like I have a choice in the matter. Kyuubi said quietly in return, suspecting something. True, but you have a choice in how you could treat me. You didn't have to treat me in this manner just like the villagers chose not to, and that is what I meant. Naruto explained. Shut up and quit getting sappy on me. Kyuubi snapped, partly fearing where this was going. You started it, you know. Thank you and. Kyuubi interrupted by exploding her predictions coming true. Don't say it. Damn it brat. How many times have I told you not to go down this conversation track? Do you have to be so fucking stubborn? It's bad enough living for 16 years and you has made me somewhat human in character. I don't want to feel as such through these things called emotions that I get to be part of you. I am a fucking demon. Treat me like I love you. Naruto finished quietly. Kyuubi made an audible sigh. That red-haired broad was right. You are a prick, an asshole and everything else she sprouted other than a chicken shit. Kyuubi replied, but without any resentment in her voice. In fact it sounded more like reluctant acceptance. Of course you do. I am but a part of you even if I am a separate being. If you can't love me as part of you, who could you love? It goes the same the other way as well, doesn't it? If not we wouldn't be where we are today and achieve what we can today if it wasn't the case. Naruto thoughtfully questioned. Thank you. Naruto said again in his thoughts. Whatever. Naruto smiled a sad smile. He knew she would react this way. She always had from the time they made their peace and learned to coexist. She still couldn't come to terms that she in fact had become more than the destruction being that she was. Just as Naruto at times had problems seeing that he has become more than the loud-mouthed attention-seeking brat who couldn't even do a single bunshin. They both have come a long way together in such a short time, even if it was one relationship that was forced upon from birth. Ironic at how two beings could be so different yet one and the same. Naruto reached Ichiraku a minute after his internal conversation. As he sat down on a chair at the counter rather than the tables, he gave old man Tenchu, is this his name? I seem to remember it from somewhere and his daughter, Am, a big smile and a wave. The usual Naruto-chan? Am asked. Naruto made a face at the young lady he saw as an older sister. She giggled. She could never get enough of his reactions to her name calling. Naruto was about to order when he felt a heavy hand on his shoulder. Naruto quickly turned his head to see a familiar face. The said person however was looking straight at Am. Unfortunately, Naruto-san has another lunch appointment as of now, Hyuga Hija replied for Naruto. Naruto blinked. Eh? I do? Naruto asked stupidly. Everyone was quiet and relatively still as the food was laid in front of them. Naruto's eyes moved left and right as he eyed the occupants of the dining room curiously. All 5 of them created a U-shaped seating arrangement. Hiashi was seated where the head of the household would be, at the extreme end perpendicular to everyone else. To his right was Naruto himself and to his left was Hinata with Naruto and Hinata sitting across from each other. To Naruto's right was Neji who was seated across from Hanabi who was to Hinata's left. Hiashi was of picture-perfect calmness drinking his tea while the servants finished up with the laying out of the meal. Neji and Hanabi mirrored Hiashi perfectly to the point where it kind of creeped Naruto out, even though he had seen such things during his stay at the daimyo's residence. Hinata was a different story altogether. Naruto saw that she was fidgety and tense, gripping and releasing slightly the cloth of her shorts she normally wore. Also she had her head down, so Naruto couldn't see her face clearly as her bangs covered the top half of her face. Everyone began eating their food without a word once the last servant left the room, with the exception of one to pour the tea and slid the door shut. Naruto had picked up his rice bowl and chopsticks, but he couldn't begin eating. Hija had picked him up from Ichiraku before he began eating and told him that he was expected at the Hyuga household for lunch without a word of saying why. Now that he was here, still no one said a word, and waiting, however proper it was for him to do so, was killing him. "May I ask why I was invited here for lunch with the family?" Naruto asked cautiously, breaking the relative silence. Everyone, with the exception of Hinata, stopped eating, showing that he had broken an unsaid rule in the Hyuga dining etiquette. Hinata was obviously doing her best against registering the reality of Naruto's presence. Naruto sweated a little under the scrutiny. "You already did," Neji stated. Naruto shot him an annoyed glare to which Neji effectively ignored. "Hinata has something of importance to discuss with you that might affect the family as well." "Naruto don't know," Hiashi said politely. Hinata made a choking sound at the announcement by her father and uncomfortably coughed out the rice that went down the wrong pipe. From only the lower half of her visible face, it could be seen that she was very red from embarrassment, not only from the inelegant display, but also from the words her father had said. Hinata's nervousness seemed to be infectious to Naruto. He was sweating a little more, knowing something was definitely off. "Let us finish eating the first." "Naruto dono," Hiashi said, trailing off as he eyed his elder daughter. "Lest there will be more choking." Hiashi ended off with a hint of amusement, causing Hinata's hands holding up her bowl and chopsticks to shake a little. Neji and Hanbi immediately continued eating, as did Hiashi. Naruto and Hinata on the other hand took a little while longer to compose themselves before eating. "You know Naru-chan," Kyuubi interrupted halfway through the meal. Naruto paused slightly before continuing eating as he registered Kyuubi's voice. "This reminds me of something." "Really? What exactly?" Naruto questioned. There was something about her tone of voice, just like the situation at hand, which said he wasn't really going to like what he was going to hear. "Remember the time you accompanied Tenzo when he was invited for dinner at the Jashiro household?" Kyuubi asked with an all too seemingly innocent voice. Naruto's chopsticks clattered against each other on the floor. Everyone stopped eating and eyed him curiously. "It must have slipped," Naruto said weakly, giving a forced laugh. Hiashi, Neji and Hanabi gave him an odd look as the chopsticks were replaced with a new pair. They went back to eating as soon as that was done. Hinata, however, had a worried look on her face. Meeting eyes, both Naruto and Hinata immediately ducked their heads to quickly continue eating. "You've got to be shitting me." "Well, it does look awfully similar," Kyuubi said with a snicker. Tenzo was a sparring partner Naruto had who was a few years his senior while he was at the capital of Fire Country during his lessons of. One day Tenzo was invited to dinner by the household, which was a well-recognized house of samurais. They also housed a young lady that was the only heir to the name. To cut the long story short, Naruto witnessed a dinner like this, and a week before he left Tenzo was a married man. Naruto started to panic. "I thought I made myself clear to her that morning in my apartment. Well, maybe something happened, and in order for them to get out of whatever bind they are in, they invited you here to ask for your help where a marriage is the only viable option." "No way. Hinata could have talked to me about her problem on her own. Why have the whole family here?" "Maybe they are here to muscle you into agreeing," Kyuubi said thoughtfully. "Hinata wouldn't do that to me." "Naru-chan, lift your head and take a good look at the girl across from you," Kyuubi said very seriously. Naruto complied and sneaked a peek at Hinata. She looked like she was having trouble eating, but eating nonetheless. "Does she look like a person who can ask you for your hand in marriage on her own?" "Oh shit. That's right. She has a higher chance of crapping in her pants than utter a single word on the subject without passing out a dozen times first." "Don't say that about her. She is more courageous than you think she is." Naruto mentally snapped at Kyuubi. "Oh my. So protective already. Looks like you are going to marry her after all," Kyuubi teased, and the conversation carried on in his head as such, Kyuubi putting in words, raising the probability of such a situation happening, and Naruto freaking out more at each sentence. Soon enough Naruto was so caught up in his thoughts that he stopped eating. A bit afterwards everyone including Hinata finished their meal and noticed an ashen-faced Naruto frozen like a statue. "Naruto-kun, are you alright?" Hinata asked, worried at the sight of his state of well-being. Without warning Naruto suddenly jerked. "Stop showing me pictures of kids, you damn fox. I am not going to get married yet." Naruto burst out. "Kid's fox married?" 4 voices said simultaneously. "Kid" said by a scandalized Hiashi. "Fox" by the bewildered Neji and Hanabi. Finally married came out as a high-pitched squeak from a very red Hinata. That snapped Naruto out of his reverie. If it was possible his face would have gotten paler. Oh shit. I said that out loud didn't I? Naruto asked weakly, wondering what kind of shit he has gotten himself into now. Kyuubi roared in laughter in Naruto's head. Judging from the looks on the faces of the Hyugas, what he blurted out was nowhere near what the issue at hand was. Knowing now there was no way they were going to postpone this, Naruto put down his rice bowl and chopsticks. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down and prepared to face the other four in the room. You planted that idea on purpose, didn't you? You knew they weren't going to talk about this. That's for not listening to me earlier, Kyuubi replied grudgingly. For someone who refuses to acknowledge the humanity that has grown in her, you are being awfully spiteful, Naruto thought dryly. Kyuubi scoffed at his words but didn't say anything. Well. That was rather embarrassing, Naruto said weakly. I don't know how you got that idea, Naruto dono, Hiashi started. Naruto felt incredibly sour inside. Neither do I wish to find out. Hiashi trailed off, throwing a hard look at Neji and Hanabi to show that they had better follow after his example. Both of them lowered their heads slightly in acceptance. Hiashi then turned his attention again to the young blonde skipping Hinata, seeing the mention of being married, caught her full attention. But apparently there is a misunderstanding, Hiashi addressed openly for everyone. Screw what Taiya said yesterday. That is the worst understatement in my life, Naruto thought with an inward cringe. Hinata, would you please explain to Naruto dono what exactly he is here for and why the family is here as well? Hiashi said plainly. Hinata fought down what remained of her blush as she lifted up her head. Yes father, Hinata managed to get out. Taking a deep breath herself, she locked eyes with the highly nervous and embarrassed Naruto. Naruto-kun, we didn't invite you here either. Hinata trailed off, unable to say the words. Convince you to marry Onisan, Hanabi added, completing the sentence for her sister. Hinata shot her sister a disapproving glance, to which Hanabi just shrugged, though inwardly smirking. Clearing her throat, she continued from where Hanabi left off, not wanting to say the words herself. The reason you were asked here is because I needed to speak to you before making a decision, Hinata said evenly. Naruto, having gotten past the embarrassment, looked at her quizzically. She silently congratulated herself for managing this much after the embarrassing situation and urged herself on. Yesterday I was called by the Elders' Council for a meeting, Hinata continued. However, a loud gasp from the only blonde in the room stopped her from saying anything else. This time it was Hinata's turn to look at him quizzically. You're the other one Bachan was talking about. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, leaning forward pointing a finger at her. Everyone was taken aback at what he was saying. The other one? By that you mean? Hinata said, leaving the question unsaid and hanging in the air. I was called by the council today. Though it started out with something else, but we got around to the grooming portion, Naruto said. The second sentence delivered in a rush, not wanting anyone to dwell on the subject, but Hiashi had a knowing look on his face. The rest kept quiet, knowing this was a conversation between Hinata and Naruto. Ah well, that is better than Naruto-kun, Hinata said, genuinely happy with a smile. Well, isn't this exciting? Naruto exclaimed, more than asked, but his enthusiasm died when he saw the looks on everyone's faces. Hiashi's face was rather grim and he was staring at his elder daughter with a look of concern. Niji's face had a hint of a frown. Hanabi's face was an open book of disapproval. Hinata's face once again fell. Naruto's face contorted. You guys are not disagreeing, are you? Naruto questioned, roughly looking at all of them. Actually, it is quite the opposite, Naruto dono, Hiashi spoke up. Huh? Naruto asked, confused. Whatever anger that was rising dissipated. Hinata, could you please explain why the rest of us are here? Hiashi asked his daughter politely. Hinata-chan? Naruto asked, bewildered. Hinata let out a long sigh. What my father said is true. Father was present when I turned the offer to be groomed down. Though the elders told me to reconsider at the end, saying we will meet again. The reason why my family is here is not because they disapprove of the elders' choice and want you to convince me otherwise, but rather they disapprove of my choice and want you to convince me otherwise, Hinata explained at length. Naruto blinked, looking around, taking in everyone's crestfallen expression. It was obvious that they were all supportive of Hinata. Well, normally I would agree with not wanting anyone to muscle in on anybody's decision-making, but you have to be kidding me, Hinata-chan, Naruto replied, exasperated. Everyone's face had turned into a look of hope as they looked at the conversing pair. Hinata blinked. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? She asked, looking at him with a confused expression. Come on, this is like the opportunity of a lifetime. It is not every day you get picked to be groomed to be Hokage. By the council no less. Naruto exclaimed. Hinata immediately ducked her head. It's okay. I don't want to be, Hinata muttered. Huh? Why? Naruto asked, still confused, scratching his head absently. Because I don't want to, Hinata mumbled. Naruto could barely hear her. We are all shinobi of the leaf, Hinata. It's our job. Why would anyone want to pass up such a chance for the highest position in our line of work? Naruto asked incredulously. It doesn't matter. I just don't want to go through it, Hinata murmured, slightly louder now. She started shaking slightly. Hiashi wondered if he should put a stop to this, but decided against it. Perhaps Naruto will pull another one of his miracles, especially where his daughter was involved. For a timid girl like her she is rather stubborn, Kyuubi commented. Not Kyuubi. Naruto mentally berated. The FFT. Kyuubi scoffed. Is it because you don't feel sure of yourself? Naruto prodded gently. No, Hinata answered, shaking her head. There was a strain in her voice now. Then can you tell me why? Naruto continued. Hinata just shook her head more vigorously. Naruto, I think you should stop, Neji spoke up warily. Naruto chose to ignore him. Come on, Hinata-chan. If you can't tell your family and your friends, who could you tell, right? Naruto asked gently again. I already said no. So stop pushing. Hinata snapped suddenly. Naruto was taken aback. It was like a replay of the morning at his apartment. However, Hinata didn't just stop there. I love you, damn it. Why can't you see that I don't want to fight you for the dream that you hold so dearly? Hinata practically yelled. However, she suddenly gasped, realizing what she had said not only in front of Naruto but her family as well. Tears welled up in her eyes. She hastily got up and ran out of the room. Hinata-chan. Naruto called out in vain. The sound of the door sliding shut cut him off. I guess this wasn't such a good idea after all, Hiashi said regretfully. Neji and Hanabi once again had the crestfallen looks. Naruto shook his head. I'm sorry, he muttered. Naruto, how could any of this be your fault? Neji asked. I don't mean it in that way. Before Hija-san came to me I was already thinking about who could be the other person. I was afraid that the person would hold back just because of our friendship. Of all the names that ran through my head, Hinata had the highest possibility of such a thing happening. Well, now you guys know why, Naruto explained. It was kind of obvious, Neji retorted. Only you didn't notice. Even Hiashi-sama knew. I realized it before I came back, Naruto said defensively. I just wanted to show Hinata that the people she cares for supports her. Even though I knew, I failed to take into account that her feelings for you, Naruto Dono, could be the very thing that was stopping her. I was betting on you approving, knowing that you would, to spur her on as it did before, Hiashi spoke up. I can see that everyone had the best of intentions, but it just didn't turn out the way we wanted it to. Shit happens, Naruto said, shrugging. Hiashi gave Naruto an odd look while the other two stared blankly at him. Naruto grinned. Besides, it isn't over yet. Actually, it has just started, don't you think? Now that she has finally expressed her concern, all I have to do is give my take on things and then we can work things out. I should go find her. Anyone know where she might be? I don't want to get lost, Naruto asked, laughing slightly. I will bring you to the places where she could be, Hanabi spoke up. Thank you, Hanabi-chan, Naruto replied. Hanabi made a rude sound at the way he addressed her, but nevertheless she got up and made her way to the door, pausing momentarily, beckoning Naruto to follow her. Naruto got up, bowing to the remainder in the room before he left the room to catch up to Hanabi. They found Hinata at the second place they looked at, which was a small garden. Hinata was seated with her knees tucked to her chest in front of a pond, her back facing them. Could you leave me alone with her? Naruto asked Hanabi softly. Hanabi looked at him silently for a moment. Naruto, looking down at her, could see that she was assessing him. The girl seemed satisfied at what she saw as she gave a nod and departed without saying a word. Naruto quietly made his way towards Hinata. He called out when he was a few steps away. Hinata-chan. Her response was a flinch. It doesn't look too good for the moment. No shit. Kyuubi exclaimed sarcastically. Shut up. Naruto covered the rest of the steps and sat down, similar to the way Hinata was sitting next to her, nearly touching. Hinata scooted away slightly. Naruto sighed. He looked down at their reflection in the pond. He could see that she was avoiding him the best she could. Hinata picked up a pebble and threw it into the pond, blurring the view. Naruto sighed again. Are you angry at me? Naruto asked softly. Yes. I'm sorry, Naruto apologized. You can be such an idiot sometimes, you know, Hinata said, her voice sounding resigned. I know, Naruto said sullenly. I can't believe you made me say such things in front of my family, Hinata whispered. I didn't twist your arm into saying it, Naruto grumbled defensively. Hinata picked up another pebble and flicked it at Naruto, hitting him lightly on the temple. Naruto turned and frowned at her. She glared back at him, but just as suddenly as she did that she jerked away. By the way, your family knew already before today, Naruto added softly. Am I that obvious? Hinata asked softly. I'm the one who was dense, Naruto answered. And an idiot as well, Hinata added. I thought we already covered that, Naruto said dryly. Just in case you were being dense again, Hinata replied. Naruto drew a flat look. Hinata took a peek at Naruto, not hearing him say anything, and giggled when she saw his expression. She thought he looked adorable in that manner. Naruto immediately brightened up. Does this mean you are not angry at me anymore? Naruto asked. I could never stay angry at you for long, Hinata whispered. Naruto couldn't do anything but smile at that. Despite the fact that he didn't quite feel for her what she felt for him, he couldn't deny that she was a sweet person. Hinata then scooted closer, bridging the gap she created earlier. She then leaned over and rested her head on his shoulder. Naruto froze for a second. Hinata-chan. Naruto trailed off, not knowing how to convey what he was thinking. He didn't want to lead her on, nor did he want to push her away for fear that she would take it as rejection. I know, Hinata said softly with a tinge of sadness. She hugged his arm, bringing her closer. Just let me stay like this for a while. Okay. Naruto conceded to her request. So the both of them sat there in that manner for quite a while, Hinata hugging his arm, leaning on him with her eyes closed, a content look on her that she had him for herself if only for the moment. Naruto occasionally looking at her from the reflection on the pond, although relaxed, was still looking a little torn. Hinata-chan, do you want the chance to be groomed for Hokage? Naruto asked quietly, breaking the silence between them. Naruto could feel her tension against him. I thought I already said I don't want to fight with you for the dream that you hold so dear, Hinata murmured. That's not what I am asking. For yourself, do you want that chance? Naruto asked again, turning himself so that he faced her directly, causing them to break contact. Naruto was staring so intently at Hinata that she couldn't look away. She could see it was important to him that she answered honestly. Still, she was having trouble voicing her thoughts. Hinata stumbled, but Naruto nodded encouragingly. Steeling herself, she spoke again. I do, but not at the cost of. Naruto stopped her by instinctively placing his fingers over her lips. She blushed lightly at the contact. Naruto immediately pulled back his hand, realizing what he did while mentally cursing his perverted sensei's influence when reacting to females. Naruto saw him silence so many women he courted in this manner that apparently Naruto unconsciously picked it up. Naruto decided to push through to avoid any more awkwardness. There is no cost, Naruto said firmly. The last thing I want is for someone I care about to forgo a chance like this just for my sake. But. Hinata tried to get a word in, but was glared down by Naruto. No buts. You said you do want this, then go for it. Just like how I want this as well, and I won't let anything stop me. Hinata frowned and then she glared back at him. What if I really want you to have this and I am not doing this will give you a better chance? My dream is to see your dream come true. Hinata raised her voice in conviction. Naruto couldn't help but grin at her. Despite you being the shy weird girl I knew back then, you really have come out of your shell, huh? Naruto asked playfully. Hinata immediately shrunk back into herself hearing those words. I meant what I said, she said softly and grudgingly. Naruto sported a look of stubbornness himself. Then you are not honoring my dream, Naruto said flatly. Hinata jerked back, eyes widened as if she was slapped by the one she loved. What is the use of accomplishing my dream when anyone who I see deserves it as much as I do? Step back for me to take it, Naruto said with narrowed eyes. You are dishonoring the very Hokage name that I hold up high by wanting it yet not possessing the will to go after it wholeheartedly, Naruto interrupted in a tight voice. Hinata went from shocked to sad to understanding, and finally the look of determination settled on her face. Fine. You asked for it. Don't come crying to me if I do end up in the position. Hinata uncharacteristically exclaimed with confidence. Naruto gave a small but genuine smile. If I do, it will be tears of joy. If it weren't me, who else would I rather have led the village other than someone who shares the same as me? Naruto said with that very smile. The smile together with the words of respect and acknowledgement he gave her melted Hinata's heart. She started to cry again. Naruto leaned forward and hugged her. If I am an idiot then you are a silly girl, Naruto said affectionately as she cried into his shoulder. Naruto looked up into the sky before continuing. Besides, who knows what's to happen? There's probably others, other than the two of us, that are to be chosen. Also, who can predict what could happen in our line of duty? I could very well be. Hinata suddenly broke away, interrupting Naruto's words, and what happened next shocked the both of them. Hinata slapped him. Hinata's eyes widened. She reached out to him before quickly pulling back and turned away from him. You're really an idiot. How could you say such things to me knowing how I feel about you? Hinata said softly and openly vulnerable. I'm sorry, but that's the harsh truth of our life, Naruto said honestly. I know, but I didn't need to hear it. Hinata-chan looked at me, and Naruto called out. She slowly turned back. Her eyes were red from the tears she shed. I'm going for an operation tomorrow, Naruto announced suddenly. Hinata blinked before worry crept onto her face. This will probably be the last time you get to see my blue eyes, Naruto continued solemnly. Why? Hinata croaked out with sadness. Sasuke's eyes will be implanted into me. The council wants me to have the Sharingan, Naruto answered. Hinata was speechless. She didn't know what to say. I just wanted you to know beforehand, Naruto finished softly. Hinata just nodded. Naruto got up and extended a hand to Hinata to help her up. She looked up and reached out. Naruto slowly but firmly helped her up. Let's go. Your family was worried. Let's not keep them waiting, Naruto said, letting go of her hand to turn around, but Hinata didn't let go. Instead, she gripped harder and tugged at his hand. Naruto turned back to look at her in question. One last look, Hinata whispered almost desperately. Naruto didn't say anything but just stood there looking at her. So the event ended with the two of them still holding hands staring at each other for a long while. Naruto then closed his eyes and once again let go of Hinata's hand. This time she let go, and she also closed her eyes, burning into her memory his clear blue eyes. A lone tear escaped Hinata's eye. A sign of mourning it was, for the loss that is to happen, for the blue eyes that she had on her for the longest time in her life, and unfortunately for the last time. "Tell me about Sasuke," Naruto said. "If you think just because you were nice for one day you are going to waltz in here with me spilling, you got another thing coming, chicken shit," Jiraiya said. "Look, you don't have to tell me anything important. Anything that you can do without revealing any secrets is fine with me," Naruto replied patiently. "What is it to you?" Jiraiya asked suspiciously. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "You don't want to say anything yet you are asking questions." "You are in no position to do so," Naruto replied flatly. He felt his patience draining away. "Well, too bad, asshole. You want to hear something, then say something about it," Jiraiya spat out. "Neither are you in the position to negotiate," Naruto said tightly. Jiraiya just spat on the floor. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. "Even if you are not going to tell me, I will find out information anyway from tomorrow onwards. In fact, I should have a constant stream of information coming to me personally," Naruto said nonchalantly, managing to keep his anger in check. "What the fuck do you mean by that? Did you capture another one of us, prick?" Jiraiya asked angrily. "I already told you that you are not in the position to ask for anything," Naruto replied stubbornly. "Did you?" Jiraiya roared. "You fucking tell me, you asshole." "I really hate repeating myself," Naruto replied with a sigh. Jiraiya clenched her fists hard, wanting to lunge at him and beat the crap out of him. "Fine, asshole. You tell what the fuck is happening and I'll tell you a couple of stories." Jiraiya screamed. "This is going to be a long night," Naruto said in resignation, rubbing his forehead. Jiraiya let out a scream, lunged at him and threw a punch from across the table. Naruto caught her fist. He stared straight into her eyes. "You are taking what little freedom I give you for granted," he said calmly. She threw another punch with her other hand as a reply. Naruto caught it just as effortlessly as before. Had there been no table in between them, Jiraiya would have probably headbutt him. She tried to pull back, but Naruto held on firmly. "Now tell me," Naruto demanded harshly. Jiraiya spat at his face. Naruto pushed her off and she fell back onto her chair. Using the sleeve of his robe, Naruto wiped off the spit. "You being stubborn will get you nothing," Naruto stated calmly. This was taking all of his patience, but he didn't see the point in losing his cool now. "Neither will you get anything," Jiraiya sneered. Naruto's face was a picture of sadness hearing her words. "I will be getting something regardless of whether I get anything from you," Naruto said solemnly. Jiraiya narrowed her eyes at him. "Quit hinting at whatever fucking thing you are talking about. It's fucking annoying," Jiraiya growled. Somehow that brought a small smile to Naruto's face. "That's all you have been doing, Jiraiya. Must make you a really annoying person then," Naruto replied. Jiraiya, to say the least, was really ticked off now. "You Konoha shinobi are all the same. Defected or not. Fucking pricks that like to pick on people," Jiraiya yelled. "I guess Sasuke influenced me more than I thought," Naruto said solemnly. Jiraiya's eyes widened, realizing that something slipped out. "Fuck." She cursed. "He was an annoying person as well, wasn't he?" Naruto said almost affectionately with a chuckle. Jiraiya kept uncharacteristically quiet with no retort. "He was with me when he was around. Very rarely did anything good come out of his mouth when he was talking to me. Kind of reminds me of you," Naruto said softly with a chuckle. Jiraiya just glared. "And I remind you of him, don't I? Which is why you get so ticked off. Kind of ironic if you ask me, but we are one and the same in more ways than we would like to admit," Naruto said honestly. Jiraiya looked away, letting out without words the truth of what she thought on the matter. "But you know, even if that was the case, that we were constantly at loggerheads, I treated him like a brother," Naruto continued, his voice softening. "I know," Jiraiya said with a low voice. Despite the gloomy conversation, Naruto smiled slightly. "I'm guessing he spoke of me then," Naruto said, smiling wistfully. "All the fucking time. Though it was more insults than anything, but doesn't make it any less annoying," Jiraiya replied softly and grudgingly. Naruto laughed heartily. "That's the Sasuke I know," Naruto said with affection. Jiraiya kept quiet again. "You know, from the first night we met again I was envious of you," Naruto admitted quietly. Jiraiya looked up with a questioning glare. Naruto smiled back at her. "I haven't seen him in 3 years. At least you got that much before he died," Naruto answered her unasked question, his smile turning bittersweet. Jiraiya ducked her head and gripped tightly onto her yukata. "I can tell you regarded him like a brother just as I did," Naruto added softly. Jiraiya continued to keep quiet. Even though Naruto couldn't see her face, the tear that fell didn't go unnoticed by Naruto. "Did you have time to mourn his death? You were captured so quickly after the incident in the sound," Naruto probed gently. A few more tears fell as he could see her shake her head slightly. Her body was quivering now, probably from trying her best to contain what she could of her tears. Naruto got up from his seat and went to her side. He placed a hand on her shoulder, lightly causing Jiraiya to look up at him with tearful eyes of questioning. "It's okay. You can let go. I won't report any part of this in return for saying this much. I'll stay here until you are done," Naruto said compassionately. Jiraiya covered her face with her hands and she curled up on her seat. Soft sobs could be heard as needed tears finally fell, signifying the beginning of her mourning. Naruto continued to stand there with a supportive hand on her shoulder. He closed his eyes as well, a lone tear escaping, showing he too shared the pain. Chapter 16. To Aya note, Naruto leaned over the bridge where Team 7 used to meet at. He was alone at the moment. He came over early, seeing that he couldn't really get much sleep. He stared at the reflection of himself in the water, possibly for the longest time he ever had in his life. To be more accurate, he was staring at his eyes. After all, these were the last hours that he could look at those blue eyes of his. After today it will be pitch black. As he carried on staring at the reflection, he let out a sigh. "I never thought you were the narcissistic sort," said a voice from Naruto's left. Naruto jolted from his thoughts, turned to his left to see a slightly older girl with brown hair and twin buns and black eyes staring oddly at him. Naruto had an uncomfortable look on his face while he thought of an explanation. It's perfectly okay, you know. You can admit it to me." "I won't tell anyone," Tenten said, giving him an accepting look and an encouraging nod. Naruto's sweat dropped. "It's not like that," he said dryly. Tenten gave him a skeptical look. Naruto rolled his eyes at her. "You'll know why later," Naruto said cryptically. Skepticism changed to questioning. Naruto frowned slightly. "It's the reason why we are meeting today. Let's wait for the rest first." "They should be here soon," Naruto brushed off. Tenten frowned. "Kakashi-sensei is infamous for his tardiness," Tenten said, giving him a look of hope that he would change his mind. Naruto grinned. "I would like to see him be late today," Naruto said evilly. Tenten gave him a confused look. "Are you crazy? He's late by the hour. Why would you want him to be late?" Tenten asked incredulously. Naruto snickered secretively. "Let's wait and see. I don't want to be the one to spoil any nice image you might have of your favorite idol," Naruto replied, shaking his head. Tenten, hearing her idol being involved, immediately stubbornness etched itself on her face. "Tell me," Tenten growled. By the look on her face, Naruto concluded that it would be wise to tell her. "Ever seen a person drink sake from his ass before?" Naruto asked, snickering some more. Tenten's eyes went to the size of saucers. "Oh, come on. Don't tell me you don't know Bachan is a crude old hag," Naruto said jokingly, even though everyone would know he meant it. Tenten twitched heavily. "She may be a little rough around the edges, but she is not a crude old hag," she said through clenched teeth and bristling. Naruto snorted. "Then Chan, if she is rough around the edges, I'm as smooth as a pebble," Naruto quipped. With the name calling added to what she would consider a blasphemous statement, Tenten looked like she was going to kill him very, very slowly if she could help herself. "I'm glad to see I'm over that phase," another voice called out. The interruption caused Tenten to temporarily forget her anger as she turned around to the direction of the voice, seeing a pink-haired girl dressed in red walking towards them a few paces away. "Morning, Sakura-chan." Naruto greeted me cheerfully. "What phase are you talking about?" Tenten asked, raising an eyebrow at her. "Good morning, Naruto," Sakura said with a sincere smile before turning to Tenten. "That pissed at Naruto first thing in the morning phase," Sakura answered, laughing gaily. "Must have been quite a feat to do so," she said dangerously as she returned her attention to the grinning blonde, remembering her anger. "You were just egging him on. Beating him doesn't help either." "I should know," Sakura said, giving Naruto a light pointed look in a reminiscing manner. "Hey, don't spoil my fun," Naruto said in mock irritation to Sakura. The very dark look appeared again on Tenten's face. "Now I'm entertainment, is that it?" Tenten asked venomously. Naruto laughed nervously at her question. Before any violence could occur, they were interrupted once again, this time by a puff of smoke, followed by the appearance of Kakashi surprisingly on time. "Yo." He greeted with his usual crinkle-faced smile. "I wanted you to be late." Naruto jeered. "Tsunade-sama threatened you again, didn't she?" Sakura asked with an amused look. "It's been 3 years since we met like this, and this is how you greet your sensei?" Kakashi asked with mock hurt. Naruto and Sakura snorted together before laughing happily. Kakashi couldn't help smiling. Even if for a moment all that matters is that they are happy. There will be plenty of gloominess soon, he thought. Tenten, watching the short interaction, couldn't help but feel left out. They looked so comfortable together that she couldn't say anything edgewise. It showed slightly on her face. Naruto noticed from the corner of his eye. "Hey Ten-chan, you swallowed your tongue or something? You were rather noisy earlier," Naruto teased. Tenten could tell from the subtle look in Naruto's eyes that he was actually worried that they left her out. You do not spend years training with a stoic Hyuga and not pick up subtleties in people. As angry as she was with him earlier, and however annoyingly unorthodox his methods were, she couldn't help but appreciate his efforts. "You were just listening to your own voice, narcissist," Tenten retorted lightly. However, she made an effort to ensure eye contact to let her appreciation show. Naruto registered it with a brief smile before showing her the same flat look as before. "I already told you that isn't the case," Naruto said, genuinely annoyed. "I already told you not to call me Ten-chan." "I'm older than you, for goodness sake," Tenten replied, equally annoyed now. "Alright, that is enough," Kakashi said, lightly breaking it up. The addressed two transferred their annoyance to their sensei. Kakashi sweat dropped. "I have something serious to inform you guys of. You should know about Naruto. We shouldn't be wasting time bickering over small things like this," Kakashi chided. Yeah, Naruto grumbled. Tenten just kept quiet. "Why do we have to do this at my place?" Naruto asked, forehead twitching as he sat down at his dining table. Kakashi sat next to him and the girl sat across from them. "We need some privacy and you live alone. Besides, this is about you, so be more accommodating," Kakashi replied. Tenten and Sakura's eyes immediately focused on Naruto. Naruto worriedly took a glance at the girls, wondering how they would react to the news, before averting his eyes downwards. "What's happening, Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura asked curiously, though her eyes were still on Naruto. "He is having an operation later this afternoon," Kakashi stated, pointing to Naruto. "An operation? Is there something wrong with you, Naruto?" Tenten asked, blinking. Sakura had a worried look on her face. "No," Naruto answered. Tenten waited for a while for him to continue. When he didn't give any sign of it, she frowned in confusion. "Then why would you have to go for an operation?" she asked. Suddenly Tenten heard a gasp from Sakura. Tenten looked questioningly at her, but Sakura's eyes were glued on Naruto. "You are going to have..." Sakura trailed off, not able to complete the sentence. "Yes," Naruto said simply. Tenten frowned further. "Can you guys be straight here? I'm new to the team, so I don't get this fill in the blanks game you guys play so well together, because I don't know all of your history." "I had enough of being talked over already," Tenten said, a tad miffed. "My apologies, Tenten. That was and never will be our conscious intention. As you know, Sasuke was killed during the chaotic and unclear situation that happened in the Sound Village. Naruto will be inheriting Sasuke's Sharingan this afternoon," Kakashi stated clearly and directly. "So that's why you kept staring at your reflection." Tenten said, softly, feeling guilty at the misconception earlier, however trivial it might seem. "Yeah," Naruto affirmed. "I'm sorry. Don't be. You didn't know and I didn't want to say it yet," Naruto said, cutting Tenten off. His quick acceptance didn't make her feel any better. In fact, it knotted her more. "I thought you didn't want it," Sakura spoke up shakily. "I changed my mind," Naruto said. "What made you do that?" Sakura inquired. "Duty," Naruto answered simply. "With what I imagine you went through because of the majority of the village, I didn't think that would be the reason," Sakura said, feeling stabs of guilt herself. "Duty to myself, Sakura-chan. It just encompasses the village as a byproduct of that commitment," Naruto said, raising his head, making eye contact to show he was serious. "What do you mean?" "The Elders' Council placed it as a requirement for me to be groomed as Hokage. It is my duty to myself to see that I get to make my dream a reality, Sakura-chan," Naruto explained with conviction. "Wow," Tenten exclaimed, astonished by the announcement of Naruto being chosen to be groomed. "They did?" Sakura asked excitedly, hoping she didn't hear him wrongly. "Yeah, though I am not the only one," Naruto added excitedly. "It's best we keep this to ourselves for Naruto's safety," Kakashi suddenly spoke up. Tenten and Sakura nodded in agreement. "Also, Naruto, the council failed to mention certain things to you." "They did?" "Only the person chosen to be groomed has the authority to tell others of the decision personally. Even the elders and the Hokage cannot breach that. It is part of being solely responsible for your own actions, as that will take on a larger scale if you are finally chosen to be Hokage from the ones who were groomed. From the way you spoke, I can tell that the other person has made him or herself known to you. You will keep that confidential. The rest of us and anybody else will remain ignorant to it unless that person chooses to tell. Anyone found breaching that agreement, even towing the line by implying in any way causing the identity of any chosen one to be revealed, will be at the mercy of the person whose identity was revealed. Even if that person demands the death of the guilty party, it will be executed as stated in the law," Kakashi warned. "Got it," Naruto replied. The seriousness of the warning got everyone quiet for a moment. "I'm happy for you, but I'm worried as well," Sakura said, hesitantly breaking the silence. "Hey, it's going to be fine," Naruto reassured. Sakura frowned at him. "You don't know that. There could be a lot of complications," Sakura said, worried. "That's what we are here to discuss actually," Kakashi stated. The team gave Kakashi their undivided attention. "For starters, Naruto will be rendered slightless for a few days, even with his ability to heal fast," Kakashi said. "So we get him to stay at the hospital until he recovers his sight," Sakura suggested. "What am I going to do there? I'll be bored out of my mind stuck in a room," Naruto complained. What can you do being blind? You will bump into anything and everything. Tenten added in. Well, at least that would prove more interesting than being strapped in a bed for a few days, Naruto stubbornly argued. We can't have you causing a riot by causing accidents every few minutes. Also that way you can be taken care of easier, Sakura said, giving him a no-nonsense look. Fine. Naruto grumbled. Sakura beamed at him when he decided to listen to her, but he still had on his grudging look, saying he was not happy about it. That's just the minor immediate problem, Kakashi said seriously. What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? Tenten asked. The major problem is the reason why Naruto was chosen, Kakashi cryptically explained. Which is? Tenten asked warily. Because of his circumstances he has much more experience in dealing with and surviving psychological trauma as compared to anyone in the village, Kakashi said in a proud voice. Naruto gave him a slight smile. Isn't that rather cruel? Tenten asked softly, giving Naruto a glance. Cruel? Kakashi asked curiously. Yeah. I mean Naruto already had gotten enough shit right. From the way you say it, even though I don't understand why, more psychological trauma is going to be inflicted on him through this procedure, Tenten said with a concerned look. Naruto gave her an appreciative smile. It's not really a big deal actually. Gathering from Kakashi-sensei's experience in the matter, I'm just going to be able to see some of the things the breeding bastard went through, that's all, Naruto said, shrugging, making light of things, but Tenten could see that he was in his own way concerned as well. That realization didn't sit well with her, but just as she was about to voice it, Kakashi held up a hand to her. He made this choice on his own. I told him I will hold him to it once he does, and there will be no backing out of this. Naruto taking this on will increase the chances of the village keeping the ability alive greatly, Kakashi said seriously. Tenten started but stalled when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Tenten frowned at Sakura, who had a compassionate look on her face. Sakura glanced briefly at Naruto before turning her attention back to Tenten. Let's not make it any harder for Naruto, na? She said with a sad smile. Tenten blinked before sending an apologetic look at Naruto. I wasn't trying to make things difficult, Tenten said softly. I know, Tenten. Thank you for your concern, Naruto said gratefully with a nod. Looking up, he gave her a grin. Besides, this time round it's going to be different. I won't be alone in this. I got you guys and the rest of my friends for support, right? Tenten broke into a grin herself and lightly thumped a fist on the table. You can bet on it. She exclaimed. Sakura had a bittersweet smile on her face which didn't go unnoticed by Naruto. Did you want it? Naruto asked softly. Sasuke would have wanted you to have it, she said softly. So you did. Of course I did. He meant just as much to me just as he did to you, but to him I was just a teammate. You both had a bond that extended out of that which didn't include me. He would have wanted you to have it, Sakura insisted with the same bittersweet smile. Now you guys know of the circumstances that will fall on us, or rather Naruto. However, we are to support him in this, Kakashi stated. The rest nodded. We can't say that this is all there is to it. With him being a that is an added factor to consider. Not to mention the reactions from people once the word gets out, Kakashi continued. The three frowned slightly at that. Naruto, we need you to be completely honest with us and we are to help you. If there is anything at all that is out of place you have to tell us, Kakashi said seriously to Naruto. Naruto nodded firmly in agreement. Got it. Tenten, Sakura, Kakashi addressed. They sat at attention. We have to be on guard. Especially the first few days after the procedure. As much as I hate to say this, most of the villagers and some of the shinobi have never really been nice to Naruto. I don't expect this to make things any chirpier. Till the day Naruto recovers from the operation, the Elders Council has commissioned this to us as a mission, Kakashi elaborated. Tenten and Sakura were a little shocked. They didn't think it would go to this extent. It will be a B-ranked mission. We will rotate shifts during the day. However, at night, while we will all still take shifts, all of us will be present in the room. This will continue till he recovers his sight. Any questions? Kakashi asked, looking across the table. However, he saw a hand raised from the corner of his eye. Raising a question eyebrow, he gave Naruto a sidelong glance. Do I get paid for this too? I am part of the team, Naruto asked curiously. A thud was heard as Kakashi's head hit the table. Naruto's sweat dropped. I take it that is a no, Naruto said blandly. Kakashi straightened himself before giving Naruto an annoyed stare. The girls sighed and shook their heads at Naruto's silliness. Surprisingly, Naruto's recovery period went past without much incident. Other than the usual squabbles within the team and antics caused by Naruto's perpetual restlessness. Kakashi thanked him for being born with his silver hair. If not, there will be quite a bit of hair dyeing to do after once he gets back. Kakashi let out a sigh as Naruto goes through another bout of his typical restlessness. Can I take it out already? How long do I have to wait? Can we go for ramen after this? Oh yeah, I have to. Ouch. Naruto's tireless antics are cut short by a swift punch courtesy for the Hokage herself. Naruto vigorously rubbed the back of his head to relieve the smarting pain. "Shut it already, brat. We are about to get down to it," Tsunade said, grumbling impatiently. The whole team was here in the solitary medical ward together with Tsunade, Shizune and Jiraiya to witness the unveiling of Naruto's eyes. After 5 days of anxious waiting, the time has arrived to see if the operation that would leave Konoha with its second carrier of the Sharingan successful or not. After a diagnostic test this particular afternoon to see if the eyes have recovered, it's finally time. Tsunade guided the still grumbling Naruto to a mirror, and when both of them paused, the grumbling from the young blonde ceased. An almost audible swallowing of saliva came from the said person as he anticipated the unveiling of his eyes. Tsunade paused to take a look around at the room's current occupants. All eyes were on both blondes in the room with an apprehensive look on their faces. Taking in a deep breath, Tsunade removed the clasp holding the bandages, slowly unwinding the binding that held Naruto's eyes shut. The moment the bandages fell, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. He winced slightly at the brightness of the afternoon light after days of darkness. His vision was blurry to say the least, but it greatly relieved Naruto that it was a sure sign that he hasn't lost his sight. He blinked a few times in effort to clear his vision, and clear it did. Sheer joy surged through him and he turned around, sweeping across the room, taking in the sight of the faces which he has been wanting to see for the past few days. Gasps could be heard all around. Immediately throwing his arms to Tsunade, he gave his beloved older sister a tight squeeze. "I can still see." Naruto cried out in relief and joy. "I am glad about that." Tsunade got cut off as she felt Naruto suddenly stiffen in the embrace and twisting around so fast that Tsunade had to take a step back. Tsunade blinked in confusion at the youth's back. Taking a step to his side, she placed a careful hand on Naruto's shoulder. "What's wrong with Naruto?" Tsunade asked worriedly, staring at his profile. Naruto turned slowly to face, and all the while blinking with an incredulous look on his face. Both his hands lifted up and pointed to his eyes. "It's still blue." Naruto exclaimed. "Yeah. I couldn't stop myself from gasping when I saw it." "Why is that?" Sakura asked. "I thought his eyes would be pitch black, like the Uchiha's," Tenten chipped in, scratching her temple in thought. Jiraiya and Kakashi kept quiet, waiting for Tsunade to explain the situation, and true enough, it came in a snort, causing the youths in the room to look curiously at her. Tsunade was a picture of pride, standing with arms akimbo, eyes closed and with a confident smile on her face. "Just who do you think I am?" Tsunade asked smugly. "Few can match up to my skills, and with a proper medical facility I can do a hell lot more than a medic can out in the field. No offense, Kakashi." "None taken, Hokage-sama," Kakashi said nonchalantly with a gesture of a hand to wave it off. "So what exactly did you do, Tsunade-sama?" Tenten asked curiously, with Sakura nodding after the question. Naruto is still silent, looking at Tsunade in question. "It took a lot of preparatory work and study, but I managed to extract and implant only the parts that tie to the Sharingan trait. It will reduce some of the psychological side effects that we are expecting, which is the primary reason I decided to do it this way. Coincidentally, it allows Naruto to keep his original eye color," Tsunade explained. She turned her attention back solely to Naruto. "We are not done yet, brat, so let's save the celebrations when all the tests are done and everything is successful," Tsunade said warily with concern and worry in her eyes. "I botch and," Naruto said seriously, not wanting to worry her further. They started off with a physical check. Tsunade asked Naruto to sit down and she asked him a couple of questions concerning the physical state of his eyes. When the answers were positive, she moved on to shine a torchlight in his eyes to check for the normal reactions, the range of motion of the eyes, and finally the eyesight test, using a scroll of letters to be read out from a distance. Tsunade took a wary step back and casted a worried look on Naruto. "Physicals are fine. Now is the part that I am worried about the most," Tsunade stated. Naruto frowned slightly but gave a nod that he understood what's to come and silently waited for her instructions. "We are going to attempt to activate the Sharingan to see if we manage to retain the ability or lose it," Tsunade explained further. She looked behind and gestured for Kakashi to come forward. "I'll be needing your help in instructing Naruto how to activate the Sharingan through the seal on his forehead." Naruto, filled with apprehension, unconsciously brought his hand up to his forehead where the seal has permanently been branded on him. Kakashi, now standing in front of the seated Naruto, gave him a reassuring smile which showed a crinkle around his eyes. "Naruto, I want you to close your eyes," Kakashi instructed smoothly. Naruto complied obediently. "Now I want you to slowly channel a very small amount of chakra to your forehead," Kakashi continued. Naruto did accordingly and a glow of bluish light lit a small section in the middle of the seal on his forehead. "Good. Now I want you to slowly, gradually increase the amount of chakra you are applying, and when I say stop you will maintain that chakra flow without increasing its amount, understand?" Kakashi further instructed and asked. Naruto nodded in understanding and slowly the bluish light spread to the rest of the seal on his forehead. "Stop. Keep your eyes closed," Kakashi commanded as the whole seal lit up. Maintain the chakra flow and get a feel of how much chakra you are using. This will be the amount needed to activate the Sharingan. Okay. Now with the chakra in your forehead I want you to shift your focus to your eyes and call out Sharingan with the intent of activating it. But the nod Naruto frowned slightly in concentration and opened his mouth to call it out. Sharingan. A loud sound rang out as the chair bounced off the floor as a result of Naruto suddenly standing up and thrashing around. He clutched his face as he let out a loud hiss of pain. Naruto. Everyone shouted out, lunging forward towards Naruto, with the exception of Kakashi. Kakashi held Tsunade back with one hand and with his other hand, he signaled for everyone to stop in their tracks. The first time will hurt because he is not of the bloodline, Kakashi quickly explained. Kakashi let his hands down and took a step towards Naruto, who still had his hands covering his face. Are you okay, Naruto? Fucking shit. This fucking stings. You expected this to be a walk in a park. Not the fucking time, Kyuubi. Naruto hollered. Naruto, calm down, Kakashi said soothingly as he placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto stopped thrashing around when he felt the hand of his sensei, but his breathing was labored. Naruto slowly let his hands down, but Kakashi could see that he was still in pain as his facial features were contorted. Though Naruto was still in pain, Kakashi saw that he still had the Sharingan on since the seal was still lit. But you still have it on. Come, let me take a look at it, Kakashi said. Naruto straightened himself and tried to relax his face. With a series of repeated blinking, he managed to get the pain to subside to a tolerable degree before fully opening his eyes to face Kakashi. Sorry. It fucking stings and Kyuubi was being a smartass, Naruto said apologetically. I am a lot more intelligent than you can fathom. Whatever. It's understandable. It was extremely painful for me to use as well when I first got the eye, Kakashi replied acceptingly. By this time everyone has gathered at a comfortable distance behind Kakashi. Kakashi took a step to the side to display that Naruto was fine. He then made eye contact with Tsunade. Activation is successful, Hokage-sama, Kakashi stated. Ah yes. I can see that, Tsunade replied as she turned her gaze towards Naruto. There he was though standing a little shakily and still breathing quite hard, but his eyes were open and hearing the murmurs from Naruto's teammates from behind, no doubt the operation was successful. A pair of eyes warily stared back at them. A pair of red eyes with 3 swirls in each eye. Oh my god, Sakura said incredulously, not being able to say anything more in shock. Tenten was a lot more compassed as compared to her other teammates. Well, not really much difference from when you used that when we were fighting. Other than those thingies and the fox not showing up around you, Tenten said thoughtfully again scratching her temple. Naruto tilted his head to the side to look at the mirror. It was just as Tenten has said. He noticed as well that as he moved his head around the commas would start swirling and his vision altered, causing faint images where his head would be expected to move. This must be the Sharingan trait of foresight, so to speak. It seems like it. A very useful trait in battle. It seems that the swirling of the commas captures the motions in your view at a highly accelerated rate, causing your vision to show where the image is going to turn up next. Kyuubi paused and thought. You notice something else? Yes dear. What is it? Seeing that I'm being sealed inside you I am more attuned to the changes that have happened to your body, Kyuubi stated. And? The implant the old hag was talking about. It's not just connected to your optic nerves which affects your vision as such, but. Naruto prodded impatiently. Quit interrupting me. I'm trying to find the words for it. Kyuubi snapped out. Gee. And you say you are too intelligent for me to fathom. Naruto retorted. Do you want to know or not? Kyuubi is mildly threatened. Good. The implant has changed your nervous system somewhat to adapt to it, eh? To make it simple, it seems to have opened you up somewhat. You are more sensitive to the images that you see and the connection of your nervous system to the rest of your body has strengthened. The speed that you send and receive information to and from your brain is a lot faster now. Naruto. Tsunade screamed at his ear, causing the poor male blonde to jump in his spot. Naruto spun around and glared at his surrogate sister. Tsunade, not used to his red eyes, took a step back. It was quite intimidating to have swirling fiery red eyes locked onto yours. What the hell was that for? Naruto heatedly asked. Tsunade gathered herself before calmly answering. You were zoned out staring at the mirror. I thought something was wrong after I called out a few times before shouting. I told you guys he was a narcissist, Tenten slipped. Naruto shifted his glare to his newest teammate. She however remained unfazed, seeing that she already fought him looking in similar conditions. Geez. I was just kidding. Didn't think you were the sensitive sort, Tenten huffed, crossing her arms under her chest. Actually from now he will be. Not the emotional sense that you are referring to but physically. Though being new to the experience it might affect him emotionally as you can see, Kakashi cut in. Huh? Tenten blurted out in confusion. Yeah. Kyuubi was saying something like that, which is why I was zoning out, Naruto said with a bite to his words and sent a pointed look to Tenten. Tenten stuck her tongue out childishly at him. So what does that mean, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked, seemingly coming out of her shock. Any further would be classified information that I cannot divulge without permission, Kakashi said, giving Tsunade a questioning look. Go ahead, Tsunade said with a nod acknowledging his unvoiced question. After all, they will be assisting you in training Naruto to learn the capabilities of the Sharingan, as you all train as a team. The secret to understanding or any bloodline limit is in understanding how the body functions to the particular trait. It is not only the eyes that change but the rest of the body as well to aid in the functions. For the Sharingan in particular, the nervous system would have changed to adapt itself in sending and receiving information to and from the brain a lot faster, right? Naruto asked. Kakashi blinked a little with a wondrous look on his face. I wasn't having small talk with the fox, you know, Naruto said, rolling his eyes at the incredulous looks everyone was giving him. Hey. That's not all. What else? Not only faster information transactions, but improved capability in information accessibility and storage, not only for the brain, but the entire body, even when the Sharingan is dormant. In short, foresight plus photographic memory equals ability to copy and execute enemy techniques instantaneously and keep it as your own. What? You just love feeling smarter than everyone else. Because I am. Naruto rolled his eyes one more time before addressing the rest of the room occupants. The almighty intelligent Kyuubi. Naruto started out sarcastically. Brat. Wants to inform you guys that she also knows that not only does the information get passed around the body at an accelerated rate, but capability of storing and accessing the information is greatly increased, giving a person photographic memory once the technique is copied, even when the Sharingan is dormant, Naruto continued in a dry voice. Say the rest, damn it. Kyuubi hissed in his head and Naruto sighed. In short, foresight plus photographic memory equals ability to copy and execute enemy techniques instantaneously and keep it as your own. Like how we witnessed Kakashi do during his fight with Zabuza, Sakura, Naruto narrated once again in the same dry tone as earlier. Oh, I see. Sakura replied thoughtfully. Everyone please thank Kyuubi-sama for figuring everything out on her own due to her unmatched observation skills and intellect, Naruto added sarcastically. She is kicking a fuss, isn't she? Tenten asked curiously. Naruto looked up and thawed as he turned out all the curses coming from his tenant. Yup. Tsunade cleared her throat to get everyone back on track. Everyone placed their eyes on the Hokage. Now that we are done with that and you all know how it functions, all there's left to be seen is how well you can wield it, Naruto. However, that can come while you train with the rest of your team, so you can deactivate the Sharingan now and give it a rest. I bet your eyes are still sore, Tsunade instructed. Naruto nodded and with a blink his clear blue eyes returned. For the rest of you, the mission that you guys have been commissioned with isn't over. It seems that with the added effort that I put in towards the medical procedure and the placement of the sealing, any psychological effects haven't surfaced yet, Tsunade continued with a heavy emphasis on the last word. Kakashi ensures that the team carries out the mission parameters and makes arrangements to the change of circumstances, seeing Naruto is fit to leave the hospital. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Continue with the daily reports. Summon one of your dogs to find Jiraiya and should any emergencies arise, Tsunade further instructs Kakashi. Hi Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied vocally. Tsunade turned to the girls with a smile. You girls have done a fine job so far, even though nothing eventful has happened, but don't get complacent, you hear me? Tsunade said encouragingly. Hi Tsunade-sama, both girls are sharp. Sakura standing rigidly as a sign of respect. Tenten the same plus a look of adoration in her eyes. Tsunade nodded in acceptance before turning to Naruto. With your medical condition, your personal assignment was postponed. You carry on the assignment as prior to the operation. Inform your team what your assignment is as well, Tsunade instructed. Hi Ba-chan. Naruto replied with exaggerated sharpness, followed by a mock salute with a mischievous grin on his face, earning a disapproving glance from Tenten. Tsunade just closed her eyes and calmly started for the door, accompanied by both Jiraiya and Shizune. As she walked past Naruto, a swift backhand caused the youth to stumble forward, clutching his head and also causing everybody to chuckle. However, right before she exited the room, she turned back with a warm smile for Naruto. I'm glad and relieved that nothing has happened out of the procedure. Make sure you take care of yourself, Tsunade said with motherly warmth. With that, she and the other two with her left the room with Naruto genuinely smiling at their backs. Naruto turned around to see the rest of his team lounging around the room. Both Tenten and Sakura had taken a seat on his hospital bed and Kakashi was leaning on a wall not too far away from the rest of them. So Naruto, what is this assignment that was given to you? Kakashi asked. Naruto went about narrating to the whole team about the events that occurred that led to him being assigned the task of interrogating Jiraiya and what has happened so far and his opinion on the matter. You actually befriended a prisoner? Tenten asked incredulously. Naruto just nodded. I guess I can understand seeing the way you are, Naruto. You've always been able to bring the best out of people. Gaara being the best example. He went from a cold merciless killer to the Kazekage that protects his people. If this is how you want to approach this, then I will support you, Sakura said warmly with pride and affection for her teammate. I guess that's one of the few things that is unexpected about Konoha's #1 surprising ninja, Kakashi said with mirth. Naruto gave them a sheepish grin with his usual rubbing of his head with one hand. Well, I don't totally agree with you on the matter, it's your assignment. If Tsunade-sama trusts you even when she knows what's going on, I guess I can accept it to a certain degree. Not like I have any choice in the matter anyway, Tenten said slightly grudging. Thank you, Tenten, for at least some form of acceptance. You are entitled to your opinion, so I am not going to force anything upon you, Naruto said with a small smile. Tenten just averted her eyes away from him and crossed her arms. Naruto smirked at the response but didn't say anything. Now you guys listen up. This is what we are going to do for the remainder of the day until we meet up back at Naruto's apartment, which is where we are going to be staying till this mission is complete, Kakashi said, gathering their attention. Tenten let out a sigh as she, Naruto and Pakken walked down the hallway towards the interrogation room. She was taking the first shift in accompanying Naruto as part of the team's mission. Sakura had training with Tsunade and Kakashi. Well, who knows what he does in the afternoon. Pakken was here as a messenger should something come up. I can't believe you actually bought something for her, Tenten sighed out loud, finding another chance to voice out her disapproval of Naruto's interrogation methods. It isn't your money nor your assignment, so I don't see why it should bother you, Naruto replied calmly. What if she uses it to attack you or anyone else? Tenten argued. The standard kunai would slice through it, and every prisoner here has their chakra sealed that only a person that is highly skilled in seals would know how to remove, Naruto answered. What if she is that skilled? Tenten continued on in Naruto's case. She can't know anyway even if she was, Naruto answered cryptically looking down at the floor as they continued walking. Pakken, currently the silent observer, frowned slightly as he could see Naruto's saddened expression from his vantage point. What's that supposed to mean? Tenten asks heatedly, too immersed into the argument to hear Naruto's subtle sadness in his voice. You don't want to know, Naruto said softly but firmly, eyes still glued on the floor. Oh yes I do. Tenten stubbornly replied. Naruto halted in his tracks. He sharply looked up and locked an intense gaze on Tenten that would have caused her to back off if she wasn't so immersed in her stubbornness. She returned a challenging glare. Tsunade told me that she had an extremely high threshold of pain before I took this on. I saw the case file, Naruto started before his eyes hardened to the point where it looked like he was about to attack her with killing intent. Her chakra pathways were damaged beyond repair in all 4 limbs. Do you know what it takes to destroy a person's chakra pathways? Naruto asked in a low venomous growl. This time that was enough to get Tenten to step back. No way. A person would be crippled if such a thing was to happen. Tenten thought. The way you spoke about her earlier, I'm sure she is fully physically functional. Tenten cried out in denial. Daiukin, Naruto replied tightly. It tore at him that techniques used by people he knew and cared for were used this way, but such was the ninja world. Duty to their village and the tasks they had to do. Damn this world. Naruto thought in frustration and anger. Tenten knew what that meant, having been part of a team with a Hyuga. She knew what Jaiukin's capabilities were. She never knew though that it could be used like this. Having been exposed to diluted controlled Jaiukin attacks in the past, she could only imagine the pain one had to go through having their chakra pathways ruptured bit by bit without affecting the rest of the person's muscular abilities. The ultimate price at falling capture by Konoha's hands, which is most common amongst ninjas, is the ability to channel chakra. No wonder the Hyugas were seen with fearful reverence. Tsunade-sama. Tenten whispered out only to be cut by Naruto, sanctioned the motion to proceed to that final procedure in Konoha's interrogation protocols. The pain would have forced the prisoner to spill or drive the person insane and eventually to death. So far she is the only person to have endured this much without losing a shred of sanity, Naruto said grimly. He could see that Tenten was very shaken by the revelation, especially with her holding Tsunade at such a high pedestal. He had to do something to restore her balance. He quickly closed the little distance between them and placed his hands on her shoulders, which got her to look at Naruto with haunted eyes. Tenten, I know you are shocked at hearing this. I didn't want to tell this to you for this very reason. Both our stubbornness got this conversation too far. We would make a great couple with such a striking similarity, wouldn't we? Naruto tried to distract her by making a presumptuous suggestion. The haunted look disappeared, replaced by absent blinking while registering the close proximity and the suggestion signaling his success. Slight color tainted her cheeks as the words hit her, and she roughly pushed him away. Just what are you trying to do? Tenten asked in embarrassed anger. Naruto straightened himself and a serious look splashed across his face. Getting you out of your funky space. Tsunade did what she had to do because there was no other alternative available at the time. I understand that much. It was probably more difficult for her to make such a decision than for us to hear about it, and if anything I respect her for having to make such a difficult decision for her village, even if I loathe the methodology involved. So should you. Besides, even if it was by chance that I could provide an alternative, at least we managed to spare Tsunade, Jiraiya and anybody else involved in any further torment that such a decision entails, Naruto spilled out with conviction. He could see that while she was thoughtful and torn over the cruelty of the action and the necessity of the decision, she has somewhat come to an acceptance of the situation. A typical mischievous thought entered Naruto's head to get them moving. Are you by any chance thinking of picking up my offer? Naruto asked playfully while watching for her reaction. Tenten spluttered trying to get out a coherent reply at suddenly being assaulted with such an inappropriate question for the circumstances. Naruto chuckled and continued down the hallway with Pakken following, shaking his head. Naruto. Tenten called out dangerously from behind. Hurry Ten-chan. You wouldn't want to fail your mission by losing me in a building now would you? Why are you? All three of them were in the interrogation room waiting for Jiraiya to be escorted in. Naruto was already seated, but Tenten was standing at the corner of the room, glaring daggers at Naruto's head for embarrassing her. Pakken however was lounging near Naruto's feet. Soon enough the door opened to admit a bound Jiraiya being escorted by a Chunin. The Chunin roughly tugged her along and unceremoniously dumped her on the chair across Naruto. He glanced at Naruto who gave a polite nod of thanks. Naruto then looked down to his side at Pakken. Pakken, would you please wait outside with the Chunin? At any sign of trouble you know who to find, Naruto instructed politely. Pakken nodded and proceeded to follow the Chunin out. As the door closed, he gave his full attention to Jiraiya with a smile. Precautionary procedures. I hope you don't mind, Naruto said nicely. Jiraiya returned the gesture with a sickeningly sweet smile. Not like I have any choice. Naruto saw Jiraiya glance past him at Tenten. Who's the bitch? She looks grouchy. You guys had a lover's tiff over coming to visit poor little me? That's why she tagged along today. Jiraiya snidely asked. I am not his girlfriend. Tenten shouted heatedly. You sure could fool me, Jiraiya shot back sarcastically. Anyone who defends herself like that definitely has something to hide. Why are you? Tenten started as she marched forward. Naruto immediately stood up and blocked her path. She's just trying to get under your skin, Naruto said, trying to calm her down. That's right. And Naruto, figures you were the type to go for a bitch, Jiraiya hollered over them. Naruto facing away from Jiraiya had a smirk on his face. Tenten gave him a questioning look. I'll buy you some firepower, Naruto whispered just loud enough for Tenten to hear, causing her to sport a confused look. Flattening his features to a serene calmness, Naruto turned around and made his way to Jiraiya. Going on one knee behind her he proceeded to untie the bindings that held her hands behind her back. Jiraiya, if what you say is true then I would be a lot more interested in you, Naruto said cajolingly. The moment the binds came off Jiraiya spun around and grabbed him by the collar of his robes. What I wouldn't give to. Jiraiya started menacingly only to be cut off by Tenten. My. Now who has something to hide? Tenten asked to understand what Naruto said earlier. Jiraiya jerked her head towards Tenten and growled at her. Tenten returned the gesture with a smug look. All three occupants of the room are well aware that nothing would happen even if she wasn't bound, since Tenten wasn't too far away from the door. Jiraiya angrily let go of Naruto and sat back down in her chair silently. Naruto straightened his attire and went back to his seat. Settling down he saw that Jiraiya still held a menacing stare at Jiraiya. Should I question your sexual orientation now? Naruto asked lightly. Immediately the sharp look got transferred to him. Naruto smiled pleasantly in return at having her attention once again. That is Tenten by the way. She is a teammate of mine. Normally I wouldn't bring someone along since this is my solo assignment, but she is under a mission herself, Naruto explained. Jiraiya gave Tenten a quick guard glance. What mission might that be that she has to be here? Jiraiya asked warily. I was supposed to be here every day, Naruto replied. Yeah, the hag said that you going to torture me with your daily presence. You went missing for 5 fucking days. But what the hell has that got to do with my fucking question? Jiraiya asked again. You actually counted. I'm touched, Naruto replied lightly with a smile. Stop screwing around and answer the fucking question, Jiraiya retorted irritably. Naruto chuckled. Unfortunately I had to undergo an operation and Tenten is here to make sure that I'm okay and that I don't go ballistic over the possible side effects of the procedure, Naruto finally answered. Naruto. Tenten called out, interrupting the conversation. Naruto made a flippant hand gesture to tell her it's okay. Don't you try to shush me, mister. Why are you telling her about my mission? And your operation? What do you stand to benefit from? Tenten questioned quickly, slipping into her stubbornness once again. Who is she going to tell? She isn't going anyway, Naruto answered, continuing his flippant attitude. But still. Tenten got cut off by Naruto giving her a stern look. Have you been so quick to forget the conversation earlier? You keep this up we are going to head down the same track, Naruto warned. Tenten blinked quietly, taken aback. She was sometimes too stubborn for her own good. Sparing a glance at Taiya, Naruto's words earlier about her treatment assaulted her mind and it showed on her face with expressions of sadness, regret and sympathy. The look on Tenten's face didn't go missing by Taiya. A few things clicked in her head. She felt the fires of anger being stoked and starting to burn fiercely again. Taiya growled furiously at Naruto getting his attention. You read the fucking file they had on me. You know what they fucking did to me and you fucking told her. How dare you? And you. Taiya paused, pointing a finger at Tenten shaken in fury. Don't you dare give me the fucked up sad puppy look like I am some poor creature. I don't need your fucking pity. Taiya, Naruto called out softly locking eyes with her. Don't you start. Taiya screamed at him. Taiya was a picture of smoldering fury. Her body was shaking, her fist was clenched so tight that her knuckles were turning white, her face contorted so much by fierce anger that she looked like a demon but her eyes. It held extreme pain, suffering and unshed tears. Not only for the treatment she received in Konoha, but highly probable that this ran very deep and far into the past. Something that Naruto could relate to all too well which was why he knew. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed conceding to her harshly expressed request. Seeing those pained eyes sent him to the recesses of his own painful memories. Times of misery when he was abused physically, emotionally and mentally. Nari-chan you got to stop. Something is happening, Kyuubi warned. But it didn't stop for Naruto. Visions of pain, hurt and suffering kept assaulting his mind. What started as an ache from when he started reminiscing became full-fledged pain and now the visions changed to something he had never seen before. It was a vision of black and red. Mutilated bodies littered around. Wandering shocked and lost till he reached somewhere very familiar. As he opened a door a scene of someone striking someone else down splashing blood all over. A pair of red black eyes staring right into his soul. Hate me, the voice whispered. The pain now became insufferable and Naruto clutched at his head, letting out a painful but stifled groan. Naruto bent forward and his elbows banged on the table in front of him. Taiya watching glaring the entire time suddenly got confused as she saw Tenten quickly attending to Naruto. Naruto? Are you okay? Should I send it to Tsunade-sama? Tenten asked in a rush, worried starting to overwhelm her. She placed a hand on his shoulder and her other hand clasped over one of his hands as she bent low to try to take a better look at him. Naruto gripped her hand almost painfully tight, but at that moment the pain suddenly disappeared, leaving him feeling groggy and breathing hard. Releasing some of the pressure he managed to suck in a desperate deep breath in effort to get himself together. Slowly but shakily he gently pulled his hands away, but still lightly clinging on to Tenten's hand for whatever support he could have. I'm fine now, Naruto croaked out through his labored breathing. Are you sure? Tenten asked, worry still evident in her voice. Tenten squeezed his hand slightly to show support. Yeah, the pain is gone now. Thanks, Naruto replied looking up at Tenten. Though Naruto's eyes still looked slightly glazed, she could see that he wasn't lying. Well just look at that lovey-dovey stuff, Taiya snorted out sarcastically. Cut it out already won't ya? And what the fuck just happened to you dipshit? Look he probably just went through one of the side effects from the operation he told you about earlier. So why don't you cut him some slack huh? Tenten shot back in Naruto's place irritably before softly adding something else. To think he was so nice to get you something. What did you say at the end bitch? Taiya asked hostilely, not catching the last sentence. To think he was so nice to get you something, Tenten repeated it snidely with a sneer. This rag? Taiya asked to pluck a portion of the cloth. I already thanked him for it. That was for her? Tenten asked incredulously, directing the question at the groggy blonde pulling herself back. Naruto groaned. He shook his head and blinked a few times to clear his head. That rag you are referring to was picked out by me showing some freaking gratitude, Tenten lashed out again at Taiya. So what? It was his intention not yours. What? Are you jealous or something? Taiya retorted. Tenten didn't have time to protest. Shut up already. Both of you. Naruto shouted getting fed up over the quarrel with him having just come out of that painful experience. Both females glared at him. You, Naruto, looked over at Tenten. Should know better by now how she will react and try to rile you up so there's no point quarreling with her. Tenten huffed but didn't say anything and made her way back to the corner she previously stood at. And you, Naruto turned to Taiya. If it weren't for Tenten I probably would have a lot harder time getting that for you. I'm not exactly well liked here and I have a tough time getting my own clothes, let alone something for a female. So you should thank her too. Taiya struggled for a moment before mumbling an almost inaudible thanks. Taiya could be one hell of a mean bitch, but she wasn't ungrateful. Thankfully Tenten didn't do anything to provoke the situation. Naruto took one last deep breath before finally getting back normal other than feeling drained. Also the yukata wasn't what Tenten was referring to Taiya, Naruto stated. Taiya blinked, not getting what he was saying. Naruto fished into his robe to take out something that was tucked in his belt. It was a long rectangular box about the length of an average forearm. He placed it on the table and with a light push, slid across the table to Taiya's side. "What's this?" Taiya asked uncharacteristically softly, eyeing it oddly and not touching it, as if unsure what to make of it. "Open it and you will find out," Naruto replied simply. Taiya kept moving forward and back feeling terribly unsure of herself, an emotion which she thought she had lost a long time ago after acquiring her shinobi skills. Nervousness set in as she kept exchanging glances between Naruto and the gift box. Naruto gave her an encouraging and reassuring smile. At the back of her mind she knew what it was, remembering their previous conversation. "Can you play a normal flute?" Naruto asked, putting a stop to his laughter. Taiya eyed him like he grew another head. Part of her wanted to believe that someone actually was kind enough to do something like this for her, but the little evidence that she had surrounding her life made her fearful to open the box. That it will only dash her hopes, which she couldn't help feeling the moment Naruto pulled out the box. Tenten watched the whole scene in masked disbelief. Is this girl really the person that kept getting under her skin the moment they met? Is this really the person she just quarreled with? Is this really the person that seemingly only has vulgarly strung words coming out of her mouth? Naruto truly wants to make a difference for this person, and if she can be reduced to this just from a simple act of kindness, maybe she truly needs this. Looking at Naruto now, her respect for him went up a couple of notches. She also felt ashamed thinking back on how she treated him when he returned from his trip. Ai, after struggling for what seemed like ages, managed to place her hands on the box. She was in a trance. Nothing existed other than her and the box. Her eyes were glued on the box as if this time if she were to lose sight of it once she touched it, the chance of actually finding out will disappear. With one hand holding the box down and another shaky hand, she slowly lifted up the cover. The moment the cover was fully off the box, it dropped to the table as the person holding on to it totally forgot about it. She was staring at the object inside the box, a wooden flute. Shaky hands proceeded to gently scoop up the flute, as if putting pressure on it would break it. She had given up the thought of ever holding one again after being captured by Konoha forces. She brought the flute to her chest, holding it dearly and a single teardrop of joy. Closing her eyes, she lifted her hands, brought the flute to her lips, and she played. From the first note, gone was the shakiness, the nervousness, the fear, the pain and the suffering, as all those emotions were fed through the flute and created the most tearful saddening tune, reflecting on all her past pain and suffering. Each note played purged all those emotions from her. Slowly but surely the notes got lighter, and the tune transcended to express peace, happiness and joy that she got from playing the wondrous instrument. All that has a beginning has an end, and as the final note faded off, the sound of clapping was heard. The spell she casted on herself when she was playing has broken, and her eyes snapped open to gaze at the admiration that came from a pair of blue eyes. "That was beautiful, Taiya," Naruto said sincerely, and with those words reality came crashing down on the musician. Even so, she couldn't bring any of the animosity she felt for her current circumstances. Playing the flute always had that effect on her, and it usually takes a while before the bitterness, anger and hatred seeped into her being once again. For now she was at peace, and allowing it to linger she kept silent. Tenten hurriedly wiped the tears that fell while hearing the tune, not wanting any evidence of her being moved by the beautiful tune to be seen by another one, especially the musician herself, despite her already transforming thoughts on the person. She still is stubborn and proud. Unknown to Tenten, Naruto knew what she was doing because of the overwhelming silence that occupied the room. The soft rustling of cloth was obvious to him, so he purposely kept his eyes on the musician in front of him, who had her eyes cast down, enjoying the peace that she currently possessed. Naruto knew this spelled the end of the session for today, as he himself didn't want to disrupt the peace that had descended on Taiya. Once the rustling of cloth stopped, he allowed some time to pass before standing and turning to his teammate. "We are done for today," Naruto said simply to her. "That's it?" Tenten started. She wanted to say more, but seeing the look of compassion on Naruto's face, that no doubt she herself felt, she let it slide. "Fine." Naruto walked over to Taiya once again to perform the necessary procedure of tying her up before leaving. Kneeling down beside her, he gently took hold of the flute she played beautifully earlier on. Gently he tugged on the instrument and it smoothly slid out for Taiya's grasp as she offered no resistance, showing to Naruto the gratitude she felt for what he did. Naruto then tucked it into the obi of her yukata. This however caused Taiya to stiffen. Naruto guessed that she didn't expect to be able to keep it and that she could only play it in his presence whenever he would bring it with him during the visits that he will do in the future. "It's yours now. I'll make arrangements for you to be able to keep it in your possession," Naruto stated kindly. Naruto saw a teardrop onto her lap. Naruto smiles knowingly. Taiya shifted in her seat so that her back faced him now. She also willingly placed her hands behind her back for Naruto to bind, not saying a word. Naruto picked up a rope which dropped on the floor earlier and tied her wrists together firmly. Rising, Naruto then turned to Tenten, who was observing everything silently. He nodded his head towards the door, let's go. Nodding in acknowledgement, Tenten waited for Naruto to walk past her below following his lead. Right before they left the room they heard the same two parting words that Naruto heard the last time he and Taiya met. Chapter 17. Team issues. That was really sweet, Tenten said softly once the three of them were walking away from the interrogation room. I thought you were against the idea, Naruto stated more than asked, giving her a glance. I was. Until I saw how she reacted to it. It's like she totally changed, Tenten said in slightly amazement. Personally I had a hunch it would help her, but really I didn't expect it to be that much, Naruto said honestly. You figure that would open her up? Tenten asked. That wasn't my intention, Naruto answered. Tenten gave him a quiet look of questioning. It would be great if she did, don't get me wrong. The gift itself though it felt like something I needed to do, not out of duty, not expecting something in return, rather as a person who went through tough times like she did, Naruto explained. How do you know? Tenten asked. You can ask Neji that, Naruto said chuckling. Tenten raised an eyebrow at him. Why is that? You are here and obviously you know the answer, Tenten prodded. You like to ask a lot of questions don't you? Naruto said with a small smile. What's that supposed to mean? Tenten shot out a little offended. Naruto let out a small laugh. Nothing offensive I assure you. I'm just wondering how long you would keep it up, Naruto answered honestly. Until you tell me, Tenten said with conviction. Naruto chuckled. And quit laughing at me. It's not funny. Sorry, Naruto said with an apologetic smile. I'm not used to people asking me so many questions. Also I find it a little ironic seeing how we got off on the wrong foot when I returned. Well things changed. Deal with it. Tenten huffed mildly. Hi, Naruto said happily. They walked in silence for a few moments before Tenten nudged him with an elbow. So? Tenten prodded. Naruto tilted her head towards her in question. Answer the question. Tenten said this time, poking his shoulder. Naruto frowned in mild disapproval. Why do you want to know? Naruto asked back. Geez. Why do you have to be so secretive? I mean we are teammates now right? Though I got to know you a little better, Tenten replied sullenly. I don't mean to be secretive. Again this is something I am not used to, Naruto explained. Remember the time when Sasuke bolted from the village? Yeah, Tenten replied. We first thought that he was kidnapped, but apparently he left on his own consumed by his desire for power falling into such darkness. Neji said to me that if anyone could get him out of it, it would be me. He said that I have even better eyes than he did, Naruto finished with a short embarrassed laugh. Doesn't sound like him back then, but after all that was after you defeated him. I got to say, I was surprised. I think almost everyone thought he was going to cream you, Tenten said. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Naruto said with a hearty laugh. Tenten frowned slightly seeing through the laughter. That was a compliment Baka. Don't you know how to accept one? Tenten chided. Naruto chuckled sadly. I don't really get many chances to learn that, Naruto said with a wry smile. Tenten frowned again before beaming. Well start learning now. You will have plenty of chances if I can help it. Tenten exclaimed, slapping a hand on his back. Huh? Naruto blurted out as he stumbled a little looking lost. As teammates we encourage each other. Praise each other when we do well and kick their asses when we are not just like what you did in the room when I was out of line getting immersed in my stubbornness. Tenten replied joyfully, not at all angry for reprimanding her earlier. Ah I see, Naruto said before softly adding, thanks. Tenten lit up in joy at the word. There you are learning already. But that line they exited the building with Pakin quiet as ever trailing after them. The two squabbled for a while on where to go as they still had some time before Kakashi turned up. One wanted ramen and the other wanted pastry. There's no real need to say who wanted which. But a swift punch to the head and a certain blonde being dragged by the collar settled it. Pastry it was. Tenten helped herself to the array of pastries courtesy of Naruto's wallet at a nearby cafe. Tenten wanted to pay for it, but Naruto insisted saying this is again a rare thing and he would like to try it out. Tenten gracefully accepted, although saying next time round it will be her turn. Naruto just smiled. Though there was a tinge of sadness to it. What's with the sad smile? Tenten asked in between eating. Naruto asked seemingly coming out of thoughts. You smile but it kind of looks funny though, Tenten said thoughtfully. I was just wondering about what you said about teammates, Naruto answered. What about it? Tenten asked lightly. If that's the case then, I missed out on quite a lot. Team 7 wasn't like that, Naruto said slightly sad. I don't want to judge, but I'm guessing every team is different. I'm sure they have done what I mentioned, maybe you just don't see it, Tenten suggested. Well if so they show it in the funniest ways, Naruto said laughing lightly. I'm sure it wasn't that bad, Tenten said encouragingly. It wasn't, perhaps it's just weird, Naruto said quietly. How so? Tenten asked. For one thing. Neither Sakura nor Sasuke ever sat down and talked to me like this, Naruto said smiling at Tenten showing his appreciation to which Tenten smiled back. Sasuke was always brooding and talking only about strength and training, and Sakura, well, was all about Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei wasn't too bad I guess, but I have to say he did pay more attention to Sasuke. But at least things are different now. Sakura and Kakashi-sensei more attentive? Tenten asked. Yeah. Things were great for me leaving on a trip. Hiro-senin, as much as a pervert he was an excellent sensei. When I came back the way people treated me was kind of different as you say more attentively, Naruto elaborated. I heard a few things about Team 7 here and there from the former genins that took the last exam with us, Tenten started giving Naruto a glance. I heard things were tense, but you guys bonded well even if the dynamics were weird. I'm guessing when Sasuke left and you did as well both Kakashi-sensei and Sakura saw things differently. They say you never truly know what you have until you have lost it. Yeah. Maybe this was truly for the best, Naruto said wistfully unconsciously rubbing his eyes slightly. I don't know if that is true, but let's make the best of it, Tenten replied with yet again an encouraging smile. Naruto returned it genuinely. This is refreshing. Well, I wish things were like this with my team back then. I don't want to linger in the past, and I'm glad my team now is like this, Naruto said sincerely. Tenten's face grew bright at the words. The two proceeded to continue with the conversation sharing stories of their past getting to know each other better. They didn't even notice Bakken slipping out to find Kakashi to let him know they were at this present location. Well, if I didn't know better I swear you guys look like you are on a date, Kakashi said jokingly showing up after a considerable period of time seeing them alone with an empty plate and drinks chatting. Kakashi-sensei. Tenten protested with a scandalized voice. Naruto just blinked. Well, looking at it from another point of view it would look as such if they weren't teammates and Tenten not on a mission. Don't pay attention to his words, Tenten. You'll get used to his mannerism even if it does get you in a little trouble from time to time, Naruto said calmly, but his eyes twitch, remembering the note Kakashi left him when Hinata was at his place. Oh, I'm hurt Naruto, Kakashi said with a look of mock sadness. Naruto snorted playfully followed by shaking his head at his sensei's hip attitude, as a certain person in green would always say. Kakashi laughed. I'm actually glad you guys are hitting it off rather well. I heard of the friction you guys had, Kakashi said getting out of the playfulness. Tenten sported an embarrassed look. Oh, that's over already right Naruto? Tenten said, thumping Naruto repeatedly on the shoulder while laughing nervously, earning a weird look from Naruto. There yeah, Naruto just let out, then he noticed something. Hey, where did Bakken go? He slid out on you guys when you settled here. He came to me letting me know where you guys are so I'm here, Kakashi explained. Well, let's get out of here. There's some light left still so we could do a little training. Naruto and Tenten nodded in acknowledgement. Actually, I want to get you guys to a private location to get a report on what I have missed. Training will carry on still, but only for Naruto for this evening. Team training will commence tomorrow onwards after I make my report to Hokage-sama, Kakashi said seriously. This earned questioning looks from the two genins. Why Naruto only? Tenten asked, feeling a little left out again. Naruto nodded wanting to know as well and with a glance, he could tell that Tenten wasn't taking this well, even if it was partially hidden. Kakashi smiled reassuringly. Don't get me wrong, Tenten. This is a one-time thing. Naruto with the operation, he needs to get the basics of the Sharingan. Once that is accomplished his personal advancement will solely be on his own with me giving pointers just as what I will be doing for you and Sakura, Kakashi explained. I will elaborate more on that tomorrow. Oh okay, Tenten said acceptingly, but the tinge of sadness was still there, but the matter was put aside as she went into the verbal report that Kakashi requested followed by Naruto. Kakashi asked some questions and listened intently to whatever answers they gave. Once they were done the sun was setting. Kakashi dismissed Tenten giving her the next set of instructions. She left with a nod of acceptance, but the slight hunch in her shoulders did not go missing by either Kakashi or Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto started with uncertainty. I know what you are going to say about Naruto. You are thinking what I'm doing now is the same as what I did during the Chunin exams 3 years ago, right? Kakashi cut in. Honestly, yes, Naruto replied. I don't blame you nor do I blame her for thinking in such a manner, but it is but isn't at the same time. You aren't the only one that has changed over the 3 years, Naruto, Kakashi said firmly. It doesn't change the fact that at that time and now I'm the only one that can instruct on the usage of the Sharingan. I know I did more than that at the time, but that's what's different now. Today will only be training on you getting used to the pair of eyes right now. There will be no private training sessions after today. Everything else will become clearer tomorrow onwards. The last sentence was said with a tone of finality. Naruto decided to give him the benefit of the doubt and put faith in his sensei. Besides, they would know tomorrow. Fine then. Let's start, Naruto replied without a sign of hostility if any were to be expected. Before that tell me more about what you experienced in the room with the memories, Kakashi said. Naruto went on to narrate the memories that he had and the experience that he went through without diving too deep into the emotions. Kakashi kept quiet the entire time and listened very intently with the occasional nod to show he was following. It might be too early to tell for you, but from past experience, it's probably the same for you as it was for me, Kakashi said grimly. Which is? Naruto asked warily. Sasuke's memories are triggered when you experience having memories holding the same kind of emotions, Kakashi explained. So earlier on when I was remembering stuff that traumatized me when I was a kid, it pulled out events that traumatized Sasuke. Naruto asked for clarity. Kakashi nodded. Yes. Seeing what Sasuke was like, chances are most memories that get triggered will probably be negative ones. Usually the emotion connected to the memory has to be rather strong in order for it to surface, Kakashi elaborated, sharing what he knew from past experience. I see, Naruto said acceptingly. Also it hurts the first few times, but the physical pain will go away after those few times, Kakashi added. Why is that? Naruto asked curiously. Kakashi looked up and thought and frowned a little, wondering how to put it into words. Well, I don't know, Kakashi finally said after moments of silence. Naruto's face faulted. Kakashi laughed slightly at Naruto's reaction. Hey, there wasn't anyone around to tell me what to expect and why certain things happened when I got it. So be grateful, alright, Kakashi chided playfully. I'm not ungrateful. I just didn't expect such an answer. Naruto protested. Kakashi laughed further. Everything is from my own experience, so whatever I can tell you are the conclusions I came up with. For this particular aspect, what was logical to me is that, like the eyes, the memories are foreign. So the first few times it occurs would almost seem like an assault since it isn't part of you and would take some time for it to integrate, Kakashi explained. Oh, I see, Naruto replied thoughtfully. Kakashi looked up at the rising moon. Looks like we still have some time before we have to head back to your apartment. Let's move on to the training, Kakashi said. Alright. Naruto exclaimed excitedly as the pair headed to the center of the clearing at the deserted training ground. To Kakashi's instructions, the two stood facing each other about 5 meters apart. Despite it being nightfall already, there was sufficient moonlight for them to see each other in the clearing. Okay, first thing you are going to learn is how to do a silent activation, Kakashi stated. Naruto silently nodded. Observe what I am about to do. There will be no explanation yet, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded again in acknowledgement. Without a word, Kakashi's black eyes turned red without him blinking. The Sharingan was activated. Eh? Naruto blurted out. What did you observe? Kakashi asked patiently. Your left eye turned red, Naruto said flatly, making it sound like Kakashi asked a very stupid question. What else did you observe? Kakashi asked again, making an emphasis. Naruto frowned as he did a quick recall of the past few moments. I saw your seal, the bit that isn't covered by your face mask, lit up a split second before you activated the Sharingan, Naruto answered, though a little doubtfully. It happened so fast he wondered if he imagined it and if it happened simultaneously instead. Good. Now think back on what I instructed you earlier today at the hospital in regards to the activation, Kakashi said, pausing, allowing Naruto to do as instructed. What do you think is the difference between what you did earlier today and what you just observed? Kakashi questioned once he got a sense that Naruto had sufficiently analyzed his memories. The obvious thing would be me calling it out, Naruto answered. What would the purpose of that action be? Kakashi asked. To activate the Sharingan? Naruto asked unsurely. Kakashi's activated eye twitched slightly. How does that action achieve that? Kakashi asked patiently. Well, he was trying his very best. Naruto thought out loud with some menace before Naruto's face lit up as he tapped the bottom of his fist to his palm. It executes intention. Naruto exclaimed. Correct, Kakashi affirmed. Just like how hand seals aid chakra manipulation, calling out a technique is the action that confirms your intention and executes it. Yeah, I think it was covered in the academy, Naruto replied, scratching his head in wonder. Kakashi nodded. But when you are starting from scratch like how you first entered the academy can be a pain because it's rather complex and there's many areas to touch on before you can even do a simple henge, which is why we use the hand seals, verbalization and sometimes other means to aid us in the execution, and very few exist without these aids. Yeah, like the Rasengan, Naruto added in. Kakashi nodded again. Bloodline limits, however, are slightly different. Well, actually it depends on different bloodline limits, but for an awakened Sharingan, very little chakra is needed for the activation. Maintaining it is of course a different story, but we will get down to that later. Which means with lesser chakra lesser manipulation and control is needed. Thus with practice we can execute it without the aids, Kakashi elaborated. Oh, Naruto said, getting what the questions and explanations are for. So good. You got the theory part already. Time to execute it, Kakashi said briskly, showing that talk time is over. Run through the same steps and activate the Sharingan with intent alone. It took Naruto a few times to get it to work, and even so it wasn't as immediate as Kakashi's earlier demonstration, plus he had to struggle with the pain that came with the activation of the eyes. Though the more he practiced the less the pain got. They stuck at it for another 15 minutes, repeatedly activating and deactivating Naruto's Sharingan before Kakashi told him to stop once he could do it within 3 seconds, and by then the pain managed to wither away to a point where it was a discomfort. "Okay, we are moving on," Kakashi announced. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. "Let's start on learning how to use the Sharingan with Taijutsu first. Well, it's harder to react to as there is no chakra involved, it's simpler to understand how it works from observing its basic functions using Taijutsu. As you take your time building faster reaction speed, you would already know how to use the eye to predict and copy techniques," Kakashi explained. "Activate your Sharingan. I will attack once and you will block while paying attention to the entire process," Kakashi commanded. Naruto nodded and with a slight frown, he put the concentration to activate the bloodline limit. "Here I come," Kakashi warned as he dashed forward. Kakashi shifted his weight slightly to the left before shifting back to the right and throwing a left hook. Naruto managed to block it, although a little sloppy as he was paying a lot of attention to the entire sequence of events. "Sloppy?" Kakashi mildly chided. "Was too absorbed in observing," Naruto grumbled as they both straightened themselves. "Fine enough seeing we are just starting. What did you observe?" Kakashi asked. "I could tell that you were faking at the start. As you leaned slightly to the left the images that appeared showed you were going to lean to the right and true enough you did, and I could see you throw the left hook as you actually leaned slightly to the right," Naruto replied. "Good. Let's work on your reaction time while maintaining your focus. With practice you should be able to concentrate less to keep your focus as it becomes second nature to you," Kakashi remarked. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. "No retaliation on your part. Blocks first. Then we move to evasion. Once you start to get the hang of it, depending on whether we have time, we will move into a proper Taijutsu spar," Kakashi said, stating the flow of events for this training. For the next hour that's what they did with short rests in between discussing the progression of the training. Naruto only managed to satisfy Kakashi with his performance with 5 minutes spent on sparring before Kakashi called it quits for the night. They took a slow walk back to Naruto's apartment to cool down and for Kakashi to explain how to adapt what Naruto has learned today in using it to copy counter-chakra-based techniques. "Why are you twitching like that, Naruto?" Sakura asked, a little worried. "You look like you are going to go into a fit," Tenten said, expressing her concerns as well. On their way back to the apartment, Naruto had started twitching heavily all over his body. Kakashi explained that it was probably due to him still not used to it and using it over a prolonged period during their training earlier caused his newly developed enhanced nervous system quite a bit of strain. Thus the twitching. Once the girls were told as such, Sakura went over to Naruto to do a diagnostic to check if everything is okay and express her concerns. Naruto accepted it gratefully. It didn't go missing on Tenten as she smiled slightly at the exchange. "Well, I am going back for a bit to grab a shower and a change of clothes. I'll be back shortly. You girls don't do anything to him I wouldn't do, okay?" Kakashi said with a giggle. Both girls rolled their eyes at him. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and made eye contact with Tenten with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Especially you after that little date of yours. Take it nice and slow, okay?" Kakashi said with a laugh as Tenten turned red with embarrassment and indignation. Sakura blinked and looked over to the other girl. "You guys had a date?" Sakura asked Tenten. "No." Tenten protested. "Do you actually believe him?" Sakura shrugged her shoulders as if to say anything was possible. "Naruto? Where are you running off to? Come back here and help me explain." Tenten hollered in frustration as she spotted Naruto creeping away, almost reaching the bathroom. Once he saw he was spotted he scrambled into the bathroom. Just then she heard another door close and realized that Kakashi had left as well, leaving her alone with a very amused and very curious Sakura. Tenten let out a groan. The misunderstanding caused by the mischievous Kakashi and the equally if not more mischievous Naruto got cleared once Naruto got out of the shower, though not without incident. Naruto was scowling at a huffing Tenten, nursing an aching skull while Sakura giggled at the entire scene. Kakashi's shortly turns out to be longer as expected. Tenten decided that since her shift will be coming up next, she better get some rest first. Retiring into Naruto's bedroom where her sleeping bag was already laid out, she left Naruto and Sakura alone for the night. Naruto went into the kitchen leaving Sakura alone in the living room. The apartment was small, so the distance between the two wasn't so great that they had to shout to have a conversation. Sakura looked at the retreating Naruto. "I figure since I still would be up and you have to be till it's Tenten's turn, I'd make some tea," Naruto said without turning around. "That would be great, Naruto." "Thanks," Sakura commented. Naruto was about waves of thanks until he remembered the conversation he had with Tenten earlier. "Yeah. You are welcomed," Naruto replied as he waited for the water to boil. Squatting down, Naruto opened a cupboard to take out a box. Inside was a tea set which he never used before, which was a gift from the matron of Konoha's only orphanage. She was one of the very few that didn't taunt him other than the sandaime during that time. That was before he met Iruka-sensei. The matron had a soft spot for tea and gave him this tea set when the decision was made for him to live alone once he entered the academy. He should visit her sometime soon. It's been too long. When the tea was ready, Naruto took out the whole set on a tray to the living room, placed it on the coffee table in front of the couch Sakura was sitting on. Sakura eyed the tea set appreciatively. "That's a nice looking set," Sakura commented. Naruto smiled. "It was a gift," Naruto said affectionately. Sakura saw a look of nostalgia on his face. Seeing the questioning look on Sakura's face, he sat next to her and went on to tell her a little bit about the matron and his time at the orphanage. "You know, back when we all first got together as a team, I didn't know that you had such a tough life growing up," Sakura said solemnly after hearing his story. "Very few did. Don't brood on it. I don't. It's in the past now," Naruto said with a small smile while taking a sip of the tea. Sakura nodded. She couldn't help the nagging feeling of guilt that she felt right now for the way she treated him in the past, but at the same time she was glad that she knew better now and they are back together in a team. Sakura glanced at the direction of the bedroom. "Tenten is a great addition to the team," Sakura suddenly commented. Naruto glanced at his teammate. "Yeah. She kind of makes things lively again," Naruto replied chuckling. Sakura joined in agreement. "Yeah. After all that we went through as a team before, it's refreshing," Sakura mentioned gratefully. "I told her that earlier today," Naruto was brought up. Sakura raised an eyebrow. "I told her a little bit about how we were as a team and with her around, there's quite a bit of things to get used to," Naruto continued. "Oh," Sakura muttered looking crestfallen. She wasn't very proud of the way she was last time. Naruto nudged her with his shoulder. "Hey, I know what you are thinking. Like I said earlier, the past is the past. Since we have a chance at being a team again, we should make the best out of it," Naruto said encouragingly with a genuine soft smile. Sakura nodded but kept quiet. The pair sat in companionable silence for a while, just drinking tea until he remembered something. He struggled slightly wondering if he should tell her, but seeing both Tenten and Kakashi knew it would be unfair to her if she didn't even if it was dragging up the past. "I wasn't the only one with a tough childhood," Naruto spoke up. Sakura turned her head to look at her teammate. "Sasuke?" Sakura asked softly. Naruto nodded. "Yeah. I saw it today. One of his memories," Naruto mentioned. "You did?" Sakura asked again, this time blinking. "Yeah. It wasn't pretty. It was his memories of the Uchiha massacre," Naruto said grimly. Sakura gasped. "Seeing that, I can understand why he went down that path," Naruto continued as Sakura burst into tears covering her face with her hands. "I tried, Naruto. I begged him to stay," Sakura cried out in between sobs. Naruto slung an arm along her to give her comforting support. "The last words he said was, 'Thank you,'" Sakura said shakily. Naruto felt a stab of pain in his heart hearing the words from the girl. Images of his last memory of Sasuke flooded his mind and now the stab went to his head. Naruto recoiled back with his eyes closed from the pain, letting out a hiss. Sakura immediately stopped crying after hearing the sound. "Naruto?" Sakura called out worriedly looking up from her hands. At this point the door to the apartment opened, signaling that Kakashi had returned. Sakura hurriedly called out for their sensei. "Kakashi-sensei. Something is wrong with Naruto." Kakashi rushed over to the blonde who was doubling over in pain. "Naruto?" Kakashi cried out, shaking him a little by his shoulder, for once his laid-back attitude was nowhere in sight. "Say something, damn it. Snap out of it." Naruto's eyes snapped open and once again he sat there panting hard. Sakura did a few hand seals and muttered something under her breath. Both hands lit up green and she leaned over to place her hands over his head at the temples. Almost immediately Naruto began to breathe easier. "Thank you, Sakura-chan. I'm fine now. The pain is gone," Naruto said shakily as he placed his over hers to remove them from his head and the green glow disappeared from her hands. "Another memory?" Kakashi asked. Naruto nodded. "What was it this time?" "This time?" Sakura asked. Naruto looked at her but looked away almost immediately. He kept silent. "Naruto? What was it?" Kakashi repeated the question. Naruto brushed them off and stood. He silently walked over to the window and looked down at the deserted street. He imagined a brooding Sasuke walking down the road by himself on the way out of Konoha. Naruto let out a sigh. "I don't think I should say it out," Naruto said unconsciously giving Sakura a quick glance. Kakashi spotted the glance and sighed. Sakura didn't miss it either. "It was of the time when I confronted him before he left, wasn't it?" Sakura asked softly, her head bowed down. "Yeah," Naruto answered reluctantly looking out of the window again. "I think you guys should get some rest," Kakashi spoke up suddenly. "I'll stay out here for a little bit more," Sakura said softly. Kakashi looked at the pink-haired girl and then over to Naruto. "I'll be watching over you in a moment," Kakashi said to Naruto with a certain look in his eyes. Naruto, understanding what his sensei was going to do, nodded and walked past them to go into his room. "What did he feel? Could you tell?" Sakura suddenly asked as he walked past, causing him to pause. Naruto frowned in thought. Built. Gratitude. But most of all resolve, Naruto said sadly before walking again. Thank you Naruto, Sakura said. Naruto silently prayed she could find some closure. Perhaps that prayer was for himself as well. Opening the door to his bedroom he was surprised to find that Tenten was awake seated up in her sleeping bag which was next to his bed. She seemed deep in thought. Naruto silently closed the door behind him and circled around her. Sitting cross-legged on his bed he looked down at her. Shouldn't you be sleeping already? Naruto asked. Tenten looked up at him. She looked a little sad. I heard Sakura shouting for Kakashi-sensei saying there's something wrong with you, Tenten replied. And you didn't come out? Naruto tilted his head looking at her in wonder. Almost did, Tenten said looking down at her hands which were fiddling with the end of her sleeping bag. And? Naruto asked further. Her hands became more restless adjusting to the way the bag was covering her legs. It felt like I was intruding so I didn't, Tenten said softly. Naruto blinked a few times before he got it. Once more Tenten felt outcast and this time she let herself be left out. It didn't help what Kakashi did earlier. Naruto uncoiled his legs and pulled at his bed covers. You shouldn't have said all those things earlier at the cafe if you don't believe you are in the team, Naruto said in irritation as he tucked himself under the covers but still in a seated position. Tenten looked up at him in shock. What is that supposed to mean? Tenten asked cluelessly why he was irritated. When I was in pain two of my teammates did what they could to help me, but later on I found the other one sulking just because she didn't feel like part of the team. Whatever happened to making the best of things huh? Naruto asked heatedly. I am trying. It's difficult when I see you guys like that knowing you guys were together in a team before I came in, Tenten mumbled softly. Not good enough, teammate Naruto retorted, roughly lying down on his bed facing away from her. Naruto I'd rather you be part of the team than be sorry, Naruto cut in. Tenten didn't know what to say to that. I'm not angry at you for not being there, Naruto continued this time in a sad voice. I'm angry at you for leaving yourself out. It's hard being in a team with such a bad history, which is why we will be needing you around. You are not a replacement for Tenten. You are a cure for this hurting team. Naruto heard rustling of fabric. Naruto figured Tenten was lying down and covering herself. He could hear sobbing coming from the girl. He sighed. He had said enough to make the poor girl feel bad. He was about to turn around when he suddenly felt an arm wrap around him. The sobbing got louder and his shirt got damp as he realized she was right behind him. That was the sweetest thing anybody ever said to me. Thank you Naruto, Tenten said, her sobs reducing to sniffles. Yeah, you are welcome. Better get some sleep if you have to get up in a few hours. Kakashi-sensei will cook up another story if he comes to find you on my bed, Naruto said chuckling, giving her arm a reassuring pat. Naruto felt her nod and she slid out of his bed and with more rustling, he could hear her settle in her sleeping bag. Good night teammate. Good night teammate. Chapter 18. Painful past, unsettling present and possible future. Naruto wakes up, a voice called. Naruto's eyes shot open to see a masked man with silver hair staring down at him. Relaxing visibly seeing it's just Kakashi, Naruto sat up. Naruto blinked and rubbed his eyes slightly chasing the morning drowsiness away. Looking around his bedroom he saw his two teammates still asleep in their sleeping bags. Looking out his window he could tell that it wasn't too late into the morning, probably around 7. I just switched with Tenten not too long ago to let them get a bit more rest first. Go grab a shower and meet me in your living room, Kakashi said in his usual laid-back manner, though there was a little bit more than that in his voice. Naruto nodded as he lifted his covers to get out of bed. Quickly and quietly he made his bed and crept out of the room to give them the little bit more rest they could afford. Naruto came out of the shower not too long after that in his usual clothes minus the robe and his forehead protector. He had a towel on his head as he was drying his hair. Seeing Kakashi already seated on the couch he went to plop down next to him still drying his hair. Kakashi bent forward and pushed a cup of hot tea towards Naruto. Thanks, Naruto said. He brought down the towel so it hung around his shoulders before leaning forward to himself to the tea Kakashi made. So how was Sakura after I retired for the night? Naruto asked with concern after taking a sip. We spoke about what she went through that night when Sasuke left. How she tried to keep him here. I just listened as she unloaded. I didn't say much other than telling her I got something to show you guys today, Kakashi said, describing briefly what went on in the living room yesterday night. So we will all go see whatever it is you want to show us after they wake up? Naruto asked curiously. No. I will be leaving soon to make my report to Hokage-sama. Wake them up after I leave, after which I get some breakfast and meet me at the training ground where I did the bell test with you guys those years back, Kakashi answered and instructed. Naruto nodded, taking another sip of the hot beverage. I take it you handled Tenten fairly well last night? Kakashi asked, speaking up again. The question surprised Naruto, almost choking on his tea. You knew she was awake? Naruto asked incredulously. As powerful as I hear you guys are becoming, you still have a lot to learn, Kakashi said lightly chuckling. Naruto took that comment in stride and nodded acceptingly. She's fine. She just feels like the odd one out seeing we all used to be in a team together, Naruto said after a moment of silence. How did you handle it? Kakashi asked. I got angry, Naruto said with nervous laughter. Kakashi chuckled in amusement. But I'm guessing she got the point, Kakashi pointedly said. Naruto nodded. But then. I'll see you guys later, Kakashi said standing up and walking to the door to make his exit. After waking them up, the girls went through their normal morning routine. Though Tenten said that if Kakashi was going to be leaving she shouldn't have slept in the first place, or Naruto should have woken them up earlier. Breakfast was an accidental affair with normal chatting amongst the teammates. The trio now walked down the path heading towards the said training ground with Naruto in the center, flanked by the girls. He's not going to be late, is he? Tenten asked in irritation as if knowing the answer to her question already. I don't really know. He didn't state a time. He just said after breakfast, Naruto answered nonchalantly, expecting the man to be tardy as usual. You didn't think to ask? Tenten asked incredulously. It's not that, Tenten. It wasn't Naruto who answered the question, but Sakura. Tenten bent forward a little to look past Naruto at Sakura curiously. Sakura gave her a pleasant smile. If Kakashi-sensei said he has something to show us then it isn't a mission. So he could say 9 but arrive at 12, Sakura continued with an amused laugh. Tenten frowned at what that could mean for future team meetings or training. Naruto saw that look and waved it off. You will get used to it. Besides, if he isn't around yet, what we usually do is train on our own or help each other out while we are trying techniques that we are working on, Naruto said. Yeah. He usually comes by and gives pointers as if he was there the entire time and continues to take up missions or with training, Sakura elaborated. Tenten blinked slightly. Although I said to Naruto yesterday that every team is different, you guys do take it quite far down that road, and also I have to say Kakashi-sensei's methods are rather unorthodox, but hearing it now it doesn't seem baseless, Tenten thoughtfully pointed out. Sakura giggled. Kakashi-sensei has always been fond of saying that a ninja has to read underneath the underneath, Sakura said appreciatively. Naruto placed his hands behind his head and nodded knowingly. Underneath that is independence and teamwork, Naruto pointed out. That is quite correct, a voice spoke up. Hearing a snap of the book being shut, the trio looked forward and saw Kakashi sitting on the very pole where Naruto was tied up on years ago during Team 7's bell test, tucking in an orange book into his vest. Tenten blinked in stupor. She honestly thought that the copycat ninja was going to be late, but as she looked to her side, she noticed that she wasn't the only one. Seeing how much Sakura and Naruto were used to Kakashi's patterns, Tenten was in for quite an amusing sight. Sakura was repeatedly rubbing her eyes and blinking, and Naruto's mouth was wide open with gurgling sounds coming out as if not successful in creating coherent speech. With the gawking, Kakashi said in a tone that made them look silly. As I told Naruto when the two of you weren't around, things have changed. You guys are not fresh genin anymore, so training methodology obviously will change. If you guys are going to be surprised by this change alone, I wonder how you guys are going to survive out there. Remember what I said this morning, Naruto? Yeah. You guys still have a lot to learn, Naruto quoted sheepishly, snapping out of his disbelief. Come. It's time I show you guys something, Kakashi beckoned. He led them to a place familiar to all who have lost someone, the memorial stone. The three genins looked at Kakashi with a frown of concerned curiosity. Kakashi didn't turn around to face them, but he just stood there silent and still like the memorial stone in front of them. The team taking after Kakashi's lead stood there in silent respect, sending a prayer to those who have fallen in the line of duty, giving their lives for the lives of others. Those in the ninja world who break the rules and regulations are called trash, but those who don't care about their companions are even lower than trash, Kakashi said, ending the silence after a considerable amount of time. The trio looked up at his surprise. The tone of sadness and vulnerability in his voice was something rare to hear. Those were the words of a teammate of mine from many years back, Kakashi continued in that haunted tone. Kakashi raised his hand to touch his eye. Kakashi spoke about his team, the time when he first became during the times of war Konoha was involved in, his experience with his father's death, the mission that led to the downfall of his team, and how he got the Sharingan. So he died staying true to his words, Kakashi said barely above a whisper, ending his tale. The girls were crying, and Naruto had a stricken look on his face. He always wondered how Kakashi got his Sharingan, but the man never bothered to share the tale, and now hearing it he knew why. There was a rustling of leaves and Naruto looked up. Kakashi was facing them now. Naruto could see from the red-stained eyes that Kakashi himself had been shedding tears, even if his voice never wavered while telling his tale. I'm sure you guys must be wondering why I am telling you this, Kakashi said softly, turning back to the memorial. The sentence caused the girls to choke back their sons. Naruto, being the most collected amongst them, answered. Yeah. Life has a funny way of repeating its lessons if we fail to learn its meaning, Kakashi started vaguely. But Obito's line was engraved in my mind, the essence of it didn't. I can't say I have been the best sensei to Team 7, but that is in the past now. Dwelling in the past was what I have done till this point, and fearing that history will repeat itself and focusing on Obito's only relative caused it to happen again. Do not make the mistake I did. There is only one lesson to learn from experiencing the pain of death of loved ones. To cherish what we have so there would be no regrets, Naruto finished quietly for Kakashi. The copycat ninja gave him a wistful smile. Yes. I expected you to understand the best Naruto, Kakashi said. Naruto returned the comment with a sad smile. The girls still sniffling shifted questioning glances between the males. Naruto, aware of the looks, gave the girls a benign smile. When you don't have anything to begin with you cherish the little that you have with hopes that it will grow, and it did, Naruto answered gently with warmth as he took in the whole team, causing the air of gloominess to lift and brightness lit the faces of all four at the memorial. Alright. Looks like I have achieved the first thing on my agenda today, Kakashi announced after clearing his throat. The three genin looked upon him in curiosity. Deal with the past, work on the present to move into the future, Kakashi said. The trio nodded in reply. Junin exams are in 2 months. Since we got together for this purpose first and foremost. We will start training for that, Kakashi announced again this time round earning blinking looks from the young ones. So the date has already been decided? Naruto asked excitedly. Yes. What is the format like? Tenten asked warily, thinking back on her past experiences. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at her. You should better that even I don't know that, Kakashi mildly chided. Tenten looked downcasted. You shouldn't worry too much. From the reports I've read of each of you. You all are powerful in your own right in terms of personal fighting ability. However you all should know that is not all there is to it when it comes to your promotion. That is why I say you guys still have a lot to learn and we are going to learn this within these 2 months. Tragedy has befallen our village time and time again with very little time for recovery. We will need as many of you guys to be promoted. The reason why our village still exists despite all the tragedies that has occurred to us is because we were resilient. Time to show the world that we are more than just stubborn people who refuse to go down one. Kakashi ended off with an encouraging question. Hi, the 3 courses. Naruto walked down the hallway to the interrogation room, this time with Kakashi's company. He was feeling a little dizzy and it showed in the sluggish way he walked right now. Been a while since you read that many books huh? Kakashi asked with a chuckle. Instead of some physical training after the talk the team had, Kakashi brought them to the library to go over some books and scrolls on fighting strategies pertaining to team formations. Yeah, Naruto muttered rubbing his temples. Doesn't help that you told me to use the Sharingan to do so. It will take some time for the information to sort itself out. Kakashi chuckled further. You are going to be your team's encyclopedia. I noticed that some of the things you were already familiar with. Yeah. You don't train with even a perverted one, without learning some of this stuff, Naruto replied with mirth. Well that doesn't change anything, since that's just the knowledge. Do you know what's the difference between knowledge and wisdom? Kakashi asked casually. Naruto answered with a blank look. Knowledge is the acquiring of information. Whereas wisdom is knowing the information through application and experience. You don't just understand the information, you know it because it has been tried and tested, Kakashi explained. Ah I see, Naruto replied. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. 2 months is a short time, but I have a feeling we are put together once again for more than just the exam, Kakashi added in. Naruto looked over at Kakashi in curiosity, but the man didn't elaborate further. Soon they reached their destination. The on-guard snapped into attention at seeing Kakashi and Naruto. The prisoner has already been escorted into the room, Haddock-san, they announced. Kakashi gave him his usual lazy gaze before looking over to Naruto. Kakashi then returned his attention to the Chunin. I believe Naruto here is actually in charge of this interrogation. Shouldn't you be addressing him instead? Kakashi asked lightly with an undertone of sternness. Chunin was a little taken aback at the statement. After all, what Kakashi just did was to defer to one that was 2 ranks below him, which is almost unheard of. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said respectfully. It's your assignment, Naruto. Which means you call the shots despite our difference in rank since you are responsible for this, Kakashi commented waving of Naruto's thanks. Naruto nodded understandingly. The Chunin frowned slightly but thought better than to refute the Jounin's words. He opened the door to usher the 2 in. Naruto nodded in thanks and stepped into the room first followed by Kakashi. Aya was there as usual bound and seated across the table in front of them. At the sound of the pair coming into the room she lifted her head up. Her eyes were puffy and she looked distraught. She looked at Naruto first and then at Kakashi. She then stared at Naruto with a look of silent pleading with short glances at Kakashi. Naruto frowned slightly reading the looks on Aya before turning to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, do you mind waiting outside for me? Naruto asked politely. Kakashi glanced at Taiya before giving Naruto a curious look. Are you sure this is wise of you? Kakashi asked again in a very light manner as if the answer wouldn't matter either way. I started this on my own, remember? Don't worry, I won't jeopardize the team's mission as well, Naruto answered reassuringly. Kakashi thought about it for a second. He could refuse seeing that it was his mission to look over the blonde genin, but looking at the situation he could tell that Naruto was in the process of performing one of his miracles. Kakashi shrugged and with a pat on the shoulder to signify his support, he left the room closing the door. Once the door closed with a soft click of the knob, Naruto went forward to the table. He pulled back the chair meant for him and he shrugged out of his robe. He hung it on the chair and walked over to Taiya's side. As per normal, he bent down to untie her binds before sitting himself back on the opposite side of the table. The whole time Naruto did this, Taiya had her head down. What's wrong, Taiya? Naruto asked gently. Taiya looked up at him in silence. Again the look of distraught and conflict was on her face. Rubbing her wrists gently to ease the discomfort caused by the rope, she then looked down to reach for something. Naruto was relaxed even though he couldn't see what she was reaching for. After all, Konoha wasn't incompetent to allow something that could cause harm to a prisoner. As expected, she pulled out a familiar object, the wooden flute. Her hands were shaking just as how it did when she received the flute yesterday. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the gesture. She held it close to her for a moment before extending her hand out. The further the flute got from her, the worse the shaking got. Anyone could see she was struggling with something, and then it hit Naruto. Take it back, Taiya said softly, her voice wavering, confirming what Naruto thought. Why are you? Take it back. Taiya screamed, effectively cutting Naruto off and stunning him into silence. The doorknob clicked and the door opened with Kakashi sticking his head in to see if everything was okay. Naruto turned his head with a small smile to show that everything was in order. Kakashi nodded and the door closed once again. Naruto turned back to see the flute on the table and Taiya sitting rigidly with her hands under the table. If Naruto had to guess, she was trying her hardest not to snatch the flute back. She had on her face a look of conflict. There was determination to get something done, but at the same time that determination caused her pain. That also explains the puffiness around her eyes. She probably cried hard over this. I don't understand. You seemed happy about it yesterday, Naruto said cautiously. You don't have to understand. Just fucking take it back, Taiya said uncharacteristically soft yet firm. Just what am I going to do with it? I'm not exactly musically inclined, Naruto retorted lightly. You can shove it up your ass for all I care, Taiya countered with narrowed eyes. I don't believe you would allow me to defile an instrument you consider precious in such a manner, Naruto said chuckling. Taiya banged her hands on the table. I don't care. Just fucking take it back. She screamed again. You do care, Naruto said quickly and seriously, all jokes set aside. After seeing you play in that manner yesterday and seeing how hard it is for you to do this, I know you do. You cannot lie. It is written all over your face. So what if I do? Taiya spat out. Keep it then, Naruto answered simply. I cannot do that, Taiya said softly. Her eyes got moist again as Naruto caught her glancing at the item of conversation. Why? Naruto asked simply. Taiya's face took on a vicious look. I should be asking you that. Why are you doing this when you know I refuse to spill a single word on what I know? Is it not enough that I have endured your physical torture, only to have you come along to torment me emotionally as well? Taiya lashed out. I'm sorry if my gift causes you so much pain. It is not my intention, Naruto replied genuinely remorseful. Then what is? Taiya asked tightly. Solace, Naruto answered softly. Why give me such a privilege when you know I have resigned myself to my fate the moment I have been captured? Taiya screamed out incredulously. I already told you I will not tell you anything. You don't have to. I have already taken steps where I can do that for you, Naruto answered cryptically. What the fuck do you mean? Taiya asked in a tight voice. May I? Naruto extended his hand to the flute asking for permission. I told you to fucking take it. Why the fuck are you asking permission for? Taiya spat out. And I already told you it is yours. I merely wished to borrow it to prove a point, thus the asking of permission, Naruto answered calmly. What point? Taiya asked warily. May I? Naruto asked. I already said that. May I? Naruto repeated the question again with more firmness, not back down from what he said. Taiya growled. She knew by now he was stubborn enough not to budge if he didn't want to, and she was in no position to do otherwise other than to answer his question. Fine. Whatever. I thought you said you couldn't play, Taiya said disgruntled. Naruto didn't say anything in reply. He merely made a small bow of thanks and reached out to pick up the flute. Lifting the flute up to his lips, he closed his eyes and prepared himself emotionally. As the first few notes flowed out, Taiya's eyes widened in shock. It was the same melody she played. How is this possible? I played it only once, and the fucker played it back like as if it was his own. Even the emotions are matching the way the notes flowed. Ai watched in silence. Shocked into disbelief, there wasn't much she could do. Once again the emotions that she put into compassing the melody was given sound. As the melody floated and engulfed the room, the emotion she had hoped to bury resurfaced itself, tugging viciously at her heartstrings, creating further emotional turmoil. Try as she might, gripping hard on the cloth of her yukata, she could not escape what the melody did to her, and having someone else play it to her only increased the magic of the melody. All determination that she mustered, after crying her eyes out overnight to once again resign herself to her perceived fate, banished by means of her own creation. Tears she could not help despite shutting her eyes tight splattered on her hands like the beginnings of a rainy day. By the time Naruto finished the melody, tears fell like an overfilled dam as a single emotion now laid in her. The emotion that she carried her through for the majority of her wretched life. The reason for this creation. The very reason she did not want to have at this moment or from this point in life onwards. Hope. Naruto observed her for what seemed like the longest minute for the occupants in the room. Naruto leaned forward and placed the flute once again in front of her for her to pick up. From what I see, I believe the issue of the flute has been resolved, Naruto stated softly but confidently. Damn you, Taiya cursed, not in anger or hatred, but more in sadness. That was evident as she stared the blonde down in a picture of grief and mourning for her loss of resolve. She picked up the flute and held it close once more. Looking down at it for a moment, she stared at Naruto once more. How? Closing his eyes and channeling a little of his chakra, Naruto decided to let action speak for itself. Taiya gasped once Naruto reopened his eyes. Her eyes hardened once the realization sunk in. You stole his eyes, you fucker. Taiya hissed. Naruto looked away sadly as his eyes reverted back to its original sky blue. You probably won't believe me, but I didn't want it initially, Naruto said. Bullshit. Don't give me fucking excuses when you already have his eyes, Taiya replied venomously. This is why I will not press you for any information, Naruto announced, going off topic. What? Taiya asked in disbelief. I wasn't given the eyes on a whim, Taiya. Who do you think can easily handle the psychological backlash that comes with inheriting these eyes in such an abnormal manner? Naruto asked fiercely. What the hell are you trying to get at? Taiya asked warily. These eyes come with unwanted memories of Taiya. I have already triggered it twice. Once in front of you, Naruto answered tightly. Taiya's eyes widened again. I didn't want it initially because I have enough shit to deal with already, and now I have to deal with him. But the council demanded for it, and out of my own self-respect to achieve my dreams I took it. I will also be protecting people I know from having to go through the nightmare of the harsh memories that he had. Now I ask you again, who do you think can handle such a thing? Naruto ended off by asking darkly. I don't know, Taiya muttered softly. This time it was Naruto who banged the table. You know. It is people like you and I who have gone through life filled with wretched pain that can handle this without breaking, because we know little other than pain and suffering. Naruto hollered. Taiya was at a loss. She wanted to be angry and spiteful at the person in front of her, but she couldn't bring herself to it. Why was that so? Because she was showing kindness. Because Naruto understood the pain that she went through without even knowing the circumstance. Because he himself was in so much emotional turmoil in accepting the eyes. She shook her head slightly to elevate the confusion. But these memories, in time I will know what happened in the sound. So you don't have to say anything, Naruto softly added. It then hit Taiya. He also took the eyes because he then would know what they have been trying to pry out of her, absolving the need for having a sound prisoner. That doesn't make sense, if so why then be nice to her if it weren't for information? Why would he still be here? What would happen to her now? Naruto observed her and saw the multitude of questions popping up in her head. While he doesn't know the exact question, he roughly knew what was going on in her head. It didn't take a genius to read the variety of emotions splattered on her face at the moment. Even so, he just kept quiet. She was bound to speak up sooner or later. It would be too much for her to bear. Especially since she had already gotten used to Naruto answering her honestly without holding much back. And so it came true, a lot sooner than he expected. Why do this if you know I was going to be useless to you all? Taiya asked softly, looking down at the yukata and the flute that she was given. If I had the chance for a better life because someone did something for me, I would dishonor him if I did not do so when I see someone else that could benefit from it, Naruto answered in a calm, collected voice. Why not other prisoners? Taiya asked, not wanting to believe him. You are the only prisoner I am allowed to meet. I am only a genin if you cannot recognize that, Naruto answered. And if you could? Taiya asked again. I can't say for sure now, can I? Naruto threw a question back. I still can't. What is it that you want to hear or see, Taiya? Naruto asked with a little frown. Taiya blinked, taken aback by the question. I don't understand what you are asking, Taiya answered. You refuse to accept any form of goodwill from me, even when right now it is clear that I no longer require anything from you. Do you truly wish for me to treat you as how you have come to accept your life to be? A prisoner? Naruto elaborated on the last question very much, almost a whisper. Taiya kept quiet, not knowing how to answer. How does one accept something that is not a reality in his or her life for the majority of it? I really don't know, Taiya finally said. I guess that is a start, Naruto said with a sigh. How is that so? Taiya asked, looking confused. It's better than refusing everything I have thrown at you? Naruto asked with a small smile. Taiya frowned slightly, still not very sure. Don't push yourself. Taiya blinked. The situation was so foreign from her conceptions that she really was at a loss. She had to gain some ground before she lost herself to further confusion. What is going to happen to me now that you don't need me anymore? Taiya asked carefully. Mentally she cringed at having some hope of a favorable outcome seeping into the question despite taking care. Though if that didn't go missing on Naruto, he wouldn't show it. I have yet to report these events to the Hokage. I can't say for sure, Naruto answered honestly, causing both to go into silence for a couple of moments. Can I ask for a favor? Taiya asked, breaking the silence. She had a look on her face that was as weird as hearing that question. It was a weird mix of resolved sadness and mild resentment. Naruto regarded her warily, seeing she never asked for anything before. Depends on what it is, Naruto replied. Please refrain from any more acts of kindness. I thank you for all you have done. It has been impossibly more than anyone could imagine a prisoner would get, but it does not change the fact that I am a prisoner. I finally realized what it is from you I refuse to accept, Taiya said, uncharacteristically polite. Naruto stared at her, a little stunned. Sure, she has been turning around the past few days, but such length of speech without a hint of hostility was a little difficult to accept, even if it was a good sign. What would that be? Naruto asked, to be able to find his voice. Oh, Naruto, Taiya answered. To say Naruto was stunned was an understatement. After all, she has never uttered his name before. Even you cannot say what is going to happen to me. If you wish to be kind with me in this manner, then you are only being utterly cruel, especially when I am held captive in an enemy village and now without a use. Even if you wish to hide this fact, the two outside that door have heard, and I am sure it is their duty to report today's findings. Hope does nothing but break me, and that is what you have done now that I have accepted your gift of kindness. You have accomplished the very thing the Hokage wanted you to do without me uttering a single thing directly. Congratulations. You are truly a remarkable person. The truth of what she said hit Naruto so hard that he was left in utter complete silence. What are you going to do now? The broad is right, you know. Anyone can see that in exchange for your kindness she has lost her spine. They will kill her, Naruto whispered in his mind. No, Naruto. You already did, Kyuubi said with a sigh. She is still alive. Naruto hissed. For how long, my dear? What can you do at this point? Kyuubi asked curiously. The future for her, Naruto said with determination. Oh? Kyuubi questioned with amusement. I started and caused this. I cannot allow it to end in that manner when I am responsible for it. I will figure a way out. You amuse me to no end, Naru-chan, Kyuubi said with glee. I am serious, you damn fox. I know. Don't get angry now. I just love to see this side of you, Kyuubi said teasingly. Naruto locked eyes with Taiya. It seemed that she was no longer resigned, but she had accepted the outcome of being caught in this situation. Naruto narrowed his eyes in determination. He suddenly got up from his seat. He went about going through the proper procedures before he would leave. Taiya looked at him go about the work in curiosity. She could see there was something about him that made her a little uneasy despite her feeling calm, coming to terms with the situation. Naruto finished off the same way as yesterday, tucking in the flute into her obi. Getting up he walked to the door, but not without pausing. I know what you are thinking. Since I started this I will find a way around it, Naruto said with a little anger directed at himself. Don't, Taiya said. You have done enough. This is the way all villages function. Not if I have something to say about it, Naruto replied sternly. You said it yourself. You are a mere genin. Don't get yourself into trouble over a prisoner that will soon be no longer around, Taiya said, starting to feel agitated again. We started out without you having a say in it. Even now you have no say in what I am going to do, but there will come a day where you will have that privilege. This I promise you, Naruto said. Stop being cruel to me. Taiya screamed suddenly. Stop it, damn it. I have had enough. If I have to be cruel to be kind to you, then so be it. With that, Naruto left the room, leaving Taiya with more hope than she could ever imagine, contradicting the reality of the situation. Suddenly she felt afraid. She didn't know which she feared more though, him succeeding or not. Naruto, where are you going? Kakashi asked as he walked beside Naruto in a relaxed manner, contrasting the blonde, who looked like he was marching into a battlefield. Reporting to Oba-chan during today's session, Naruto threw Kakashi a suspicious glance. You heard everything that went on inside, didn't you? Shouldn't you expect that? I am a journalist, you know, Kakashi answered lightly, taking no offense in his questioning. So aren't you going to say anything? Naruto asked curiously. This time just facing forward. Nope, Kakashi replied chirpily with a closed-eyed smile. I see you really mean it when you say I call the shots for this assignment, Naruto muttered. You aren't breaking any laws and you are reporting to your superior, in this case the Hokage. I'd say everything is going the way it's supposed to. So I don't have any disagreements, Kakashi quipped. Naruto rolled his eyes at his sensei's laid-back reply, but he understood his sensei's intentions in wanting him to learn to deal with his problems and be responsible for his actions. After all, he's to be groomed into the Hokage role. Tsunade's forehead was twitching. She was coming close to exploding, but she schooled herself to some form of calmness. You are recommending a prisoner to be released as a commoner in the village, Tsunade commented in a very flat dry voice. Do you know how ridiculous that sounds? Kakashi sighed quietly as he stood witness to a clash of loggerheads. But you would have to admit the request or recommendation that Naruto was stating was rather far-fetched. I know, Naruto sighed in frustration, scratching his head. After reporting what I did and with you guys now knowing that I can supply that information instead of her, what is the next step? Tsunade frowned. As much as she didn't like it, there were protocols and these protocols were not there for nothing. It was after all for the safety of the village itself. She could feel a headache coming and that couldn't be blamed on anyone other than herself. Sometimes as much as she loved Naruto, his viewpoint makes things very difficult. At this rate, how can he survive being a Hokage? We are not going to execute her if that's what you believe, Tsunade said with a sigh. Really? Naruto looked up with a look of hope. Not yet anyway, Tsunade answered with an afterthought. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto asked with a heavy frown, the hopes starting to crumble. Tsunade stared at him for a moment in silence rather than answering him. She thought very hard about what she was about to say next. The boy has become too attached. I should have seen it coming, but at that point there really wasn't anyone else to crack her open, Tsunade thought. He sympathizes too much with people who have seen much hardship like him. Once again, a fine example of how a person's strength can be his greatest weakness. You haven't coughed up the info yet, Naruto. Thus we do have to keep her alive as backup, Tsunade said, observing his reaction carefully. Naruto's face lit up, but it immediately went back into a frown. Which means the moment I tell you what you need to know, Naruto said in a dead voice. Is the moment she is dead. There isn't any way about it, Tsunade said firmly again, keeping a close eye on him. Naruto's face hardened slightly, showing a look of bullheadedness. This is what I feared, he is going to withhold info till he can find a way around it, Tsunade mentally grumbled. There has to be a way. We just haven't figured one out yet, Naruto said stubbornly. Tsunade eyed him carefully, also mentally picking out his words to see if there was anything to pick up in between the words. Oh, don't give me that look. You think I am going to withhold information to keep her alive, don't you? Tsunade raised an eyebrow at the young blonde. She cracked her neck in anticipation of a longer argument and relieving some stress at the same time. Yes, Naruto, Tsunade answered honestly. I can't say I didn't think to do so, but I will not, Naruto replied genuinely. Tsunade raised both eyebrows, this time a little stunned at the lack of the usual resilience and willfulness. But, ugh, too good to be true. In exchange I want her to be kept alive, Naruto stated. Tsunade had no choice. She is the Hokage after all, and she cannot allow a genin, even one that she favors, to muscle her as such. You are in no position to make demands on Naruto. We all have to do what it takes to keep the village safe. If I find out you are withholding anything and if I have to interrogate you myself, rest assured I will. You are stepping very close to the lines of treason, Tsunade replied dangerously. Can I at least ask a question? Naruto asked calmly. Tsunade continued to eye him warily. However, she nodded in consent. Why does she have to be killed? She is practically harmless after what you guys did to her, Naruto's voice dropped to almost a harsh whisper at the statement. I'll ask you about Naruto. Where are we going to put her? In her cell till she rots. She is an enemy with crimes against the village, Naruto. Tell me, why should we spend village resources on keeping her alive? Tsunade asked briskly, knowing it sounded harsh, but it was the harsh reality nonetheless. Because she is still human. Don't tell me you haven't her before. Naruto challenged with a very pointed look towards the Hokage. Tsunade could feel herself getting angry again, but he was making a valid point, and with that look she knew that he was referring to her turning her back and leaving the village for God knows how many years in escape of her own issues and would have been a missing nin if not for her status to save her from that. Naruto, Tsunade started. Her resolve on the issue was already wavering, but before she could continue, Naruto spoke up first. I know I am just a genin. So out of respect I will concede to your wishes, whatever they may be. Just think about the first one. I promise I won't hold any info back if I do trigger anything from my memories. You know I won't go back on that. If you still decide, hearing all you need to hear about the sound, that she is to die, can you at least allow one thing from me? Naruto asked calmly. Let's hear it first, Tsunade replied. That I would be the one to kill her, Naruto stated seriously. This stunned both Kakashi and Tsunade. For goodness sakes, why? Tsunade asked incredulously. The whole time Naruto never allowed his head to drop, and from that they could see that he was dead serious about this. You gave me the assignment. I directly caused it to be this way. I want to carry through my responsibility right to the end, Naruto answered firmly. I'll think about it, Tsunade said, a little shaky. Naruto nodded in a way to make it seem like a daily thing. If there is nothing else. I would take my leave, Naruto said getting up from his chair. Tsunade nodded and Naruto turned around to leave the room. Kakashi excused himself as well to trail after his student. When finally left alone, Tsunade opened a drawer to remove a bottle of sake. Sighing at today's events, she poured herself a drink. With the crashing of some trees to the ground, Naruto sheathed his sword as the red in his eyes, hair and chakra receded back to its original color. What the hell was that? Sakura asked lightly as she came out into the clearing. Once again in the darkness, they were at the training ground next to the memorial stone, where their old team used to train at, seeing that Sakura already switched shifts with Kakashi. Stress relief, Naruto answered in a clipped voice as he looked up at the pink-haired genin. Tsunade-sama was very upset after that conversation that you had with her, Sakura stated. Likewise Sakura-chan, Naruto replied softly. Are you going to answer with only a few choice words this entire time I am going to try to talk to you? Sakura asked. Maybe. Naruto replied jokingly with a small smile, not wanting to take frustrations out on his teammate. Sakura came up next to him and gave him a light punch on the shoulder in mock annoyance, causing Naruto to chuckle. Do you want to talk about it? Sakura asked in a supportive encouraging voice. Naruto removed his swords from his waist, sat down on the ground and placed his weapons next to him. Sakura took it as a sign that he wished to talk and sat down herself. Naruto leaned back and allowed himself to fall and lay on the ground. Staring at the sky he let out an audible sigh. What can I do, Sakura-chan? Naruto asked in a sad voice, rolling his eyes towards the pink-haired girl for a glance. This doesn't sound like you, Sakura replied solemnly, glancing down at the blonde. Everyone goes through a hitch once in a while, Naruto said in a light joking manner as he continued to stare into the clear night sky. I don't know myself, you know, Sakura admitted in a defeat voice. Though I don't want to sound unsupportive, why are you doing this, Naruto? You've only met her a couple of times, Naruto, and from what I hear, she's quite a spitfire. Have you been smitten by her somehow? Naruto let out a laugh. It's not like that, Naruto said, shaking his head. Then what is it like? Sakura asked ruefully. We share a common past, Naruto answered, his voice matching hers. She's too? Sakura asked in surprise. Naruto shook his head. I don't know what her circumstances were, but the outcome shows the same thing, Naruto spoke sadly. Which is? A mask to hide what is really inside, Naruto answered in a way to show he knew all too well. Everyone wears masks, Naruto, Sakura replied, looking down a little worried at her teammate. Naruto smiled sadly up at her. True, but there are different degrees to it. For her, all the anger she lashes out at everyone hides the vulnerability she feels inside. A vulnerability which I uncovered today. Seeing that, how can I ignore such a thing? Could you? Naruto ended up throwing a question back at her. I don't know, Sakura answered sadly. Naruto shook his head in disagreement. I doubt anyone could. They would have to be pretty heartless to do so, which is why I can understand Oba-chan being upset because she knows this just as well as I do. She has her own duties and so do I, but I can't just turn my back on this. I have to find a way, Naruto said to resolve cracking through conflict. Naruto suddenly got up in a crouch with one of his weapons in hand, which immediately got Sakura to be on alert as well. Geez. Chill, will ya? It's just us, a female voice said as a pair came into the clearing. As the moonlight fell on the pair, the dim light showed that it turned out to be their remaining teammates. Both Naruto and Sakura were visibly relaxed. Naruto got up picking up his swords and re-secured them at his hips. Sakura followed almost immediately. We would have gone back to the apartment in a bit. It wasn't necessary for you guys to come out here, Naruto said. Tenten glanced at Kakashi for a moment before addressing Naruto again. I heard from sensei what happened earlier. Figured you'd be out sulking, Tenten said with a teasing look. I was not sulking, Naruto retorted with a slight glare. Yeah, he wasn't. He was brooding, Sakura spoke up with a giggle. Naruto threw her a disappointed glance. You just had to join her, didn't you? Naruto asked sarcastically. Of course. We girls have to support each other, Sakura quipped, inciting a plain grin on Tenten's face. Naruto gave the girls a flat look before eyeing the only other male for some support. Said Mei lonely shrugged, to Naruto's disappointment. We could have waited back at the apartment, but Tenten bought something with her which got me interested, Kakashi spoke up. Naruto and Sakura looked at him in askance. Kakashi just nudged Tenten. She had a wide grin on her face and excitement in her eyes. She dug at her weapon's holster and lifted up both hands showing 5 fork-shaped kunai. Hey, those look like the ones you gave me when you came back. Sakura exclaimed. Yeah, it is. I told you I needed them replicated, Naruto said to Sakura. Though the one you have is the few of the original that remains that my father owned. Well, let's see the technique again. Kakashi-sensei wanted to see it again after so long, which is why Kakashi-sensei and myself came here, rather than wait for you, Tenten said with mock irritation. Naruto shrugged and relieved one of the kunai from the girl. Looking around to see that he had everyone's attention, Naruto gripped the kunai lightly before swinging his arm to launch the kunai to one of the trees at the fringe of the clearing. Everyone's eyes followed the kunai as it zipped through the air. The kunai lodged itself in the middle of a tree. A split second later, Naruto was crouched on the trunk of the tree itself, his hand already around the kunai pulling it out. With a burst of red chakra he launched off the tree, causing cracks in the trunk. Throwing the kunai again, Naruto sailed into the air only to disappear once again. A thud was heard as the kunai struck the ground in the middle of the clearing, and with it, Naruto standing right next to it. Daiken Kuoken Ninjutsu. Hiraishin no, Naruto announced. Kakashi had a sad nostalgic look on his face, seeing the technique again after so long. Brings back memories, Kakashi said wistfully. Sakura suddenly noticed Naruto sporting a frown despite executing it the way she saw him do when Tenten and him fought. What's wrong with Naruto? Sakura spoke up asking. Naruto looked at Sakura and then frowned at the kunai on the ground. Something is different, Naruto muttered just loud enough for everyone to hear. Everyone had the same look on their faces, curiosity. Naruto took in the looks before locking eyes with Tenten. Could you move back a little, Tenten? Naruto requested. Tenten looked confused at the request. However, with an urging gesture, she backed up till he gave a signal to stop when she was about 10 meters away from him. The moment he did though, he disappeared. Tenten froze when she felt something unmistakable. The cool feeling of steel at her neck. From the corner of her eye, she could see black metal resting high on her shoulder, sharp edge facing away from her flesh. Pushing the blade roughly aside, Tenten spun around with a glare at the blonde. What the hell are you doing? The girl hollered. Naruto was looking in her direction, but he seemed to be lost in thought. Tenten heard him mumble, "It's further now." He disappeared again before anyone could say anything. What the hell? Tenten exclaimed as she looked around for the blonde. She only saw Sakura with a very confused look and Kakashi frowning in thought. A moment later, Naruto appeared walking back into the clearing with his sword still unsheathed. Tenten sent a death glare over to the blonde and she received an apologetic one in return. Sorry Tenten. I was testing something, Naruto explained apologetically as he resheathed his sword. The pair squabble further over the incident until Naruto explains a few things that he had before to Tenten's parents about the and why he wanted it replicated. Apparently now, the range of the has increased with the kunai using his blood. Though he had questions about it, he knew they would go unanswered. He could only draw certain conclusions, of which he just accepted, honoring the request Tenten's father made of him. Dear Sakura-chan, Naruto said, handing her one of the newly made kunai. Could I have the other one back? After all, you would only need this one. I would like to keep my father's. Sure, no problem, Sakura said without resistance, taking out the kunai Naruto gave her and made the exchange. Naruto faced Kakashi next. You might not need it as much as the rest, but who knows ya? Naruto said. Kakashi accepted the kunai with a thoughtful nod. Naruto then faced Tenten. Instead of giving her one, he handed her the remaining 3. Why all 3? Don't you want to keep at least one of the improved ones for yourself? Tenten asked. Naruto just grinned. Take it as an apology for the stunt earlier. Also, you are the best with weapons. I have an idea for a team-coordinated attack where your accuracy will be vital. Naruto said excitedly. Tenten accepted the kunai with a little bit of embarrassment that came with the hearty praise. Tenten feeling the need to cover up the embarrassment, she made a comment. We could just summon you at a whim now, you know, Tenten said jokingly with a chuckle. The response that she got wasn't one that anyone could have expected. Naruto stared at Tenten with a wide-eyed look of excitement. He jumped and fiercely hugged Tenten for a moment before letting go and holding her by her shoulders. Thank you. Naruto shouted, bursting with excitement. Tenten felt her face flush with full-fledged embarrassment at the sudden display of affection, but at the same time she was as still as a statue, at a loss to what she actually did. The display stunned the other 2 members of the team as well. Naruto still had all his attention on Tenten. Are you welcome? Tenten asked shakily with a confused look. Naruto grinned widely at her. I need to speak to Iro-sen and your father tomorrow before I go to Oba-chan, Naruto announced. Naruto, what is this about? Kakashi asked, managing to shake out of the sudden shock. Naruto whirled around to face his sensei. I figured out a possible solution to offer Oba-chan to keep Tei alive. Naruto exclaimed. Chapter 19. Weight of a life. Naruto-kun. Hinata shouted as she hurriedly made her way into the apartment. 4 sets of blinking eyes stared at her outburst upon entry. Hinata, however, only registered 1 pair. Rushing towards that pair of sky blue, Hinata cut the owner's face. You didn't go for the operation in the end. Your eyes are still blue. Hinata exclaimed, squeezing the face slightly. Naruto just continued blinking, stunned by the action. Making for an interesting morning, Tenten said in a flat, disbelieving voice. Sakura chuckled. There is a room right behind us, you know, Sakura said teasingly to Hinata. Although Hinata did not turn to face either speaker, her eyes widened at the sudden acknowledgement of her actions in front of Naruto's teammates. In an thoughtless, desperate attempt to hide from the attention she was receiving, Hinata unwittingly did what Sakura suggested. Grabbing tightly to Naruto's hand, Hinata literally dragged him into the bedroom. "Boy, Hinata," Naruto called out as he stumbled along while being dragged away. Further words that could be heard were cut off by the slamming of the bedroom door. Sakura looked at Tenten in disbelief. Tenten was sporting a similar look. "I didn't think that she would actually do that," Sakura said, voicing her disbelief. "Tell me about it," Tenten said, somewhat in awe. Kakashi chuckled as he pulled out his favorite book from his vest pocket. "I wonder which scenario would most likely happen with those two." Kakashi muttered to himself as he flipped the pages, oblivious to the twitching glares coming from his female students. Hinata lightly painted from the short sprint into the room as she leaned against the closed door. Her head shot up as she quickly scanned the room. Her face felt hot as she realized once again what an embarrassing thing she had just done. Her hands covered her face as she let out a very muffled, embarrassed scream. "I don't really think they'll take it the wrong way," Naruto said. However, he looked up and thought. Though Kakashi-sensei might be a different case. Naruto let out a laugh as he could just imagine the wild thoughts his sensei would be having. His thoughts were interrupted as he felt air leave him as Hinata tackled him into a hug. "I was worried," Hinata said softly as she dug her face into his shoulder. "Hinata-chan," Naruto called out reassuringly, holding her lightly. Hinata's hands gripped hard on his shirt, almost piercing his flesh. "I'm glad you didn't have the operation." "I'm glad you're alright," Hinata mumbled, barely audible. Naruto smiled at her concern and gave her a light squeeze to show his appreciation. Holding her shoulders, Naruto gently pushed her to give them some distance so he could see her face when he spoke. "Yes. I'm fine, but I did take the operation," Naruto said with a smile on his face. Hinata frowned in confusion. "But your eyes are still blue, Naruto-kun," Hinata said. Naruto laughed slightly. "Yeah, they are. Obito-chan is quite amazing, nah." She managed to pull off the procedure without having the need to use the whole eye, just certain parts, Naruto explained. Hinata beamed for a moment before her face fell again. "I'm glad, but are you really okay? I wanted to come by earlier, but I had a relatively long mission. I just came back and I'm fine. Don't worry. You didn't have to rush all the way here just when you reached back. I see you haven't even changed out of your outfit as well. You look a little messed up," Naruto said with a chuckle. Hinata frowned, but her face was a little red from embarrassment. "I was really worried." "I can get cleaned up later," Hinata said, uncharacteristically stubborn. She even glared slightly at him. Naruto laughed and gave her a sincere smile. "Thank you. I appreciate it," Naruto said genuinely, placing his hands on her shoulders. Hinata smiled acceptingly. Naruto removed his hands and moved past her. "Let's head back out, nah? I bet you are hungry." "Let's join the others for breakfast," Naruto suggested as he headed towards the door. "Naruto-kun," Hinata called out softly. Naruto paused and looked back. Naruto asked in wonder. Hinata frowned slightly before shaking her head. Naruto observed her silently as she walked ahead of him to open the door before him. "It's nothing. Let's do as you said," she said softly as she exited the room. Naruto stared at her back. It was a posture of slight defeat. Naruto frowned slightly himself and silently walked behind, mirroring Hinata. The atmosphere lightened as the five settled around the living room with a light breakfast as they chattered. Immediately the pair got teased mercilessly for their earlier antics, but that soon eased into conversation of Hinata's mission and Naruto's hospital stay. "You're crazy," Tsunade stated in a flat voice as she stared into a pair of blue eyes that had given her so many headaches. Naruto had a devious glint in his eyes as he sat in front of the Hokage in between two males. Jiraiya was massaging his forehead while Katsuragi Shinji was looking excited. "Well, I'm out of here," Jiraiya said, getting out of his seat, shaking his head. "Either way, if you decide to go along with the plan, most of the work will fall on my shoulders. The things I do for my students. You know where I will be if my services are needed, Hokage-sama," Shinji said as he himself got out of the seat. Tsunade did nothing more than nod at the both of them. Even so, her eyes never left the young blonde. As the two men left the room, Naruto closed his eyes, waiting for a violent explosion of outrage from the Hokage. However, it didn't come. Naruto curiously peeked through one eye to see Tsunade still staring sternly at him. Naruto now opened both eyes and raised his eyebrows in question. "You're crazy," Tsunade repeated. "Either way, you still get what you need, Obito-chan," Naruto said nonchalantly, seemingly unafraid after seeing her lack of reaction. "It's a win-win situation for you. In fact, you actually stand to gain more if we go by what I suggested. No matter what the outcome might be, you know it to be true." Tsunade's face suddenly fell into a tired expression. Why are you being so kind? Tsunade asked quietly. I thought we already spoke about this, Naruto answered. Not only to the girl Naruto. To me as well, Tsunade said, closing her eyes and letting out a sigh. This in no way is beneficial to you. You are being pessimistic, Aba-chan, Naruto replied. How can you say that? Tsunade asked in a sad voice as she reopened her eyes. Something has to give. I'm not giving much as compared to what I have already done in my life, Naruto answered in a bittersweet tone. You are not being fair to yourself, Naruto, Tsunade said. Father wasn't very fair to himself as well, right? Naruto asked. Come on, Naruto. The scale was way off, Tsunade's voice was starting to sound desperate. Naruto smiled wistfully, understanding Tsunade wanting to give him a better life without having so much on his overflowing plate. Thank you. I think we are done here today. I take it. Do I have permission to go about it? Naruto asked. Tsunade gave him a look of defeat. You could show more support, you know. After all, this is helping you, Naruto said in mock annoyance. Thank you, Naruto. For what it's worth, I hope it doesn't go as you want it to, Tsunade replied. Naruto laughed as he got out of his seat. Seeing that they both were alone, he circled around the wide table to give her a hug. Tsunade sighed and returned the hug. I love you, Aba-chan, Naruto said before letting go. Tsunade shook her head. That's because I entertain your nonsense, Tsunade said, snorting. Naruto laughed as he made his way to the door. Love you too, brat, Tsunade added before the door opened. Naruto turned around and flashed her a grin before leaving the room. What's this? Jiraiya asked, eyeing the package that was carelessly thrown on the table. Your old set of clothes. I wanted to bring it earlier. There was the operation and other stuff, so yeah, Naruto elaborately answered, standing at the door. Jiraiya reached out and picked up the package. She hesitantly undid the package and saw that he was true to his words. Once again, there was a towel inside the package. Jiraiya trailed off, not wanting to complete the question. Yeah, Naruto simply said, knowing what she was going to ask. Jiraiya didn't say anything else. She just sat still in her chair. Naruto looked over at her. Her head was a little bowed down so he couldn't see her face. Her posture resembled the last time he saw her. It also reminded him of when he watched Hinata walk ahead of him with the way she hunched her shoulders slightly. Boy, Naruto called out. Jiraiya looked up. Her hair was messily all over her face, but she didn't bother to push it aside. Naruto could still see the expression on her face though. It was a pondering look. How long are you going to keep me waiting? Naruto asked mildly. Jiraiya frowned in confusion. Aren't you going to tie me up first? Jiraiya asked. Let's go, Naruto just said, opening the door, going outside. Jiraiya's frown deepened. Looking down at the package she was holding, she felt further confused. Brushing it aside for the time being, she got up from her seat and made her way out of the room, for the first time unbound. The pair walked in silence with Naruto slightly ahead, leading her to the toilet that they were brought to before. This was getting too suspicious. There wasn't anyone around them and she was unbound. Furthermore, she had this peculiar odd blonde for company. That alone was suspicious enough. Where is the guard? I didn't see anybody when we left the room, Jiraiya asked, dispelling the silence. Doing other stuff, Naruto answered vaguely. What about your teammates? I thought they had a mission related to you. Jiraiya continued asking. They're not here, Naruto said. I think I can see that, Jiraiya replied tightly, her usual irritation towards the blonde resurfacing. Then no need to ask, Naruto said nonchalantly in return. Jiraiya was starting to boil. Throwing a glance, she was reminded of all the things that he had done for her so far, and that helped soothe the anger rising in her. The remainder of the trip was in silence. For the second time they arrived at the toilet for her to wash up. Jiraiya opened the door and was about to enter when she turned her head to see what Naruto was doing. Again, he was leaning on the wall on the opposite side of the corridor, with his arms crossed over his chest. You want me to help you? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. The only answer he got was the door slamming. Naruto chuckled and shook his head a little. However, he remembered what the plan was and he frowned. He wanted it to go the way it was supposed to, but, shaking his head, his resolve returned. Behind the door was the fuming redhead. With gritted teeth and hands gripping hard on the package, she almost tore what she held into shreds. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm herself down. Barely managing, she removed the contents of the package. The cold shower would be good, Jiraiya muttered to herself. She came out of the toilet about half an hour later, all dressed in her old outfit. Without a word, Naruto beckoned her to follow him and walked off. She hurried a little to catch up with him. Once next to him, she slowed down to match his walking pace. Once again the silence fell upon the pair. Through the parting of her damn hair, Jiraiya kept glancing at the silent blonde walking next to her. If Naruto knew, he didn't say anything about it. They reached the junction in the corridor where they were supposed to turn to go back to the interrogation room. Naturally, Jiraiya, thinking that was where they were heading, turned only to bump into Naruto. What the fuck? Jiraiya cursed, stumbling backwards. Don't just stop like that, you prick. You were about to go the wrong way, Naruto said with a straight face. Huh? Taiya said in a loud, coarse manner. Your sense of direction's so fucking bad that you don't know the fucking way back. It's not that far for fuck's sake. Taiya was vigorously pointing down the corridor back to the room. Naruto sighed. At least she's back to normal. I agree with the hag, you know. Things are already starting to fall into place for you. Why are you purposely trying to do such nonsensical things? Kyuubi asked in irritation. You should know how I am. Can't help it, can I? You are really an idiot, Kyuubi replied in a resigned tone. We aren't going back yet. We are going this way, Naruto said to Taiya pointing in a different direction. Taiya gave him a stupefied look. Huh? Taiya went on again in the same coarse non-ladylike manner. Just where the fuck are you taking me then? Just follow, Naruto answered simply. Without another word he walked down the corridor. This time, however, Taiya didn't follow. She just stood there staring daggers at the back of Naruto's head. Naturally Naruto felt it. Turning around, he raised an eyebrow at her. Just what is it this time? Naruto asked in irritation. It's time, right? Taiya asked. I didn't think it would be you to escort me. Just what are you talking about? Naruto asked this time in a tired voice. My execution, Taiya answered in a tight voice and with a hard look on her face. Naruto's shoulders slumped forward. Just where did I go? Forget it. Look, no one is dying today. We are just going to go meet someone I know, Naruto replied. Stubbornness emanated from her as she just stood there. Just look at the person you are going through all this trouble for. Kyuubi suddenly exclaimed. Do stubborn females. I'm really cursed, Naruto mumbled in his thoughts. Don't you dare lump me together with that filth. I'm too refined for that, Kyuubi instantly retorted. What? Kyuubi snapped. You do realize that if everything goes as planned you will have to get used to her being around a lot more. Why do you think I am making such a big fuss? Kyuubi asked snidely. That's really not helping, you know, Naruto thought tiredly as well. I don't want to help. Kyuubi roared. Geez. You're one to talk, you know. See? You're being stubborn, just like her, Naruto said lightly. Kyuubi? Naruto called out. Great, she's pissed, Naruto said out loud. Of course I am. Taiya shouted, having heard Naruto's comment. I wasn't talking about you, Naruto said, shaking his head. Taiya gave him a look as if he was crazy. There's only two of us here. Who else can you be fucking talking about at this point? Taiya asked incredulously. Naruto gave her a flat stare. Taiya gave him another stupefied look, not knowing what his look was supposed to mean. Naruto pointed to himself. More accurately he pointed towards his stomach. Is it she? Taiya asked incredulously again, eyes widening in surprise. Yeah. Taiya burst out in laughter. Now it was Naruto's turn to look kind of stupid. What the hell are you laughing for? Naruto asked, a little irritated. It must be fucked up to be you. A male for a female, Taiya barked out in the midst of laughter. Yeah. Naruto's voice sounded obviously dead. Taiya stopped laughing when she heard it. Apparently she struck a horrid nerve. It hit too close to home for her, that tone of voice. Naruto's head was bowed down. Hearing her quiet down he turned his back to her and started walking again. Taiya didn't say anything as well, and this time she followed. Taiya blinked. Naruto brought her out of the building. Along the way, whoever they met that Naruto didn't know would whisper amongst themselves. Though there were those who greeted him amicably, however, the former outnumbered the latter. Some of the whispering could be about her, along with the numerous glances in her direction. Naruto was stoic for the most part, other than a couple of genuine smiles in return for those who greeted him. As the pair stood outside for a moment, Taiya felt the tension between them had dissipated somewhat. Rather it was transferred elsewhere, seeing a faraway look in Naruto's eyes. Taiya took the chance to survey their surroundings. The position of the sun showed that it was late afternoon. There were rows of buildings connecting them to the one they just left. Many people were also busy with their own business, some going in or out of the various buildings. Naruto said, starting towards the right. Taiya again had to catch up with him and then settle for walking right behind him. It's been a while, hasn't it? Naruto suddenly asked after they covered a few blocks. Taiya looked over at him, wondering if he really had forgotten about the exchange they had earlier. Yeah. So how does the town look? Naruto asked. Peaceful, Taiya reluctantly said. It doesn't seem like a ninja village. Naruto nodded. He then tapped her shoulder and pointed to the left at the junction. This way, he said before turning. Taiya followed without a word. Was it like this in the sound? Naruto asked loud enough for only Taiya to hear. Taiya's answer was a snort. Naruto waited a little further, but nothing else came. He figured she thought that he was still fishing for information, so he moved away from the subject of her village. It's nice, isn't it? Being so peaceful. Feels like you could do whatever it is that you like, Naruto commented offhandedly. Another snort came. What's with the fucking small talk, huh? Besides, peace doesn't last. You should fucking know that, Taiya said harshly. Yeah. All the more reason we should treasure it while it lasts, Naruto said in a bittersweet tone. Taiya frowned slightly. She felt as if Naruto was trying to point to something. Naruto just gave her a questioning look. Nothing, Taiya replied sullenly. We are here, Naruto announced. Taiya stopped walking together with Naruto standing in front of a big gate of what looks like a mansion. From the corner of her eye Taiya caught a plaque. Her eyes widened slightly and she immediately shot Naruto a look. An orphanage? Taiya asked, giving him a ridiculous look. Why the fuck did you bring me to an orphanage? If you didn't know already, I was an orphan shortly after birth. This was where I stayed before I started going to the academy, Naruto said. Although calm, as Taiya looked at him, Naruto had a melancholic feel to him. I see, Taiya replied somewhat sullenly, however she continued in a slightly irritated voice. Still doesn't answer why I'm here though. You'll see, Naruto replied cryptically as he pressed the bell. The pair waited in silence. It didn't take long for someone to appear. A woman who looked to be in her early 30s was walking up to the other side of the gate. The woman, when she caught sight of Naruto, paused in her stride before continuing her way to the gate. It's you, the woman said in a tight voice. Naruto just calmly nodded to her rather rude attitude. Yes. I wish to see the matron, Naruto said politely. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly at the request. She didn't react in any other hostile manner. Rather, she just silently opened the gate. Taiya watched the exchange between the two. Naruto gently held her by the wrist and pulled her past the now open gate. Taiya frowned at this, however, she didn't retaliate. Hardly she is curious about the day's events. She was still a prisoner. Now she was being escorted around without any guard other than the blonde doing anything but prisoner-like activities. She idly wondered what other weird things the day had in store for her. The answer to her earlier idle wonderings. Is your companion a rather shy person? Although both of you haven't been here long, she has been quiet the entire time, asked an elderly woman. Naruto almost choked on his tea and started coughing slightly. Taiya, seeing the reaction, thumped Naruto hard on the back in mock concern while giving an awkward smile to the lady. She leaned towards Naruto and whispered harshly into his ear. What the fuck I am doing at a fucking tea party? I brought you out for some fresh air and you start complaining about getting tea to drink. Shouldn't you be enjoying it? Naruto whispered back just as harshly. While the matron couldn't hear what the pair was talking about, she observed the emotions play out across their faces in amusement. You both look like you get along well. Is she one of your friends from the academy? The matron asked in a motherly manner. I'll tell you more about that later, Naruto answered in an evasive manner. Taiya gave him an annoyed stare. I am a prisoner, Taiya said curtly. Naruto let out a silent groan. The matron merely raised an eyebrow to this. I find that hard to believe. You came in rather freely and I don't see Naruto restraining you in any manner, Taiya-chan, the matron replied. Taiya had to restrain herself from reacting to the suffix attached to the name. Naruto almost laughed seeing the struggle. I am wondering about the reason for that myself, Taiya said, shooting a glare towards Naruto. The matron looked over at the blonde as well. It's confidential, Naruto said stiffly. So, something fucked up is definitely up, Taiya growled suspiciously. The matron didn't seem affected by the use of vulgarities. Or at least in a negative sense, as she started laughing. This time round the youths turned to stare at her. Well, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised, the matron said with a knowing smile after her laugh died down. Huh? Taiya blurted out. Weird things always happen around him, or rather you could say he is almost always the cause of it, the matron replied. Naruto had the grace to at least give a sheepish smile. So he is a fucking troublemaker, Taiya said dryly. So what if I am? Naruto retorted heatedly. The matron just laughed at the sight. It's been very quiet around here, Naruto, the matron interjected kindly. The pair momentarily stared at her. I'm sure you're glad the prick isn't around to trouble you anymore, Taiya said to the matron, however, her heated glance was directed once again at Naruto. On the contrary, actually, it was rather lively with him around, the matron said with a nostalgic smile. Sorry old bat, but I don't see how you can fucking stand him being around. He pisses the hell out of me, Taiya said with a snarl. It seems that both of you are quite alike then, the matron said again with a smile. That comment got Taiya to shut up for a moment as it kind of took her aback. Naruto however spoke up before she could do anything else. Could we step outside for a moment please matron? Naruto politely asked Taiya for a short glance. The matron saw the exchange and nodded in agreement. Before Taiya could say anything in protest, the said persons got up from their seats and left the room leaving Taiya alone in the room. Just what the fuck is going on? Taiya muttered to herself in frustration. Seeing no one was around, Taiya let out a sigh and indulged herself with the tea and snacks laid on the table. Please be sure to visit again in Naruto-kun? The matron asked. Naruto gave her a warm smile. You know I will, Naruto said genuinely with a bow. The matron smiled back in return. Taiya had an extremely dark look on her face. Both Naruto and the matron had ignored the look considering what happened earlier. Seeing that it was Taiya's first visit, the matron suggested showing them around with the thought that Taiya might like to see the environment in which Naruto primarily grew up in. There wasn't really anything out of the ordinary. From classrooms to the bedrooms and finally where most of the children were at this time of the day in the playroom. There, children were playing around with various toys or with games amongst each other. There were the usual childish squabbles as well. However, as usual, whenever there was something new, it always attracted the attention of children. It was a conversation, after introductions were made, that got Taiya to put on such a dark look. Nanae-san, a girl of about 5 years old, called out to Naruto. Naruto responded in acknowledgement. He squatted so that he would be at the child's eye level, and he patted her head affectionately. "Pick me, na?" the little girl asked shyly. The question however was still heard by everyone, and murmurs were going all around. Naruto blinked in confusion and wondered what it meant. Taiya raised a curious eyebrow and looked over as the matron. The elderly woman was starting to look flustered. The first time for Taiya to see since they met a little while back. Naruto noticed it as well. However, he continued to give his attention to the little girl. "What do you mean, Nana-chan?" Naruto gently asked the little girl. The girl frowned a little as if trying to find the words to explain what she meant. Suddenly her face brightened. The little girl pointed to herself. "Nana?" The little squealed in excitement. Naruto laughed slightly while nodding. Then the girl pointed at Naruto. "Papa?" the girl exclaimed. Naruto froze. Did the girl think that? Naruto's thoughts were interrupted when the girl next pointed at Taiya. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw who she was pointing to. Taiya had a look of shock. "Mama?" the girl squealed again. It was total chaos after that. Nana wasn't the only child who had such thoughts. It took a while to calm everybody down and explain everything without having disappointed children wailing all over the place. Apparently whenever a pair came to the orphanage, it almost always means someone getting adopted. The matron seemed to have missed out on that fact due to the joy from Naruto's visit. It struck a very big nerve with Taiya. With that expression on her face she only said one thing. "I hate orphans like her." Luckily she said it when they had already left the company of the children. The sun was setting as the pair walked away from the orphanage. There was a tense silence accompanying the pair after that incident earlier. "Were you once adopted?" Naruto suddenly asked. A hand lashed out, however Naruto caught it and firmly held it by the wrist. Taiya was trembling. Her head was bowed down though. Naruto couldn't see her expression. She didn't have to vocally answer. The action said more than necessary. Her adopted life was probably very miserable. Taiya jerked her arm away. The force she used probably hurt her wrist slightly as Naruto caught sight of her massaging it lightly. "It's none of your fucking business," Taiya hissed out as she took a few defensive steps away from Naruto. "I see. Let's hurry back," Taiya said softly as she stood there waiting for Naruto to take the lead. However, Naruto didn't move just yet. He just stood there staring at her. Taiya reluctantly lifted her head up once she noticed that he wasn't moving. He had a stern look on his face. It softened once he made eye contact with her. "We are not going back," Naruto said. "What the hell are you talking about?" Taiya shouted, her temper getting the better of her as usual. A few passers-by stared at the duo. Recognizing Naruto, the usual whispering started up. Some hurried themselves, not wanting to be in the vicinity. "You'll find out soon enough," Naruto said cryptically once again and started walking. "Just hold on you bastard," Taiya called out. "I thought you wanted to get going?" Naruto asked mildly. "But you said we aren't heading back," Taiya reminded him. "We are going elsewhere," Naruto answered calmly. "Where?" Taiya asked demandingly. Naruto sighed. He was starting to doubt his own decisions once again. "I wonder if I am going to live through this," Naruto thought. "Even if you do, I am going to make it hell for you for doing this," Kyuubi spoke up in his thoughts. "Jealous? You wish?" Kyuubi snapped at him. "I'm hungry, we are going to get something to eat," Naruto said to Taiya. Taiya just stared at him. Not caring to read what was displayed on her face, Naruto carried on walking. "We are going," Naruto announced without turning back. Taiya for the umpteenth time today played catch-up while grumbling to herself. Taiya belched after the meal. "I guess you had enough?" Naruto asked, glancing at the two empty bowls of ramen in front of her. He himself only had one bowl this time. He wasn't exactly hungry. "Yeah. This sure beats the lockup shit," Taiya commented. AM, who came around to clear up the empty bowl, gave Taiya a disapproving look. Taiya stared back in an arrogant, challenging manner. "You sure meet very colorful people, Naru-chan," AM commented. Apparently Taiya's stare didn't deter her from commenting in such a manner. Taiya growled only to prove AM's point. "It comes with a job," Naruto replied in jest, laughing a little. This time Taiya directed a scowl at him. "Do true," AM said with an amused smile. "Have you and your father received the summons?" Naruto asked out of the blue. AM cocked an eyebrow at him. "Yes. I wondered what that was about." Father will be staying here, taking care of the shop. I will be there. I'll inform him of what happens, AM answered. Naruto, satisfied with the answer, simply nodded. AM excused herself and went back to her job. What's that about? Taiya roughly asked. I don't think you are in the position to know, Naruto answered with a glance. Oh no you don't, you prick. Today is like a prophesied end of the world kind of shit. Things that aren't supposed to happen are fucking happening, Taiya retorted. Are you being overly suspicious? Naruto asked lightly. Don't tell me if you were in my shitty shoes right now, you won't feel suspicious. Taiya asked, giving him an evil glare. Naruto just stood up from his seat. Let's go, Naruto beckoned, once more evading her question. Taiya growled at being ignored. Naruto faced her with a serious look on his face. Unless you don't want to know today's agenda. Naruto baited. Taiya knew she had no choice either way, so she reluctantly stood and nodded. The moon was already up in the sky by the time Naruto and Taiya reached their destination. It was at the edge of the village. A rather familiar spot. It was a pathway leading to the exit out of the village. Naruto struggled slightly. His eyes were hurting. He started seeing visions of Sasuke's defection. The encounter he had with Sakura. The sight hurt him. Tears threatened to escape both from the physical pain and the exchange that he was witnessing. It was a confusing situation if anyone experienced it. Taiya was standing where Sakura was standing. Taiya was there, but so was Sakura. Both sights are vivid and clear yet overlapping. It was somewhat ghostly. Only one thing for sure was, if a person were to see it, they wouldn't have any idea which of the two was actually the real one standing. Sakura had a look of sadness and grief. Taiya a look of suspicion coupled with slight worry. Naruto imagined that he was looking hard to be standing on 2 feet. He could hear Sakura's cries. Pleading with Sasuke not to leave. Naruto reached for his weapon's holster and took out a regular kunai. Taiya narrowed her eyes at him. Tears were pouring out of Sakura's eyes. So this is it huh? Taiya asked in a cold voice. I love you so much. Sakura screamed at the same time. Naruto swung his arm launching the kunai at the same time, closing his eyes, wishing the action would wipe away the memory. The kunai hit its target. About an arm's length from Taiya's feet. If you can't stay, take me with you. Naruto heard Sakura scream. Naruto staggered to stay on his feet. You really are annoying, Naruto Sasuke said, Naruto opening his eyes. After saying that, Naruto barked a laugh and he fell on one knee. The pain was getting absurd. Being at the very place where the memory occurred was taking its toll. Taiya glanced at the kunai and then stared at the kneeling Naruto. Naruto sounded funny to her. Didn't I tell you no one was going to die today? Naruto struggled to say. Then what the hell is all of this for? With today's events and now this? Taiya hollered, pointing at him and the kunai. Just one of the side effects from taking the eyes. This is a nostalgic place for Sasuke. Seeing this was the last place in the village he was seen, I thought this would be a fitting place for us to do this, Naruto said tightly, dealing with the pain and blinking repeatedly. The what? Taiya asked, her voice icy cold. I figured I would be in pain like this. Today was just to show you what peace could be like for you, Naruto somewhat answered. Peace? Taiya asked in a shrill voice. You gotta be kidding me right? Have you forgotten the circumstances I am in? I am already overwhelmed by the pain. It wouldn't be much for you to take me out and leave the village by the exit behind me, Naruto started to explain. Knowing the current circumstances, if you pick up the kunai and make that choice, your life will be one of hide and seek. Taiya kept quiet, however the coldness didn't leave her and it reflected in her eyes. Such a calculating look. Naruto gave a pained smile. If you so choose to stay behind and take me to the Hokage, I can guarantee you an everyday life similar to today. What's the catch of staying behind? There's definitely more than what you just said, Taiya voiced out. Naruto let out a short chuckle. You can't tell how it will come about right. That's the catch. You won't know till you've actually made that choice. The pain is getting too much. Not much time left. Now choose. Stay or run, Naruto ended by demanding. Taiya stared at him for a while more. With blurry eyes, Naruto once again saw 2 people. Such a contradiction in the sight. One looking to break down in grief. The other looked almost to kill with a kunai in hand. Naruto chuckled at his vision and cursed himself a little for putting himself through shit like this. Naruto's vision blacked out momentarily. The next thing he saw was an overlapping of red and pink. Thank you Taiya Sakura, Naruto Sasuke said. The pain disappeared as the memory incident ended. Whatever light Naruto could see was fading. Naruto closed his eyes and welcomed the darkness. Ugh, Naruto groaned as consciousness started to fill him. I knew it would be painful, but I didn't think I would faint. Are you okay Naruto-kun? A person with a gentle voice asked. Ah. I guess so, Naruto mumbled. His vision was still a little blurred, but he could see someone looking down at him. Looks like you won brat, another voice said. He looked over to the side and blinked his eyes to clear his vision. The person that came into sight was Tsunade. She was pointing to a scowling Taiya, seated on a chair on the opposite side of the room. Naruto gave a weak smile. Naruto took in his surroundings, seeing his vision sharpen already. He seemed to be in some kind of reception room where there were a couple of sofas, chairs and tables laid out. Quite a number of people were present in the room. The former rookie 9-Sasuke and the former team guy with all the instructors. Konohamaru and his two friends. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Hiashi, Hanabi, AM and Tenten's parents were present as well. Taiya, of course, was there as well. Though one person seemed to be missing. "Ah, where's Hinata? I thought I heard her voice when I woke up," Naruto asked in a strained voice. No one answered him though. Everyone gave him the same "are you stupid" kind of look. "There Naruto-kun," the familiar gentle voice called out from behind. The voice was very near. Naruto immediately shot up to sitting position. "Hinata-chan." Naruto exclaimed, causing many of his peers to snicker. Naruto was staring at a very embarrassed Hinata. "The sofa is kind of hard and..." Hinata tried to explain. "It's okay Hinata-chan. Thanks," Naruto cut in with a smile, not wanting to make her even more embarrassed. Hinata nodded silently in acknowledgement. "Well, you got what you wanted. You explain what's going to happen," Tsunade said in mock irritation. She went to take a seat with the rest of the adults. She poured herself some sake. In fact, all the adults were drinking. Naruto's shoulders dropped slightly. They were expecting a difficult night. Tsunade took a sip, however, the whole time she had her eyes on him. It was an intense, serious stare. Naruto could tell what she wanted him to say. Naruto made sure to make eye contact with every single person in the room. Everybody could see the look of resolve on his face. However, whenever there's resolution, there's a hard decision that has already been made. Everybody could see that on Naruto. The adults, seeing this, almost simultaneously took a gulp of sake. "I'm sure you all have been called here being told that I am announcing something important," Naruto said. Naruto tried to smile, but it came out awkwardly. "It isn't very important actually, but I guess only to me, which is why only you guys are called here," Naruto continued. Naruto looked at Hinata. His eyes held sadness and regret for that moment. Hinata frowned slightly, catching the emotions and wondering what that meant. "Some of you might have trouble accepting what I am about to say, however please hear me out," Naruto said in an almost pleading voice while staring at the ground. He lifted up his head and stared at one last person. "Taiya. I'm getting married." Chapter 20. Price of Carriage. Part 1. Chaos. One does not drop a bomb like that at the age of 16 and expect everyone to be cheering. Especially when you just returned unconscious, dragged in by a prisoner and your bride is that said person. The head landed on Naruto's lap. One belonging to the only known person to him in the race to become Hokage. Kiba and Shino rushed over to relieve Naruto of the Hyuga heiress. So did their sensei, Yuhi Kurenai. Naruto stood to make way for them. Now it was Hinata's turn to be lying down on someone's lap, namely her sensei. Both males in her team were stunned. While Shino made no outward display, Kiba was practically growling. Hinata's affection for Naruto, after all, was an open secret. The shock was probably too much for her, hearing those 3 words coming from him. Hiashi was uncharacteristically drinking while holding on to Hanabi, lest an outburst come from her. The younger Hyuga had an intense frown on her face. Most of the males stood there, sporting looks of conflict. Shikamaru was uttering his favorite word repeatedly. Niji was deep in thought. Chaoji was stunned still, mouth hanging open with a chip about to enter his mouth. Lee was looking at Naruto with worry etched on his face. Both Kakashi and Jiraiya let out a heavy sigh. Asuma went over silently to Kurenai to give her some support, seeing her worry over her student. Even Guy was silent. The girls, however, were a different matter. Well, actually only Sakura and Ino. They were standing in front of Naruto, bombarding him with endless questions to which Naruto didn't answer. He just stood there and let himself be bombarded. Tenten was bent down, shakily picking a dropped kunai which she was twirling around before the announcement. Tenten's parents went over to her with their concerns. There was some whispering from them which was met by a glare from the weapons mistress. The kids were just confused by the sudden announcement and giving each other weird looks. Tsunade shook her head and rubbed her forehead. Shizune was alternating between throwing concerned glances at Naruto and comforting her mentor. Tsunade was about to stand up and do something to settle the commotion when Taiya, who was seemingly forgotten, suddenly got up and marched towards Naruto. She placed her hands on the shoulders of Sakura and Ino, who were blocking her from Naruto. Roughly casting them aside, the pair stumbled, shocked by the action. Taiya cocked her right arm back and slugged Naruto with all her might. Even though she couldn't use chakra, she hadn't lost much of her physical strength. "You fucking bastard." Taiya screamed venomously. "Naruto." Several people called out. Kakashi and Guy quickly moved forward to incapacitate her. Taiya struggled like a wildcat while screaming obscenities. Naruto staggered back after taking the blow. Naruto touched his mouth and found out that it was bleeding. He hadn't lost any teeth, but apparently his bottom lip grazed them and split open at the impact. Naruto straightened himself calmly and stared blankly at the struggling trio in front of him. "Let her go," Naruto said. His voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. Hearing that, Jiraiya stopped struggling. However, she glared intensely at him. Nobody moved at this point, Naruto's statement causing tension to peak. Kakashi and Guy exchanged a glance. They simultaneously looked at Naruto. With a curt nod they released Jiraiya. Jiraiya started to move again, however, at a familiar sound and feel, she immediately froze in her tracks. Naruto had drawn his wakizashi, and now the tip of the blade was at the side of her neck, where her jugular was. Jiraiya narrowed her eyes at him, analyzing the probability of him following through with his wordless threat. But the twitch of his wrist, the skin broke and the small cut bled slightly onto the blade. Jiraiya felt it, but she didn't flinch. "Don't," Naruto said. Although it was just a word, the tone spoke volumes. Jiraiya gritted her teeth in anger and frustration. "Naruto, you don't have to do this," Sakura interjected with concern. "She is still my responsibility," Naruto answered without taking his eyes off Jiraiya. "I will not have someone die if I can help it. Isn't this a little too extreme, Naruto?" Ino chipped in. "Marriage to save someone's life. Yeah. She's a freaking enemy for goodness sake," Kiba shouted heatedly. Kiba shot Shikamaru a look, seeing he was the one that battled with her. Shikamaru closed his eyes and pretended he didn't see anything. Kiba growled at him for his avoidance. Shikamaru sighed again. "How does this marriage save her to begin with?" Shikamaru tiredly asked. Naruto, hearing the question, quickly glanced at Jiraiya. "If I knew he was going to do something like this, I wouldn't have bludgeoned him with such knowledge during the trip," Jiraiya said grudgingly. "There are a couple of conditions. If met, an enemy can be accepted by law as part of the village. This was passed by the Shadame Hokage. Those conditions being..." This time it was Niji who spoke up. "Firstly, the person must display actions where he or she can be trusted," Jiraiya stated. "She did bring Naruto back when he was unconscious, when she could have used that chance to escape," Shikamaru pointed out. "Shika?" Ino protested. "It could be just a one-time thing," Kiba shot in. "True," Shikamaru said, agreeing that the possibility was there. "She even hit him when his announcement could save her life." Kiba further added in. "Anyone in her position would be compelled to do so," Naruto spoke up, defending Jiraiya. "Naruto?" This time it was Sakura who protested. He didn't really blame her. He understood that she was just looking out for him. "Sensei, please continue," Naruto said, ignoring Sakura's outburst. Jiraiya raised his eyebrow at the respectful address, but continued nonetheless. "Second, the enemy is to have his or her abilities disabled till further verification through probationary means is achieved," Jiraiya continued. "That has been taken care of permanently," Naruto said coldly. Tenten flinched when he said that, not that anyone noticed with all their attention on Naruto and Jiraiya. Jiraiya's expression darkened at the statement. Anyone could see that was the truth just from her reaction alone. "Just how is that possible?" Kiba rebelliously asked. "That information is confidential," Naruto answered, the chill in his voice still present. This caused a silence to fall upon them for a short while before Jiraiya saw fit to continue. "Lastly, the person must have a guarantor," Jiraiya said. The few more sensitive ones could pick up from his tone that there seems to be somewhat of a catch there. Uncharacteristically, Shino was the one to speak up, though it wasn't surprising that he picked up on the undertone. "What does Naruto guarantee the Hokage and the council with?" Shino asked. His voice held some hesitancy as if not really wanting to know the answer. "His life," Jiraiya said with some difficulty. Tenten dropped her kunai again. Gasps could be heard from the rest of the girls. The guys had a somber look on their faces. Teia's expression changed as well. It held one of bewilderment. Jiraiya searched Naruto's face for some sort of an answer to why he would do such a thing. When Naruto's face didn't reveal anything other than the seriousness of the situation, Teia's head bowed slightly, her hair falling forward to cover her face. "Why? Actually there is a clause added to that law by Sandaime Hokage," Jiraiya said, interrupting the question Ino wanted to ask. He was ever a compassionate person. If in fact the accepted person was to ever betray the village, the guarantor is given a month to hunt down and execute the person, that is if the person actually managed to escape. Failure to do so, the guarantor is regarded at the minimum as a Class A missing nin, regardless of the person's social standing. Execution on sight, even if the guarantor is to return to the village. Silence reigned in the group as the gravity of the situation Naruto had placed on himself sunk in. The only sound that could be heard from the group was the scratching of his head coming from Kiba. "I don't get it. If he has to guarantee his life, why does he still have to get married?" Kiba asked. His hostility was gone with the facts being revealed, but it didn't quite take his disagreement away. Kiba looked after Hinata like a sister, and this didn't look too good where her affections for Naruto were concerned. There has to be a ceremony to solemnize the agreement. This was also added by the Sandaime Hokage, Jiraiya answered. Family adoption for the same gender, marriage for the opposite. I understand that you don't want someone to lose her life unnecessarily, Naruto, Ino spoke up a little hesitantly. However, I think I speak for a lot of people with this. Ino paused and bit her lip as she looked around. She could see everyone had mixed feelings about this, and someone had to say it. When Naruto saw, from the corner of his eye, that her attention returned to him, he gave a reassuring nod while not leaving his eyes from Taiya. I would find this easier to accept had it been someone else. She was one of those who erected the barrier that led to Sandaime-sama's death, and she was also one of those whom your very comrades almost died fighting when they escorted Sasuke away, which ultimately ended with his death. Ino exclaimed with concern. A lot of subtle actions of discomfort were made with that statement. I know, but she cannot bear responsibility for all that, Naruto replied. If that is the case, then you cannot possibly be solely responsible for her. Why do you insist on doing so? Ino asked, her voice almost pleading. Does she look like she has anyone left to defend her right now? Naruto asked softly but harshly. But. Ino said, wanting to continue. I am not saying that I am doing the absolute right thing, but if a few people would take a chance with me during a time when almost everyone would shun me, then I would like to give her that same chance, Naruto said, cutting Ino off. Ino couldn't find any words to refute what he had just said, and she felt somewhat guilty as well for verbally attacking him, even if she was just concerned. Marriages were always supposed to be happy occasions, and it turned out like this for Naruto. Ino opened her mouth to apologize, but she was once again interrupted. Naruto, Taiya called out. Naruto blinked in surprise. This was the first time she called him by his name. Put down your sword. Even though I hate the arrangement you have made, I will not resist, Taiya said, surprising everyone with the strength in her voice. One would have thought she would be resigned to the circumstances rather than accepting it. Naruto lifted the sword off her neck and sheathed it. Okage-sama, can I now be escorted back to my cell? Taiya asked respectfully. Naruto, Tsunade called out authoritatively. Hi, Naruto replied seriously, understanding the unspoken command. Naruto started for the door and Taiya followed silently beside him. Everyone stared at the would-be married couple as they walked past. Naruto paused as he opened the door. He looked back at Tsunade. I think this might be a good time to tell them. Could you do that for me please? It's going to come out sooner or later. They might understand a little better why I am doing this once they know. I would like to have faith in my friends as well, Naruto said with a small smile. Tsunade snorted with a smile on her face. They'll pull through. If I have to beat it into them then so be it, Tsunade said, cracking her knuckles, causing a few of Naruto's peers to look a little sickly. Naruto chuckled. Love you Bach-an, Naruto said casually as he left the room. Yeah. You too squirt, Tsunade replied nonchalantly, not wanting to be all affectionate with her surrogate brother in front of so many people. Just what the hell are you people doing, staring at me with that stupid look on your faces? Tsunade bellowed to cover her embarrassment when she saw the look she was receiving. Naruto closed the door leaving him alone with Taiya in the hallway. As they walked, Naruto looked to see how she was faring after the fiasco in the room earlier. With just her eyes, Taiya showed him that she knew he was watching. She had a rather stoic, stiff look on her face. Naruto couldn't really blame her. She was going to be a prisoner to a wife in a short time and she didn't have any say in it. If it was him, he would be chewing the other party out by now, not that she didn't earlier. He just would have kept it up longer. I still hate you, Taiya stated icily. Naruto nodded as if expecting that response. How much though? Naruto asked curiously. Taiya gave him an irritated sidelong glance. Enough not to bother to yell at you at the moment, Taiya answered with the same frosty tone. Naruto chuckled at her answer. What the hell is so funny? Taiya asked, heat starting to seep into her voice. Someone once told me that love and hate are kind of the same, Naruto answered. Don't flatter yourself with that line of thinking, Taiya said dryly. You don't agree? Naruto asked, sounding somewhat disappointed. Of course not, Taiya answered, sounding annoyed. When you love a person all you can see is that person. When you hate a person all you can see is that person as well. If you look at it that way it's somewhat the same isn't it? Naruto pointed out. Hit a nerve? Naruto asked gleefully. Shut up. What the hell are you so happy for? This isn't a fucking fairy tale, you know. I don't have any delusions of thinking that love exists between us either way, Taiya spat out. Naruto's expression fell when he heard her words. Yeah, you're right, Naruto said quietly. Odd, you're annoying. Happy one moment, sulky the next, Taiya grumbled. Then what do you want me to be? Naruto asked thoughtfully. Taiya frowned. Just shut up alright. I don't know, Taiya grumbled further. They walked in silence for the remainder of the journey. Reaching the cells, he told the guard that he would be personally taking her to her cell. The guard eyed him for a moment before handing him the appropriate key. When Taiya was secure behind bars, she reached out and grabbed his sleeve before he could walk off. Naruto raised a questioning brow at her. Taiya struggled. Naruto waited patiently. She was looking anywhere other than at him. Well. What the fuck am I stuttering for? Taiya mumbled to herself some more. She heard rustling of cloth and felt a hand on her shoulders. Taiya looked up and saw Naruto's gentle smile. It's okay. Don't force yourself, Naruto said reassuringly. Naruto released and pulled his arm back. Wait. Taiya called out. She happened to catch his hand before it left the bars. Realizing it, her hand recoiled as if burned and looked away again. Naruto looked at her with some concern. Stop being so fucking nice, alright? I got something to say, so let me fucking say it, alright? Taiya said hurriedly. Naruto stood silently but was attentive. What I said? In the hallway. I just didn't want you to get the wrong idea. It kind of came out wrong, Taiya said, struggling at the start. She glanced up to see what his reaction was. Naruto didn't show much other than an accepting look on his face. Naruto noticed that she was somewhat fidgety, so he didn't speak up yet, figuring that she had more to say. Your friends. They were right, you know. You didn't really have a valid reason to argue for my life, but you still did. I've never had a person stand up for me like that. Thank you, Taiya said roughly, though a little softly. You're welcome, Naruto replied simply. It was hard, right? Taiya asked with some uncertainty. What was it? Standing up for me against your friends, Taiya said uncomfortably. Those words put together were very foreign to her. The way she was speaking was foreign, but she wanted to show her gratitude and she figured this was the first step. Yeah, it was, Naruto answered quietly as he glanced down the way from whence they came from. I don't want to make things worse than they already are, Taiya added. But I don't see how things will get any better for you. After all, you are going to have a wife that everyone loathes. I have faith in the people I care about. Give them the same chance I gave you. They will come around, Naruto said warmly. Taiya didn't say anything in return this time. Seeing that, Naruto decided to excuse himself. There were things and people to attend to. He doubted that everyone would leave things as they were. I'm going. I'll see you when everything has been prepared, Naruto said. The only response he got was a nod. I expected you to be here. Chi. You know how troublesome it is to come up here. Still making me come all the way here, a voice spoke in mock irritation. Naruto didn't bother to turn around. He just sat there enjoying the night wind, overlooking the village from the top of his father's head. It had the typical melancholy that one could expect to feel in such a situation. Shows that you are feeling your age, Iro-senin, Naruto said with a chuckle. Gee. You were so polite just a while ago, Jiraiya retorted. Naruto let out a carefree laugh. It felt good for the moment to banter with his sensei with everything that happened. It added a feel of normalcy to his ever-tumbling life. Naruto, a different voice called out. Ah-chan. Are you here too? Shizune Nichan is going to freak if you keep slacking off on your paperwork, Naruto said in jest. Even a Hokage needs to take a break, Tsunade said. The way she said it though was as if it was for him rather than for herself. Naruto let out another laugh. From Jiraiya's and Tsunade's point of view it looked like Naruto was rubbing his eyes. This feels funny, you know, Naruto said, his voice a little shaky. How so? Tsunade asked in a gentle probing manner. Both of you are like parents coming after a sulking kid, or at least that's what I think this would feel like if such a thing happened, Naruto said in a bittersweet voice. I'm not as kind as you are, Naruto. I wouldn't marry this pervert even to save his life, Tsunade said flatly. Ah. I'm hurt, Tsunade. How could you say such a thing? Jiraiya said in a mocking fashion, clutching his chest. Tsunade swiftly pounded him into the ground. Jiraiya let out a sickly groan from where he laid. Naruto chuckled a bit before he spoke up again. How did they take it? Naruto asked solemnly. Those who didn't know were already suspecting a grandiose life story such as yours, Tsunade said mildly. There's nothing really grand about it, Naruto replied. Most of them took it into their stride. I didn't see any adverse changes in views, but I can't be certain. You'll know when you meet up with them, Tsunade continued, completely ignoring what Naruto just said. I see. What about Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. She woke up shortly after I broke the news to them. I don't know if she heard what I said, Tsunade answered. You didn't tell her? Naruto asked. I think you are underestimating the shock you dealt her. She walked out like a zombie the moment her eyes popped open, Jiraiya answered for Tsunade. She should know by now though. Her teammates went after her and I told them to tell her, Tsunade added in. Though Hiashi wants to speak to you. The whole world probably wants to speak to me, Naruto said with a sigh. They care, Naruto. This wouldn't be difficult if they didn't, Tsunade said with concern. I should get going then. No point delaying this further. I've had enough time to myself, Naruto announced standing up. He turned around. Both adults could see that he had put on a strong front. His eyes were lightly stained red from crying. Jiraiya placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder as he walked past them, halting him in his tracks momentarily. There are needs and there are wants, Naruto. Be proud that you didn't turn your back on the person in that room earlier that truly needed you the most. I am, Jiraiya said uncharacteristically. Thank you, both of you, Naruto said, his voice once again shaky from overwhelming emotions being tightly contained. Naruto left, leaving the two legendary nins behind. Tsunade dropped her head on Jiraiya's shoulder. I'm worried, Tsunade whispered. I know, Jiraiya simply said, putting a comforting, companionable arm around Tsunade. I know I'm being selfish, but I don't want him to become a hero, Tsunade said with partial contempt. Unfortunately for you, that was already decided when Arashi got a boner on a night like this 17 years ago, Jiraiya said with a perverted chuckle. Perverted idiot, Tsunade mildly chided. He never really showed that side of him, Jiraiya said thoughtfully rubbing his chin. I was talking about you. Tsunade reprimanded. Jiraiya just laughed and gave his longtime teammate's shoulder a gentle comforting squeeze. At Hiyashi's instructions, Naruto was being escorted to Hinata's room by Hija. Naruto thought back to the short conversation and wondered how the night would turn out. You will see my daughter first. Her concerns hold precedence for now. Return here after you have spoken to her. We will speak of the foolishness that you choose to involve yourself in after you hear what she has to say, Hiyashi said in a brisk tone and a stern look on his face. I'm sorry that you see it in such a manner, but I will comply with your current wishes. That was my intention coming here in the first place, Naruto said, his head bowed in a deferential manner. You will understand it if you happen to sire a child with your bride, Hiyashi added in with a slight narrowing of his eyes. I do not blame you. I can clearly see your concern for your daughter, Naruto replied respectfully. She's waiting, Hiyashi said in a clear dismissal. Naruto bowed and left the room. Naruto stopped a step slower than Hija, he almost bumped into the man. Taking a step back he gave the Hyuga escort a questioning look. He silently gestured to the room next to them, showing him that it was Hinata's room. Once Hija saw that Naruto understood, he took a step to the side and walked away from him. Naruto turned around to call after him. It shouldn't be difficult for you to retrace your steps. If you should get lost, there isn't a lack of people within the walkways to point you in the right direction. I was instructed to leave the both of you alone, Hija said, guessing the reason for him to be called. With a small bow of his head he continued on his way. Naruto stood still for a moment. It felt odd, but he was honored that they trusted him enough to be alone with the heir of the clan. Hinata-chan. Naruto called out questioningly with a lap rap on the sliding door. Come in, Hinata's soft-spoken voice answered. Naruto silently slid the door open. The room was dimly lit by a lamp next to Hinata's futon in the corner of the large room. Her room was about 3/4 of the size of his small apartment. Hinata was seated on her futon in said corner, with her lower body covered by a quilt. Naruto made his way and seated himself in front of the futon. Hinata was dressed in a modest white yukata presumably used for sleeping. Naruto had to admit to himself that she looked quite lovely in the attire. He couldn't see her face though, with her head slightly bowed down, and with the dim light, her hair casted dark shadows on her face. Hinata-chan, Naruto whispered, hoping she would let him take a look at her. How long did you take to decide to go through with it? Hinata asked softly without moving. One night, once I realized that was the only way I could keep her alive, Naruto honestly answered. Hinata didn't take the answer very well. Naruto could see that she was gripping her quilt a little harder. Do you know how seriously marriage is treated in Konoha? Hinata asked. Even though she was still soft-spoken, her voice had taken on a slight edge. Yes. Breaking of marriage vows is seen as treason to the village. Loyalty is a highly valued principle, Naruto answered with slight faltering, having an idea where this conversation was going. How could you take such little time to consider something that will affect your whole life? Hinata asked, the edge in her voice getting slightly more pronounced. The life was at stake. I did not have the luxury of time, Naruto tried to explain. His voice held a hint of desperation. If it was anyone that he wanted to understand, it would be her because she would be the most hurt from the news. Where does this leave me, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Naruto was stunned. It was as if the tiny hint of desperation from him rippled and caused a wave to entirely wash over Hinata. Hinata-chan, Naruto trailed off, not too sure of what it was that he could say. If I threatened to kill myself, would you marry me to save my life? Hinata asked softly. She looked up at this point. She looked like she was trying to smile in vain. Tears were threatening to spill from her already reddened eyes. Naruto felt his heart clench. Hinata-chan. Please. I beg of you. Don't do this, Naruto pleaded desperately. Hinata let go of her quilt and covered her face. Tears fell and seeped through the cracks in between her fingers. What am I supposed to do with Naruto-kun? Hinata asked in between sobs. I cannot. I can't smile and say that it's okay, Naruto-kun. Not when I heard from your very lips that you're getting married. Not when the reason is your wish to save a life. I love you more knowing that, yet it shatters my heart. Hinata fell forward onto her futon. She gripped the quilt and cried hard into it. The very sight shattered Naruto's own heart. Naruto reached out to somehow comfort her. He was inches away when he hesitated. If you wish to be kind to me in this manner, then you are being utterly cruel. Words from a prisoner. The prisoner that would be his wife. Was this such a case as well? To comfort her only to cause her more pain. Once again the luxury of time escaped Naruto as he felt something clasp his wrist firmly. Naruto's eyes widened as he came face to face with Hinata. I thought with time I could capture your heart. I worked hard to change myself to this point, Naruto-kun, Hinata whispered. If you can be kind enough to save an enemy with your future, please. Mend my heart with the present. Hinata grabbed his robe with her free hand and pulled him forward. Caught off guard, both fell back onto the futon. Hinata held his face and leaned into him, giving Naruto her first kiss. Hinata's hand moved to the back of his head and gripped his hair, urging him to return the affections. Swept in the moment, Naruto unwittingly reciprocated. As the kiss deepened, Hinata let out a soft moan. She curled her arms around him, pulling him close, and he rolled, lying on top of her, inciting another soft moan. If you wish to be kind to me in this manner, then you are being utterly cruel. Taiya's voice rang in his head again. That broke the spell of the moment. Naruto pressed his palms on the futon and pushed himself up, forcefully breaking the embrace. Hinata gasped and stared at him in surprise. Naruto had a heartbroken look on his face as his saddened eyes looked away in shame. No. Hinata whimpered miserably. She gripped Naruto's robe and shook it hard, at times thumping his chest. Why can't you just give me this? Hinata cried out, heartbroken. Naruto lifted up a hand to wipe away the overflowing tears from her face. It's because you love me, Naruto answered sadly. If I am just being kind, it will only be utterly cruel to you. Naruto got up and he left the room. The moment he closed the door, he could hear the heartbreaking cries once again. Naruto snapped his eyes shut as tears started to flow out of his own eyes. Clenching his fists, he willed himself away from the room. The Ashi stared silently at Naruto. Naruto didn't bother to do anything to hide from the man. He was sure the grief and sadness he felt was shown on his face, no matter how stoic he thought his face was at the moment. You can go, Hiashi said after a few minutes of silent staring. Naruto leaned forward slightly and blinked in confusion. This was something he hadn't expected. Hiashi-sama? Naruto asked in confusion. I'm cutting you some slack, as you youngsters are fond of saying, Hiashi said in the same brisk tone. I've seen what I needed to see. Make no mistake though. I still think what you are doing is foolish, but I understand why you are doing it and how hard it must be for you. Thank you. That was all Naruto could say. Naruto's journey back home was a stumbling haze. He fumbled with his key only to find his door unlocked. Turning the knob and pushing it forward, he jumped backwards, kicking the door and landing on guard. He heard a short scream of surprise. Sakura-chan? Naruto blurted out at the surprised Kunoichi seated on his couch. Naruto visibly relaxed and his shoulders slumped. Odd, Naruto. You almost gave me a heart attack, Sakura exclaimed. Naruto dragged himself into the apartment and closed the door behind him. He allowed his body to lean back on the closed door. I forgot you guys would be here. It's kind of late. Where are Kakashi and Tenten? Naruto asked tiredly. They won't be here. Tsunade-sama ended the mission. Apparently your blackout was the peak. When you were unconscious, she ran a check and said that flashbacks should be a lot less painful from now on and would disappear soon. I volunteered to come back here to inform you. Also, I wanted to see how you are doing, Sakura explained at length. Oh. Hearing that no one else was going to be around, the last of Naruto's strength left his legs and he slumped noisily on the floor into a seated position, still leaning his back on the door. Naruto? Are you okay? You don't look so good, Sakura inquired worriedly. Naruto weakly shook his head and leaned forward to rest his head on his knees. Naruto then suddenly started hitting the floor with his fists. Damn, Naruto kept repeating. Sakura hurried and knelt by his side. Naruto, what's wrong? Sakura asked worriedly. Naruto just kept cursing and hitting the floor. Naruto, you are making me more worried. Please talk to me, Sakura pleaded. Naruto stopped hitting the floor and he hugged his legs. His body was shuddering. He's crying. Sakura did the only thing she knew when it came to this kind of situation. She gave him a comforting hug and allowed him to cry. And then you left. Sakura concluded. Yeah, Naruto answered, his voice sounding heavy. Naruto had taken a shower after his crying episode and with a pot of freshly brewed tea, he had just finished narrating what happened earlier with Hinata and Hiashi. Kind of brings back memories, Sakura said with a weak smile. Sorry, Naruto said sadly. Sakura just shook her head. It's okay. I'm actually glad that you told me. I can understand what happened to me better, Sakura said genuinely. I'm glad I can talk to you about it, Naruto said with a small smile, though still looking quite sad. Do you feel better? Sakura asked. Yeah, Naruto answered. This time round his voice sounded lighter, even if only by a bit. It made Sakura smile. Naruto frowned a little though as a thought entered his mind. Sakura threw him a questioning look. What do I do now about Hinata? Naruto asked, airing his thoughts. Sakura pondered for a moment. I would say. Sakura paused, tapping her chin in thought. Don't compensate for it. Huh? Naruto asked stupidly. Don't do anything over the top to make up for it. You don't think you did anything wrong, right? Sakura asked seriously, scanning his face for confirmation. No, Naruto answered honestly. Then there's nothing to make up for, but don't ignore her either. That's just as bad. If you did nothing wrong, there's nothing to avoid, Sakura pointed out, using her index finger to emphasize the point. Okay, Naruto mumbled. That includes not pretending that it didn't happen either. It may be awkward facing her the next time you see her. If so, then just let it be, address it at the right time when both of you have calmed down, then you can finally talk and you can take it from there, wherever that is, Sakura lectured. It sounds a little confusing, Naruto said with a laugh. Don't act dumb with me, mister. I know you're smarter than that, but basically continue treating her as a friend and address the issues as they come along, Sakura chided. I know both of us ourselves have been through quite a number of rough spots and we still made it through. Honestly, I think Hinata's a much better person than me. If we can still continue as friends like this, I don't think there should be any problems for the two of you. Naruto smiled and nodded in agreement, feeling more lighthearted. Thanks, Naruto said. The two sat in companionable silence, drinking tea for a while. During this time Naruto tried to communicate with Kyuubi. The effort, however, was in vain. He could sense her in his consciousness, but she was refusing to budge. Kyuubi could be stubborn at times. Probably inherited it from me. Naruto had a scowl on his face, and Sakura noticed it. What's wrong with Naruto? Sakura asked curiously, ending the silence. Kyuubi is being stubborn, Naruto answered honestly. Sakura continued to have a questioning look on her face. Kyuubi didn't agree on going through with the plan. With what happened earlier today with everyone and later on with Hinata, I'm guessing she's leaving me alone to squirm, Naruto elaborated with a sigh. Oh, I see, Sakura said distractedly. Naruto questioned, catching the undertone. About today. Sakura started hesitantly. Just say whatever you want to say, Naruto said, without a trace of hostilities. It's not that we wanted to go against you, it's just. Arg. Why is this so hard to explain? Sakura exclaimed. I understand, Sakura-chan, Naruto said with a smile. Eh? You do? But I haven't actually said anything yet, Sakura replied confused. Ba-chan said some stuff to me earlier before I went over to the Hyuga compound. I kind of figured it out as well before that. You guys care for me, which is why you guys don't want me to take any unnecessary risks with an enemy. I appreciate it, Naruto said genuinely. Sakura listened and nodded in agreement. I want to support you, but I can't just not think of her as an enemy, Sakura said. Then do so, Naruto replied simply. She is an enemy. You know, from the time I was assigned to her, she has not once tried to lead me into thinking that she wasn't an enemy. She was honest that way, Naruto said before laughing. In fact, most of the time she gets pissed off at me because I refuse to acknowledge her as one, Naruto said with a grin. Sakura laughed when she heard that. That definitely sounds like you, stubborn like a mule, Sakura said affectionately. Naruto laughed with her. What I'm trying to say is that, if you want to see her as an enemy, I'm not stopping you because there are facts that support that. However, I don't think it would hurt if you keep an open mind. You might just start seeing other sides of her that distinguishes her from being just an enemy. Just like how you had to struggle a while before you could accept that I am not just a but more, Naruto said. Sakura smiled warmly, seeing his point. Yeah, Sakura said. Hey, it's getting late already. Let me walk you back. You accompanied me and helped me out. It's the least I can do, Naruto suddenly said. Sakura looked up and thought. I'll just bunk over, Sakura announced. Eh? Naruto said eloquently. What? I'm not welcome here? Sakura asked mock angrily. Naruto, getting over the surprise, rolled his eyes. It's not that. Your parents? Naruto asked. I haven't told them about the mission. So I'll just tell them tomorrow, Sakura shrugged. Suit yourself. As long as you don't get into trouble, Naruto said. Sakura laughed gleefully and ran into his bedroom screaming, the bed's mine. Naruto rolled his eyes again at her childish antics. Naruto yawned. He was getting tired as well and laid down on the couch. With the day's events, it didn't take long for him to fall asleep. Naruto was jolted awake when he heard loud thumping on the door. He almost fell out of the couch. Humming. Naruto hollered. For some reason it didn't silence the thumping. Naruto groaned and hurried himself to the door. I said I'm coming already. When Naruto opened the door, he spotted a pissed-looking Tenten. Tenten? Were you outside for long? I'm not a heavy sleeper, Naruto said, frowning and wondering why she would look so angry. Not you, Tenten answered curtly. Oh. What's up so early in the morning? The sun barely rose, Naruto asked, rubbing his eyes a little bit. Breakfast. My place. Tenten replied, her tone still sharp. Let me wash up first, alright? Naruto asked, eyeing her weirdly. Before Tenten could answer, a voice was heard from behind Naruto. Naruto, who's at the door? Asked a sleepy Sakura, rubbing her eyes. Tenten's anger was momentarily forgotten. She blinked at the sight of Sakura coming out of Naruto's bedroom. She then stared at Naruto, her anger quickly returning. I slept on the couch. Don't get any funny ideas, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. Come in. It's Tenten. Go and wash up first. I'll get her something to drink, Naruto said to Sakura as he headed to the kitchen. Sakura waved at Tenten as she came in and closed the door behind her. Morning, Sakura greeted lazily as she headed into the toilet. Morning, Tenten replied in a flat voice barely audible to Sakura from that distance. Her somber mood had returned. Hey, over here, Naruto said, calling her over to the dining table. Tenten silently complied. Naruto pushed a glass of orange juice over to Tenten as she sat next to him. What's with the long face? Naruto asked lightly. I didn't come here willingly, Tenten replied. I see. This got to do with breakfast at your place? Naruto inquired further. Yes. My parents wished to dissuade you from going through with the marriage, Tenten answered after taking a gulp of the orange juice. I see. Did they say why? Naruto asked. Naruto caught a look of hesitancy before she answered. They didn't say. Ah, okay. Though why are you angry? I kind of expected it, Naruto commented. I wanted them to respect your decision, Tenten replied. So you aren't against my decision? Naruto asked with a raised brow. Tenten flinched at the question. At that moment Sakura came out of the toilet. Naruto, your turn, Sakura called out. Naruto stood up, but before he left for the toilet he placed a hand on Tenten's shoulder. Tenten was a little surprised by the contact. When she looked up at him, he was smiling wistfully at her. If you want to scream and shout at me for what I'm doing, go ahead. Just because I will not heed your advice doesn't mean I don't wish to listen to what you have to say. Talk to Sakura, I had a similar conversation with her yesterday, Naruto said, patting her shoulder encouragingly. Naruto closed the door of the toilet and sighed. It was tiring for him even though he didn't show it. Although he expected this much resistance, the experience of having to handle it was a different matter. As Naruto brushed his teeth, he ran through the possible arguments they could think of and mentally prepared polite ways. At the same time while running through those thoughts he gathered his resolve. When Naruto returned back to the dining table the sight surprised him. Sakura was worriedly looking over Tenten who had her face covered by her hands and looked to be crying. Naruto frowned worriedly. What happened? Tenten, hearing his voice, hurriedly wiped her face. I don't know. What did you say to Naruto? She suddenly started crying when I sat down, Sakura answered in a bewildered tone. By then, Tenten had already left the seat and she banged into Naruto to walk past him. Naruto fortunately didn't stumble and he managed to catch hold of Tenten by her wrist. Boy. Just what is going on? Naruto asked rudely. He knew this wasn't the time to handle things delicately when she was rushing out like that. My parents are waiting, she answered coldly. She roughly pulled her arm away from Naruto and stormed off. Naruto was about to go after her when he was held back by Sakura. I think we should give her some space, Sakura advised. Naruto sighed heavily. Naruto arrived at the Katsuragi household alone. Sakura had decided against accompanying Naruto to Tenten's place, not to avoid the events that might occur there, but rather, not wanting to worry her parents since she stayed overnight. Naruto, of course, understood and didn't mind going alone, even though the support would have been nice. When he arrived, the door to the house was left open. He was a little surprised, but Naruto figured they were expecting him soon anyway. Closing the door behind him as he entered, Naruto went straight to the dining room. He walked in seeing the family of three already seated. Glancing at Tenten, Naruto noticed that she had calmed down somewhat even though she still looked slightly disturbed. Naruto sat down at the seat prepared for him which was next to Tenten. Naruto glanced at her hoping to make eye contact. Even if she had noticed the small effort, Tenten made no sign of it. Boy, you are late, Shinji said jokingly. My apologies, Naruto said politely wanting to get into the mood for polite conversation, however difficult it may be in the very near future. Shinji, chided Yukiko. Shinji grinned at his wife and made a flippant gesture to wave her off, only to be met with a fierce stare. Shinji weakly smiled at his wife before returning his attention back to Naruto. Not only did you come late, you allowed my lovely daughter to come home alone, unescorted, after she went to fetch you. Shinji said in mock horror. Otu-san. Tenten called out angrily, beating her mother to the punch. Hi, Shinji said to appease his daughter. However it was momentary as his attention once again returned to Naruto. Even though I am the only male in the family, it's quite obvious I don't wear pants, Shinji said this time in mock sadness. Shinji Otu-san. Both females hissed with equal ferocity. This time round Shinji backed down. Let's eat shall we? Shinji announced weakly. Naruto smiled awkwardly. This was not how he imagined the start to the meeting with the Katsuragi family would go. He had a bad feeling about this. Breakfast was a silent affair and after teacups were filled to wash down the meal, Yukiko spoke up. "Shinji, if I may." Even though she sounded calm, it was rather obvious that Yukiko was still angry at her husband and wanted to direct the conversation instead of him. Even though it was worded as a request, it was quite obviously the opposite. Shinji just nodded. "Naruto-sama," Yukiko called out formally. Naruto almost cringed. Naruto knew it was a sign that she seriously meant to dissuade him from what Tenten had told him earlier. "Yes, Yukiko-san." Naruto replied politely. "I'm sure Tenten has told you why we wish to speak with you," Yukiko said, heading straight for the issue at hand. "Yes. You wish to dissuade me from going through with my announced marriage," Naruto said objectively. "Yes, that is correct, Naruto-sama," Yukiko replied. "May I ask why?" "Naruto-sama, you are still young and Konoha has no law dictating the minimum age of marriage due to traditions in the past where arranged marriages were a popular custom. While the traditions have mostly been forgotten, no law concerning the age limit on marriages has been passed and I intend on fully utilizing that to my advantage, Yukiko-san," Naruto interjected in a mild tone. Age would naturally be first to be used to argue against him, seeing he was only 16. "That is because getting married without parental consent is still heavily frowned upon," Yukiko replied. "Which is still to my advantage seeing I have neither parents nor guardians," Naruto said. It was rather painful still, even after so many years, to say such a thing, but Naruto managed to say it evenly. "How could I say such a thing so easily?" Yukiko asked in surprise. Sadness that Naruto tried to hide washed over his face now. He didn't expect that question. "It is a trained response in accordance with laws that might be used as a means to dissuade me from seeing my decision to the end," Naruto answered flatly, sounding like a robot. "Are you saying that you have no wish to hear us out?" Yukiko asked in disbelief. Naruto sighed. "No, it is not that. Just as I told your daughter, even though I will not heed your advice, it doesn't mean I don't wish to listen to what you have to say," Naruto said, upset seeping into his voice. "How is not heeding our advice, listening to what we say?" Yukiko said, her voice getting louder and she was clearly upset. "I came here, did I not? Even when I knew what was going to be said. At the same time, I wish to reserve my right to make my own decisions," Naruto answered, his own voice escalating as well. "Just what are your decisions based on? How do you even know it is right? Who told you it was right? Why do you presume that you are right when you have no one to guide you?" Yukiko's voice got louder with each question till she screamed out the last. Yukiko's upset unfortunately triggered Naruto's upset as well. "Was it my fault that I had no one? If you are so right then why the hell weren't you there for me?" Naruto hollered. "That's enough." Shinji barked, slamming his hands hard on the table. Yukiko broke down and cried. Shinji immediately wrapped his arms around his wife and pulled her close. Naruto bowed his head in shame seeing what he had caused. "I crossed the line. I'm sorry," Naruto said. His voice was soft, at the same time, filled with grief. "You weren't the only one. I apologize on behalf of my wife," Shinji said, his voice sounding sad and troubled. "This went so wrong, so fast. If you would excuse me, I will be leaving," Naruto said shakily. Shinji made a sound of assent. Naruto quickly got up and exited the room. Just as he was about to leave by the main doorway he felt someone grab his hand. "Naruto, wait." Tenten called for him to stop. Naruto paused for a while before turning around. He had a wide smile on his face. It was so fake that it was painful for Tenten to look at him. Naruto did his best to hold the smile, even though it was quivering and tears had already fallen from his eyes. "I'm okay, Tenten. I'm just a little tired, that's all. Sakura-chan and I stayed up pretty late talking, so I want to rest for a bit before I have to meet Iro-senin," Naruto lied openly. His voice sounded like he was going to break. "Help me tell your mother that I'm really sorry, okay?" Naruto slipped out of her grasp and started running. Tenten gave chase. She wasn't trailing, but she saw Naruto's hair suddenly turn red and with a red flash, he disappeared. Tenten slowed down to a stop and stared down the empty pathway leading away. Shit. Naruto's room was a mess. Naruto had trashed the room, venting his frustrations, and now he sat in the center, with his legs curled up to his chest. He stared blankly at the wall in front of him. "Hold on to your swords." Naruto picked up his swords and embraced them in such a way that he could hold on to the hilts of the swords. "Let me have control." Naruto made a sound of acknowledgement. With that, Naruto's hair and eyes turned red, signifying Kyuubi's chakra being channeled. A negligible wisp of chakra trailed out from his abdomen and spiraled around his torso. It tightened slightly so that it was snug. "I'm sorry, Naruto." The husky voice in his head was absolutely gentle. Such a rarity that was. Naruto, hearing it, coupled with the only way Kyuubi could ever hug him without being noticed, broke down and cried. Chapter 21, Price of Carriage, Part 2. "Kakashi-sensei, I did not give you that kunai as a calling service," Naruto said in irritation. He straightened himself, releasing his hold on his swords, realizing he was summoned not because of a threat. Many hours had passed since the incident at the Katsuragi household. It was rather late at night actually, with the moon shining high up in the sky. So? What's up? Naruto asked, irritation still present in his voice. Nothing really. I just wanted to see how you were doing, Kakashi said casually. As per normal, he was reading a book from his favorite series, perched on the same pole Naruto was tied to years ago, again. He didn't even bother to look up. Naruto's irritation became further evident by the obvious twitching of his facial features. Kakashi's tone and actions irked Naruto. His nonchalance, that book and perching on that pole in particular. Naruto had a feeling he always chose the center pole just to remind him of what a goofball he was back then. Normally he wouldn't have minded, but recent events hadn't been favorable to him. Real peachy. Naruto replied, thick on the sarcasm. Kakashi briefly glanced at him before returning his attention to the book. I see, Kakashi said nonchalantly as he flipped a page. Naruto growled at his sensei. Look sensei. I'm not really in the mood for a social call right now, Naruto said menacingly. Precisely why I called you here, Kakashi replied, maintaining his demeanor. Naruto took a long breath in and sighed. Thank you for your concern, really, Naruto said tiredly. As you can see, I am quite tired. I still have quite a bit to do tomorrow. Though come to think of it. How come there's no mention of training from you? I didn't tell you. We trained today, Kakashi answered. Naruto blinked. How come you didn't tell me? Naruto asked, stunned enough not to get angry. You are already training on your own, Kakashi answered ambiguously. Huh? Naruto asked, genuinely confused. Ninja training isn't just all about fighting. You seem to be doing some tough psychological training. Broke down twice already, Kakashi elaborated lightly. Naruto finally got what Kakashi was talking about. Sakura-chan and Tenten told you what happened, huh? Naruto asked dejectedly. They did air their concerns, but no. I have been observing you myself, Kakashi said, flipping another page. Hey? You've been spying on me? Naruto asked incredulously, almost in an accusing manner. Kakashi just nodded honestly, not taking his eyes off his book. Naruto felt a little odd with the way he answered the question. Part of him wanted to be angry that he was spied upon. However, perhaps Kakashi was just worried. He was his sensei after all. When did you start? Naruto asked curiously. Since you left the building after your announcement, Kakashi answered. Naruto sighed. Till now? Don't you need to at least sleep a few hours? Naruto asked exasperated. Hey Bunshin. I'm surprised you chose to stop using it. It's really a useful skill. Though I slept when you did, Kakashi explained still not looking up. But the circumstances it couldn't be helped. You know, you could at least look at me when you talk to me. That habit of yours is really annoying, not to mention disrespectful, Naruto commented. Kakashi glanced at him and returned back to his book. I'm paying attention. You should know me by now, but I'll give you that much since you asked for it, Kakashi said with a crinkling of his eyes, showing that he was smiling. He snapped his book shut and kept it in his vest pocket. Thank you, Naruto said with a hint of sarcasm. Kakashi ignored it. Hatsuragi-san didn't show up today, right? Kakashi asked as he leapt off the pole landing cleanly on the ground. Yeah, he didn't, Naruto said sadly. Though it wasn't fruitless. Hiro-sen and I still got some stuff done. Everything ready then? Kakashi asked. Naruto looked at him questioningly. Shouldn't you know, since you were spying? Naruto asked in return. Confidentiality in terms of the techniques involved. You should understand that, Kakashi answered. Naruto nodded. Well, we still need Shinji-san's assistance, Naruto said, his voice a little troubled. I see. So what are you going to do about that? Kakashi asked. I'll probably head over again tomorrow morning, Naruto said with some hesitancy. Kakashi just nodded. Nah, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto started again, hesitancy still present. What's your take on my marriage? Don't call me to babysit, Kakashi answered with mirth. That's not what I'm asking. Come to think of it though, I never thought about kids. All I was concerned about was keeping her alive and giving her a chance, Naruto replied. You already decided. Why bother asking for my opinion? Kakashi asked. Naruto looked down at his feet. I don't know. I guess since everyone is doing it so freely I thought you'd probably want to do so as well, Naruto said softly, almost mumbling. If it's approval you're looking for, I neither approve nor do I disapprove, Kakashi replied. Naruto shot his head up. You do what you think is right. It's your life after all. My only concern, for this case, is how you deal with your decisions and how you come out of it, not why, Kakashi continued. Naruto smiled a little. Thanks. I think I really needed to hear that, Naruto said softly. I know. Sometimes right and wrong are really subjective. Just think about the consequences of your actions and which you want to accept, Kakashi added seriously. Naruto just nodded silently. Did I wake you? Naruto asked softly. He leaned back against the bars as he sat down. He didn't feel like returning home yet after speaking to Kakashi and he ended here. No. Taiya replied. Good. You shouldn't do that, Taiya spoke up. The what? Show your back to me like that. I could fucking strangle you or snap your neck, Taiya answered in a matter-of-fact tone. Go ahead, Naruto replied in a resigned manner. He could hear footsteps followed by a soft sound of someone kneeling on the hard floor. Naruto felt oddly warm as hand circled around his neck. Taiya squeezed lightly. Your hands are warm, Naruto said gently. Taiya paused, but didn't let go. Why are you here? Taiya asked with a hint of resentment. I couldn't sleep, Naruto replied, not moving a bit, putting himself at her mercy. Taiya squeezed a little harder. And you fucking come here to see me? Taiya hissed lightly. Although unseen by Taiya, Naruto smiled a little. Your presence is oddly comforting right now, Naruto said warmly. He could feel her flinch. The warmth of Taiya's hands left his neck and was replaced by warmth of her back on his as she leaned back on the bars. I've been thinking, Taiya spoke up. Naruto made a sound of acknowledgement. He could feel her tense up. I am not giving you a kid, she said stiffly. Naruto burst out in laughter once he heard that. What the fuck is so funny? Taiya burst out indignantly. Naruto shook his head as he calmed down. Sorry. Earlier Kakashi-sensei mentioned that he wasn't going to be babysitting when I asked him what he thought of the marriage, Naruto explained, still sounding a little ticklish. I'm serious, Taiya said. Naruto sighed a little. I know. I wasn't expecting anything. Now I've actually thought that far, to tell you the truth, Naruto replied softly. Don't you want a family? Taiya asked quietly. I do. In a few days, we are going to get married. You don't sound as opposed to it as initially. So even if it is not much, I can't help but feel a little happy about it because you are going to be my first real family member, Naruto answered genuinely. I still hate you, you know. I didn't even get a fucking proposal, Taiya said, disgruntled. Will you marry me? Naruto asked softly, after a short silence. Great. My life can't get any fucking worse. I just got proposed to while I'm behind bars, Taiya cursed. Naruto burst out in laughter. I think we're going to get along just fine, Taiya, Naruto said softly, with a small smile after his laughter ended. Taiya suddenly stood up. I am going to sleep, she announced, walking away, and Naruto could hear the sound of shifting sheets. Naruto got up as well. By the time he did and turned around, Taiya had already settled in bed with her back facing him. Good night Taiya, Naruto said. She didn't reply and he walked off. Naruto was walking back to his apartment mostly in silence. Other than the expected passing questions from the night patrols, he was pretty much by himself. He heard a familiar sight coming from the recesses of his mind. Yes. Naruto spoke out loud seeing no one would be around at this time of the night. You are not changing your mind about this, right? Kyuubi asked in an uncharacteristic defeated voice. You should know me by now, Naruto answered. Well, unfortunately, Kyuubi replied. Naruto chuckled at the response. Why choose to speak now? Even after earlier today, you didn't say anything other than to apologize, Naruto asked in a slightly curious tone. I don't need to explain myself to you, Kyuubi retorted. Naruto chuckled again. Naruto had long gotten used to her tantrums and from time to time found it amusing. Just what the fuck is so funny? Kyuubi asked angrily. This time Naruto burst out in laughter. So much that he had to momentarily stop walking and hug his sides. If anybody spotted him right now they would probably chuck him into the psych wards. Kyuubi growls indignantly. Kami? You sound just like her. Naruto said before going into another fit. Just fucking stop. Who the hell are you talking about? Kyuubi asked, growling again. Naruto managed to get a hold of himself after a while and he began walking again. Don't play dumb Kyuubi. That's highly unlike you. You know who I'm talking about, Naruto replied. I do not appreciate being compared to the likes of that prisoner, Kyuubi replied. This time round her voice came out frostily. Her words struck a chord in Naruto. It made him momentarily stop his tracks as a thought entered his mind before he started walking again. Apparently the thought wasn't missed by Kyuubi as she kept quiet for a while. After a bit of growling, she spoke up again. I fucking… shit. Kyuubi cursed midway through what she wanted to say. Hate you? Naruto asked, finishing Kyuubi's sentence for her. I think I am starting to understand better why I wish to save her, Naruto admitted. Stop. I don't like where this is going, Kyuubi protested. Naruto unconsciously looked down and smiled sadly. I think we've already reached it, Naruto said softly. Naruto yawned as he stumbled out of his room. Through slit eyes he glanced out of the window. He groaned when he saw that it was similar to yesterday morning. The sun had barely risen. The knocking on the door that woke him up was heard again. Can't these people wake me up a little later? I don't even have a mission anytime soon, Naruto grumbled to himself switching on the living room lights as it was still rather dark. Naruto was instantly awakened the moment the door was opened. The Katsuragi family was standing outside his door. Father, mother and daughter were standing stiffly, not making eye contact with him. Naruto swallowed thickly. To think of it, Tenten almost banged down my door around the same time yesterday, Naruto thought. The cough from Shinji brought Naruto out of his musings. Ah. Good morning Shinji-san, Yukiko-san, Tenten, Naruto greeted them awkwardly, with an uneasy smile plastered on his face. He took a step to the side in an unspoken invitation and to allow his visitors entrance to his apartment. However they continued to stand at the door. Naruto looked at them questioningly. Shinji made eye contact with Naruto and he had an uncomfortable yet serious look on his face. Yes. Good morning to you as well boy, Shinji said. Naruto glanced briefly at Yukiko. Surprisingly she didn't react in any manner to Shinji's casual speech. They still continued to linger uncomfortably at the door. Naruto frowned slightly but figured they were more traditional and would require a spoken invitation. Would you all like to come in? Naruto asked politely. The unease on Shinji's face became more apparent. He cleared his throat as if to ward away his discomfort. That would be a nice boy. However could you please be in more appropriate attire? There are women accompanying me, Shinji asked uncomfortably. Eh? Naruto asked as he looked down at himself. He was clad only in a pair of white boxers. With the living room light shining through the thin garment, it was hardly modest. Please make yourselves at home while I freshen up and change. It was rather warm yesterday night, Naruto invited and explained hurriedly as he rushed into the bedroom, leaving the door open for them. Thankfully his venting was restricted to his bedroom, so the visible area was clean. Odd. That was embarrassing. Kyuubi, why didn't you say anything? Naruto hissed in his thoughts. Ha. Payback's a bitch isn't it? Kyuubi replied snidely. After hastily stumbling through randomly picked clothes, which ended up to be a plain brown tee and khaki shorts and rushing through his morning routine, he managed to come out modest enough to receive guests. Just as he did, Tenten came out from the kitchen holding a tray containing his tea set. I remembered where you kept them, Tenten mumbled an explanation, still embarrassed in catching him in such attire. Ah okay. Thanks. You didn't have to. Come let me, Naruto said hurriedly, relieving Tenten from the tray. She didn't protest and went to join her parents at the dining table. Naruto made his way there. He settled the tray on the table and like a gracious host, he set a cup in front of each of his guests and poured tea for them. Thank you, boy. You didn't have to, Shinji said casually, his discomfort already dissipated. Yukiko still had her bowed down slightly in avoidance of eye contact. However, this time Naruto figured it was the reason for the visit. Things had ended rather badly yesterday. He still felt a little awkward himself looking at Tenten's mother. You are guests at my house after all. It's bad enough Tenten had to be the one to prepare the tea, Naruto replied politely, taking a seat. Once again the seating arrangement mirrored yesterday. Naruto fidgeted slightly in discomfort. I don't remember him being this nice when the team was around, Tenten grumbled sullenly. Naruto glanced at her and saw that she was seated rather stiffly. The atmosphere was truly awkward. Tenten, Shinji chided mildly. Sorry, Tenten muttered half-heartedly. Naruto glanced around nervously as silence seemed to befall on them, waiting to see who would break it. Seeing this was his apartment. About yesterday. Naruto started unsurely. This time round Shinji nudged his wife. This was really very odd. Naruto-sama, Yukiko paused as her voice came out a little cracked. She shifted in her seat as if to compose herself. I wish to apologize for my outrageous actions yesterday, Yukiko said harshly. She suddenly stood up and bowed deeply. Her behavior shows her shame towards herself. Ha-san. Tenten protested. You don't have to go so far. Tenten. Yukiko scolded loudly while keeping her position. Naruto would have understood. An apology would have been enough. Tenten continued to protest. She turned to Naruto. Naruto. Don't make my mother go through this further. Tenten. Yukiko repeated with increased ferocity. Naruto was visibly disturbed by the display. However he calmly stood, glanced at Shinji briefly before putting his hands on the woman's shoulders. Naruto gently guided Yukiko to straighten herself and tried to make eye contact with her. While she allowed herself to be relieved of the bow, she refused to meet eye contact. Tenten is correct, Yukiko-san, Naruto said gently. But, Yukiko-san, Naruto interrupted, not wavering on his gentleness. Hi, Naruto-sama, Yukiko replied respectfully, almost immediately. Please stop this Yukiko-san. I do not deserve any of this. If you must, a simple apology would suffice, Naruto started out, making his speech sound more formal in hopes that it would be better received by the traditional woman. I, myself, have equal responsibility for yesterday's outcome. For that I sincerely apologize as well. Naruto-sama, as happy as that makes me, please, you don't have to. Yukiko. This time the interruption came from Shinji. You're upsetting the poor boy. He sincerely wants to be responsible for his own actions. You deny him of that, you will stunt his becoming of a man. Yukiko was rather shocked by her husband's words. For the first time that day, she lifted her head to venture a look at Naruto. Naruto gave her an uneasy smile with hopes that she would listen to her husband. She slowly allowed herself to be seated with the guidance of Shinji's arm, gently pulling her down. Seeing that, Naruto got seated. "I humbly apologize once again, Naruto-san," Yukiko said this time looking at him. Naruto let out a relieved sigh and gave the woman a grateful smile. "Thank you, Yukiko-san. However, let's move on, shall we?" "What is past has passed," Naruto offered. Yukiko gratefully nodded. Both parties took a sip of the tea to wash down whatever remnants of discomfort both still had. Neither saw the look of relief and thankfulness on Tenten's face though, seeing the tension dissipate. "I really appreciate you guys coming here today. I was worried after yesterday's incident and Shinji-san not showing up to assist Hiro-sen and myself on the upcoming procedures," Naruto said evenly. Naruto noticed Yukiko balk at the grimace and smiled knowing she was back to her normal self. "For that I apologize, my boy," Shinji spoke up. Naruto just shook his head gratefully. "I am thankful. Even if you guys hadn't come here this morning I had intended on paying you guys a visit. I'm sure you know that while the procedures we planned had no bearing on the outcome of my decision, it was the main factor for it to be accepted in the first place." "Yes, which is why we came here, Naruto-san. While I refused initially, my husband reminded me of the purpose of the procedure," Yukiko said. "I know a lot of people would be worried, a fact that moved me. Which is why I would have preferred to go through this decision with your aid and support," Naruto added. Shinji sported a look of conflict with Naruto's words. "Something wrong, Shinji-san?" Naruto voiced out. "I wish you would have discussed with Jiraiya-sama what you wanted to do when you asked about the possibility of performing that procedure. I blame myself for not asking why you had such questions," Shinji said a little disgruntled. Naruto sighed. "Please. We both know the reason I didn't tell you was because there was a chance that you would act in this manner. Unfortunately, you currently are. Fortunately for me, it is a little too late for anything else right now. I have already made the decision and the Hokage as well the council, as I was informed by Iro-Senin yesterday, that it has already been approved. We could still talk to the council members," Shinji said stubbornly. "And say what, Shinji-san? I didn't make this decision just on an egotistical notion of being a hero and saving a life. This has to do with the village as well. Seeing Taiya's presence will trigger Sasuke's memories, which will provide information on the matters of the Sound Village," Naruto countered evenly. "How is that not an egotistical statement? You sacrificed your marital future for the sake of the village," Shinji challenged calmly. "If that is the case, then my father would have been a very egotistical person," Naruto said, chuckling lightly. Shinji however did not see the humor in it. His expression visibly darkened. Naruto spoke up before he could get angry. "I understand the circumstances are different. To be truly honest, the reason why I am doing this only really became clear yesterday, and yes I admit it is a selfish and egotistical reason. The rest happens to be byproducts and benefits that got dragged along. But isn't that great?" Naruto ended his speech by asking. Shinji narrowed his eyes, not liking the direction the conversation was going. "What is?" he asked tightly. "I am going to quote something my father said to me in a letter he left behind together with the swords," Naruto announced, bringing a little shock to those present. "It is selfish of me to perform my role as a Hokage above that of a father. In my selfishness, however, I have included the lives of many others including yours. Please forgive me for not being a father," Naruto narrated. "How can this be? I do not believe your father saw himself as selfish when he saved the lives of an entire village." Shinji shouted in an uncharacteristic display of anger. Naruto kept quiet for a moment with his eyes closed to allow Shinji to calm himself down. Shinji, seeing this, forcefully took a deep breath to gather himself. "I never really understood what he meant until this situation came about," Naruto said calmly. "I am selfish because the reason I want to save a prisoner is because I see too much of my own predicament in that person. Perhaps, had it been someone else I would not have gone so far, but I believe my father felt the same, seeing he himself was an orphan. He orphaned his own son with the knowledge that many others would be spared that predicament. He expected me to understand and I did. As selfless of him to do so, it was still a selfish act of not wanting to see with his own eyes what he went through before. That cannot be ignored." Naruto received a slap from Shinji. A look of shock was on everyone's faces. Naruto was excluded as if he expected it. Shinji stared at his own hand that dealt the blow as he plopped back down onto his seat. Shinji stuttered, not knowing what to say. Even after all the words of apology, the conversation still went wayward just as it did yesterday. Naruto's face was still calm. "There is no need to apologize. I understand the conflict you are going through. I still have conflicting thoughts. However, at the end of the day, I see something I can do, and I will do it regardless of the consequences, just as my father did," Naruto said with unwavering resolve. "Naruto-san, this is quite different," Yukiko spoke up, seeing her husband was still in shock. Almost everyone seems to say that. Essentially I am doing the same thing. How is one life any less different than many others? Even if the life is that of an enemy. Indirectly, how many enemies' lives did my father save? Even in my father's case, the many lives that he had saved all came from each individual life. Can you safely say my father would not have done the same thing as I did if he were in my shoes? Naruto asked. That last question seemed to have pulled Shinji out of his shock. Boy. I don't know what to say about what I did. It's okay Shinji-san. What I said might have come across as insulting to my father's honor. Just as many people would have died to prevent my father's death, I see all your actions mirroring the essence of that. You just wish to protect me. For that I cannot thank you all enough, Naruto said, his head bowed. Shinji had his head bowed as well. Even though I still don't agree with your decision, you took the time to figure out something that will make everyone else less worried before going through with it. That I respect and for that reason alone I will assist with the procedures. You could have told everyone about the procedure before leaving that night. It would have eased a lot of things for you, Shinji said tiredly, this morning's conversation wearing him out. I have faith, Naruto replied simply. Shinji looked up at Naruto. Even though Naruto didn't notice the look of grief on the man's face, he could hear it from his next words. Your father's faith was lost. It still lives in me, Naruto said softly. I see. Shinji got up. Following his example the rest of his family did as well. Similar to Jiraiya as Shinji walked past Naruto, he laid a hand on the still-seated blonde. Your father is proud of you, of that I am sure, Shinji said before he made his way out of the apartment. Naruto didn't move, even after everyone had left. He sat there staring at the cup of tea which was lukewarm by now. He suddenly felt a chill on the cheek that was hit. He turned to see Tenten back at her seat holding a cloth with ice to his cheek. I'm sorry my dad did that, Tenten said softly. It's okay. As you can see, your parents respect my father a lot, which is why they're going so far to change my mind, Naruto replied with a wistful smile. Why are you still here? It's just a slap, you know. We've been through worse before. Kyuubi would have taken care of it. Tenten kept quiet and rubbed his cheek gently with the ice pack. It's quite boring to talk when you don't get any response, you know, Naruto said in jest. That earned him a hard rub. Naruto winced lightly and gave her a scowl, which she returned in kind. Aren't you going to stop me too? So far you haven't actually agreed to the matter, Naruto inquired lightly. After seeing you arguing with my parents twice, whatever I have to say seems kind of pointless, Tenten said. She was slightly dejected, even though she was trying her hardest not to let it show. It's for the best, weren't you paying attention? Naruto asked jokingly. Taiya doesn't have to die. People don't have to be risked unnecessarily by sending them out to investigate, and Bachan gets her information in due time. Everyone wins. Not everyone, Tenten replied quietly. Naruto pushed on despite the melancholic reply he got. I get to be selfish too, you know. I get the satisfaction of knowing I can do something. Naruto replied a little too cheerfully. Why are you trying to convince me when you already made the choice, Naruto? Asked Tenten, her tone unchanged. Naruto's cheerfulness fell. Enough people have been hurt. Even though I said a lot of things, I'm hurt too, you know. I can't help but want to be unconditionally supported, at least by a few, Naruto admitted. I'm sorry. I can't give you that, Tenten replied sadly. Naruto tried to give her a smile, but it came out rather weak. Don't be. At least you're still here. Thanks, Naruto said genuinely. Tenten mumbled in acknowledgement. Blue's eyes stared into black through the cold steel bars. It is time. How did it go? Tsunade asked Jiraiya as he came out of the room. It was successful, Jiraiya stated, though there was no sound of triumph despite the boundaries they had crossed since the time of Naruto's father. It only took a day after Katsuragi Shinji agreed to assist in the proceedings, but the preparations were done, and the sealing process to permanently bind 16-year-old Naruto and 18-year-old Taiya together was completed. Naruto and Taiya blindfolded exited the room that was used for the sealing procedure guided by Shinji. Since the process was related to that of the Hiraishin, blindfolding was a necessity. Both youths came out topless, though Taiya had bindings to preserve what little modesty they could without disrupting the procedure. You can take off the blindfolds now, Tsunade announced stiffly as she caught sight of the intricate seal branded on the center of their respective chests. Naruto and Taiya independently removed their blindfolds to Tsunade instructions. Both blinked as their eyes got used to the light in the hallway. Taking in their surroundings, they noticed the company that they had. Other than Jiraiya and Shinji who were in the room with them, Tsunade, Shizune and the two elders were there as well. How are you feeling? Tsunade asked Naruto warmly. Naruto gave her a grin. Alright. It kind of itches though, Naruto replied lightly, bringing his hand to scratch his chest, only to have it slapped by Tsunade, who now was giving him an irritated glare. Naruto returned it with a sheepish grin. And you? Tsunade asked Taiya. Her voice remained warm, disregarding Taia's background, considering that in a short while she was going to be the wife of her surrogate brother, making Taia Tsunade's sister-in-law in her eyes. Though she would probably die first before admitting it. This much she could do for Naruto after all that he had been through. She was as aware as Kakashi was about the incidents that happened after the announcement of his marriage was made. Hold, Taia answered without any hostile intent. She was aware of Naruto's relationship with the Hokage. As much as she detested the situation, she knew better than to make this difficult. Neutrality was the best attitude she could muster. You both will be dressed shortly, the female elder, Uchiha Kaharu spoke up. While we will not be attending the ceremony, seeing as it should be a personal affair, we still wish to speak with you both afterwards. Got it, Naruto replied in his usual manner. Taia just nodded in acknowledgement. Shizune, Jiraiya, Shinji, Tsunade called out, gathering their attention. Go on ahead to the shrine. The rest should be waiting by now. Tell them to prepare. We'll be there shortly after these two get dressed. Those present in the shrine hushed as the bride and groom stepped into the ceremonial room. While weddings were usually a solemn affair, the atmosphere that currently shrouded the room was more suited for a funeral march. The crowd present was small, as to be expected with the circumstance. However, the grim look on each person present for the ceremony only showed the severity of the situation. This wasn't a match made in heaven, or at least what was usually implied for marriages. For a marriage of necessity or rather unnecessary, according to the majority of those present, such as this one, only reflected how jarring reality could be. Naruto, walking side by side with Taia, glanced around to see who had decided to make their presence. Everyone who was present during the announcement was given an invitation. Naruto's expression visibly fell when he noticed who wasn't present for the occasion, Hyuga Hinata. Hiashi, Hanabi and Team Kurenai had also chosen not to make an appearance. While it affected him, it did not hurt as much as the Hyuga heiress's absence. Naruto had quickly forged a bond with Hinata in the short time since his return. He had expected it to happen after the heartbreaking incident he had with Hinata. However, bearing witness to her actual absence was nearly as heartbreaking as watching her break down that night. While he may not have loved her as she loved him, he still valued her as one of his precious people. Naruto struggled to keep his composure. Unknown to the participants of the ceremony, Hyuga Hinata broke down once again as she saw the crestfallen look on Naruto's face using her Byakugan. Accompanying her in an alley just beyond the walls of the shrine were the members of Team Kurenai with the addition of Hanabi. Hiashi had decided against accompanying his daughter, lest he do something uncharacteristically rash from seeing her breakdown. Shino and Kiba flanked the girl, slumped to the ground, hugging her knees in despair. Shino had a hidden troubled look about him, and Kiba's face was one of pure anger. Opposite them was their instructor, Kurenai, with Hanabi by her side. Kurenai had averted her eyes in sadness the moment her once extremely shy student had broken down. Hanabi had a crestfallen look similar to that of Naruto's as she helplessly watched her elder sister cry her eyes out. Even though Hinata was crying hard, she didn't release her hold on her Byakugan. As painful as it was, she was determined to watch the entire proceedings, even if she could only do so from afar. Naruto and Taia finally reached the ceremonial altar after what felt like an eternity. Trailing behind them a slight distance away was Iruka and Tsunade. As the marrying couple halted and knelt before a lowly raised altar in the presence of the priest performing the ceremony, Iruka and Tsunade took their respective places beside the bride and groom. Seeing that those positions were usually occupied by the immediate family members of both parties, Iruka and Tsunade took those respective roles at Naruto's request. To the priest's instructions, Naruto took the lead in performing the Sansankudo, and the pair alternated between each other through the three nuptial cups. After that was completed, two shrine maidens offered to Iruka and Tsunade the ceremonial sake for immediate family members. Iruka and Tsunade sipped the sake simultaneously, after which they returned the cups to the shrine maidens. Both then took out the wedding rings and prepared to hand them over to the bride and groom. The exchange of rings commenced with Naruto once again taking the lead. Relieving Iruka of the ring, Naruto held Taia's offered left hand and slipped the ring over her fourth finger. Taia in return repeated the action, concluding the short and simple wedding ceremony. The two shrine maidens escorted the bride and groom and the family members to an adjoining room that was to be used as a reception area. Normally, the escorted party would receive well wishes from the invited guests. This, however, wasn't a normal wedding. This would probably be the most awkward event of the wedding. As the two shrine maidens exited the room to invite guests to give their well wishes, Iruka and Tsunade faced the bride and groom to speak to them before the rest arrived. Naruto and Taia, Iruka started awkwardly. Naruto gave a small smile while Taia gave a blank look. I know this isn't exactly the best of occasions like it's supposed to be. That is, considering how and why it happened, but I still wish both of you all of the best. I hope both of you can create something worthwhile together. Iruka ended it sincerely, despite the awkward start. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. That means a lot to me, Naruto said in a heartfelt reply. Taiya gave a polite nod, refraining from saying lest an ugly reply came out. Even though she felt a little sickened from the fact that she actually went through the whole thing, she felt a little relieved that the first person said something nice to them. This person I've never met before must be rather important to him, seeing his reaction and the fact that he was representing him as family, Taiya noted. Alright, brat, Tsunade started in her usual annoyed manner. However, that didn't last long as her expression changed to something warm and motherly. You got what you wanted. Stay strong, okay? This is just the beginning, Tsunade said supportively, and she gave him a hug. Thanks for always worrying about me, Naruto said as he hugged her back. Like I can help it. Hurry up and let go already. The rest are coming. Tsunade said slightly frantically as she heard murmurs of the rest headed towards the room. Naruto laughed out loud as he released her from the embrace. I've always enjoyed hearing that laugh. Make sure you don't lose it, Tsunade added in. Naruto grinned at her, genuinely happy hearing her words. Tsunade saw from the corner of her eyes the first few had entered the room. Both she and Iruka took their places next to the bride and groom. While it was customary for guests to give well wishes to the family members as well, they both know they won't be receiving any in this odd affair. Tsunade leaned slightly towards Taiya. I am not going to expect or force much out of you. Just don't hurt him, Tsunade whispered loud enough for only Taiya to hear. The only sign she gave that she heard her words was a glance, but she didn't say anything in return. The first person to come towards them was Jiraiya. He had an unusual serious look on his face. It was almost a miracle it lasted that long. His face immediately turned lecherous. I didn't expect her to be quite a hottie. From what I could see earlier, she has quite a decent figure, Jiraiya said with a perverted chuckle. This earned the pervert vicious glares from all four standing in front of him. Jiraiya ignored it as usual. Oh, don't get your panties in a bunch. Though Naruto, she seems like she could be a wildcat in bed. Lucky you. Be sure to make Tsu-chan lots of kids to play with. Jiraiya added gleefully before bolting, knowing what was to come. Why is that? Tsunade trailed off as she abandoned her post to clobber her old teammate. Taiya glared at Naruto as if this was his fault, while Naruto sighed tiredly, already resigned to the fact that his sensei would never change his ways. Iruka just hung his head shamefully, once again witnessing one of Konoha's powerful shinobi being an incorrigible pervert. They heard sounds of screams and crashes as Kakashi approached them. Remember, no babysitting, Kakashi said simply before turning around and leaving, causing the three to repeat their earlier actions. Tsunade came back as Tenten's parents approached them with Tenten trailing behind the pair. I don't think we've said anything that needs to be said other than what we already have. So on a positive note, all the best my boy, Shinji said with an odd mix of disapproval and encouragement. Yukiko merely gave a formal bow and a show of agreement to her husband's words. Naruto returned it in similar fashion and gave both a grateful smile. Taiya didn't really know what to make of it, so she reverted back to her blank stare. Tenten stepped up as her parents departed. They waited for their daughter to say what she wanted to say. Tenten gave Taiya a measuring glance before looking at Naruto in the same manner. Tenten returned her attention to Taiya. Since I'm Naruto's teammate, we should be seeing quite a bit of each other. So I hope we can get along, Tenten said in a voice that didn't reveal anything other than civility. Tenten struck out her hand for a handshake. Taiya silently regarded her momentarily with an analytical look. Taiya shook her hand firmly, however, when Tenten moved to release the handshake Taiya firmly held on. Tenten looked at her, slightly surprised. I want to whisper something to you, Taiya said echoing the same civility Tenten displayed. Tenten grew slightly but leaned forward to oblige her seeing there were still a lot of people around, so she couldn't pull anything off. Naruto observed them carefully. Taiya leaned forward and whispered to Tenten in a way that denied Naruto a view of her moving lips. Tenten suddenly recoiled from Taiya breaking physical contact. Taiya smirked at Tenten, while Tenten stared at her with narrowed eyes. It lasted for only a moment before she schooled her features back to her earlier expression. Naruto looked at Tenten with concern. Tenten faced Naruto without any change in expression. Naruto. You married quite an interesting person. Congratulations, Tenten said with the same tone of voice she gave Taiya. Naruto looked at her in confusion. He couldn't tell whether she was sarcastic or actually meaning it. What did you say to her? Tsunade was the one who asked the question as she looked at the bride in the same measuring manner as Tenten did. It's a personal matter between us. I don't think she would appreciate it if I spoke of it. It wasn't a threat or anything of the like if that was what you are thinking, Hokage-sama, Taiya said in a slight mocking manner, not bothering to give the woman a glance. Tsunade eyed her warily but ignored it for the time being. Naruto still had a look of concern. As he looked at the retreating back of his teammate, he saw his other teammate approaching them with a smile on her face. When I told you I would look for a girlfriend for you, it figures you would jump the gun like this. You're too impulsive for your own good, Sakura said in jest. Naruto laughed hearing her comment. I don't know what she's like. Sakura paused here to glance at Taiya. At least she is pretty. So congratulations. Naruto laughed again. He really couldn't help it. Thanks. I expected something like that from you, Naruto replied, with a mock eye roll. Sakura smiled sweetly. She also gave him a hug and a sisterly peck on the cheek. She didn't leave just yet though. Sakura then turned her attention to Taiya. Taiya looked vaguely at her with a slightly raised brow. Naruto's more than just a teammate. He's become like a close buddy to me. I've also come to trust in the decisions he makes when it comes to situations like this. So I hope you will do your part to make this work somehow, Sakura said in a light casual manner. She surprised Taiya though by giving her a quick hug. Her eyes almost bulged out of her sockets. Naruto had to bite his lip to prevent laughing at Taiya. Taiya didn't even get a chance to react as the pink-haired girl skipped away. Taiya growled quietly to herself. Next was Asuma's team. Asuma was smoking even in the shrine. Naruto briefly wondered if there was a place where he wouldn't smoke. Shikamaru nudged Ino. The girl seemed rather nervous. Naruto. I just want to say sorry for the other day. Also what Hokage-sama said to us doesn't really matter. You are still a friend. So, yeah. I hope things work out for both of you. Yeah, Ino said nervously with an uneasy laugh. Naruto smiled back at her. Thanks. I appreciate it, Naruto said simply in return, which seemed to melt away her nervousness as she flashed him a more typical playful smile. You're a troublesome guy, you know that, Shikamaru said lazily. Naruto laughed at his typical speech. Shikamaru glanced at Taiya. I fought you before. You're just as troublesome as he is. So you both probably fit well together, Shikamaru commented. Taiya gave him an incredulous look. Was that supposed to be a fucking compliment? Taiya thought. Shikamaru just looked away in a lazy, nonchalant manner. You should feed her more from now on, Naruto. She looks kind of skinny, Choji commented next. Taiya opened her mouth only to have it covered by Naruto's hand. He laughed nervously as he shook his head slightly at her. Will do, Choji. Thanks, Naruto replied. Choji nodded absent-mindedly, oblivious to the indignant glare coming from Taiya. My old man is probably having a field day looking down at us now, Asuma spoke up lazily. Naruto let go of Taiya as he paid attention to the chain smoker. He always was fond of you. You never failed to surprise him in the things that you did. Can't say you disappoint him with this, Asuma said with a lopsided smile, seeing that his cigarette was still on his lips. Naruto couldn't help but smile at the mention of the Sandaime Hokage possibly being amused at what he decided to do. Thanks. No sweat, kid. The Spandex twins came next with an extra fiery speech of youthfulness which Naruto patiently listened to. He figured the extra effort that was put in was to ease both parties' discomfort in the matter. Following that came the Konohamaru Corps, accompanied by AM and her father. They gave general well wishes, seeing that they didn't really have the full grasp of the whole situation with Taiya. Shizune came after that, giving Naruto a hug and expressing her support for his decision. She didn't leave after that though. Instead, she moved to Tsunade's side just as she always did. One person left. The person strode forward in the calm collected manner that he always exuded. I thought you wouldn't come, Neji. Thanks, Naruto said with some sadness. Neji nodded. I came here to also ask you something, Neji said with an even voice. What is it? Naruto asked curiously. What do you intend to do about Hinata-sama? Neji asked straightforwardly. Naruto's expression fell upon hearing Hinata's name. I'll speak to her when the time comes, Naruto answered. His answer came out quite shaky, which obviously didn't go past a Hyuga genius. When is Naruto? Neji asked in his monotonous voice. Naruto took a deep breath. Well, the situation with Hinata still bites, he couldn't afford to be wishy-washy about it. When things have calmed down, Neji. When she has calmed down. I know I hurt her feelings, but you know there wasn't any way around it, Naruto answered elaborately. Neji nodded, but there was still a hint of conflict on his face. You were her source of strength, Naruto. I hate to think how this might affect her, Neji commented. Naruto stared straight at Neji. I still think you're not giving her the credit she deserves, Naruto said firmly. Just what do you mean by that? Neji asked, with a hint of hostility. She's a lot stronger than Neji. You just wait and see, Naruto said with conviction. You're still too kind, Naruto-kun, a voice from the doorway spoke. Everyone's attention snapped to the doorway. Standing there was Team Kurenai with Hanabi. Hinata stood in the center with everyone else surrounding her in a show of support. There was a little bit of whispering that occurred in the group. Kiba detached himself from the group and marched up to Naruto. Naruto briefly wondered if this was going to explode, knowing Kiba's temper. Kiba went up right into his face and grabbed Naruto by his collar. Naruto knew retaliating now would make things worse, so he was prepared to take whatever Kiba said calmly. This is the last time you hear me. Kiba growls quietly. One more time I see her cry like that because of you, and I swear I'll beat you into the ground, even if it's the last thing I do. Please, Kiba-kun, the gentle voice spoke up again. Kiba growled one last time before backing off. Kiba wasn't the only one though. It seemed as though everyone backed off to give them some space. Taiya was an exception. She only had a rough idea of what their relationship was, so she stayed put to observe and find out for herself. Naruto-kun, Hinata spoke up softly looking at him. The very first thing that he noticed was how bloodshot and puffy her eyes were. The stab of emotional pain resurfaced. I apologize for arriving so late, Hinata said in a voice that was oddly shaky yet clear at the same time. It's okay Hinata-chan. I'm glad you could make it in the end, Naruto said, sounding a little uncertain. This was the first time he didn't see her smile when he spoke with her in a normal conversation in public. I already told you I can't. Please forgive me, Hinata said as if reading his mind. If it is anything. Let's stop here for now Naruto-kun. I am not ready yet, Hinata interrupted. I came here to wish for your happiness, even if this might not be the occasion for it. Naruto looked Hinata in the eye. He could see her grief and yet she still managed to hold herself together like this. Thank you, Naruto could only say. His voice sounded hollow. Hinata then turned her attention to Taiya. Uzumaki-san, Hinata greeted with a slight bow. Everyone flinched at Hinata's greeting. Please take care of Naruto-kun, Hinata said in the same soft-spoken manner everyone was used to. Hinata then turned to leave. Boy. Wait a minute, Taiya called out rather coarsely. Naruto frowned at her. Taiya noticed it but chose to ignore him. Hinata turned her attention back to the red-haired girl. Yes, what are you to him? Taiya asked curiously. Everyone went stiff with the question. Hinata glanced briefly at Naruto. I am just a friend, Hinata said. She had to struggle to get the last part out. Taiya blinked before she realized something. Oh, my bad, I asked the fucking wrong question. Taiya exclaimed animatedly. Who is he to you? Taiya. Naruto hissed at her. What? I can't fucking know. Taiya asked rudely. It's not that. Now isn't really the time for this, Naruto growled at her. Aw, fucking come on. You spew all that crap about her being strong and now you want to be fucking hypocritical. I was standing there like a fucking doll listening to that shit and now I want some fucking evidence. As much as I hate it, I am your fucking wife now. How the fuck am I supposed to stay under the same hellish roof as you if I am not even allowed to fucking know about this stupid drama that surrounds my fucking husband and another girl? Why, chicken shit. Lost your faith in her that she can't stand up for herself. Taiya ranted at length, compensating for the duration of silence that she put up with for the majority of the ceremony. Naruto briefly glanced at Hinata before backing off, not wanting to contradict his faith in her. Taiya gave a sickening sweet smile of thanks to Naruto before turning her attention back to Hinata. Well then Missy. Let's get back to the fucking question shall we? Taiya asked, giving Hinata a curious look. Apologizing to him first, Hinata muttered. Why the hell should I? Taiya asked with hostility. Hinata looked up and glared at her, surprising everyone. You just acknowledged him as your husband. How could you call him such names? Hinata asked, tightly controlling her voice. Isn't that my fucking business? What I want to know is what he is to you. Taiya shot back at her. Hinata's body was shaking now. If you must know I love him. I lost my chance when he chose to marry you to save your life and you repay him by insulting him. I will not allow that. You apologize this instant, Hinata said, her formal soft-spoken speech twisted horribly by anger. She even went so far as to activate her as a threat, shocking everyone. Taiya, however, wasn't intimidated. She stared right back at her with narrowed eyes. Make me, Taiya snarled. Hinata lost it. Armed with Jaiuken, she lunged at her and hit her target. Or so she thought. Blood sprayed across Hinata's face. Blood that wasn't Taiya's, rather. Naruto-kun, Hinata whispered in disbelief. From the point of view of the rest, the three involved seemingly froze. Naruto was standing in between the two quarreling females, both sporting looks of shock. On Naruto's chest was Hinata's small palm. Had the circumstances been different, Hinata would have been delighted at their close proximity and physical contact, but they weren't. Naruto suddenly fell onto his knees and coughed out more blood, this time staining Hinata's jacket. Suddenly, as if time that had lagged was catching up, everything was in a rush. People pulled the three apart. Taiya, the fastest of the three to snap out of it, was struggling against Iruka and Kurenai, wanting to rush over to Naruto, who was being attended to by Tsunade and Shizune. Naruto! She screamed. The pair holding her struggled to keep her in place. She was just like how Jiraiya described her earlier, a wildcat thrashing violently to free herself. Keep still, damn it. He's going to be alright. The best medic nin in the country is looking over him right now, Kurenai hissed. Her words only seemed to cause her to struggle more. I don't fucking care if Kami himself is looking over him. Let me fucking go. Taiya screamed. She didn't know why she was so frantic at the time. All she wanted was to see if Naruto was alright. Iruka, hold her tight for just a second, Kurenai said. Iruka nodded. Kurenai released her hold on the girl. However, before Taiya could break free from Iruka, Kurenai hit her hard at the base of her head, rendering her unconscious. "I'll keep an eye on her, Kurenai. Go take a look at your student," Iruka said to Kurenai. She nodded and went over to Hinata. Hinata was being looked after by the rest of her peers. Thankfully they didn't crowd tightly around her. They sat her down against her younger sister, who had a look of worry on her face. Hiba and Shino stood to the side while Niji was talking to her, trying to snap her out of her shock. "Niji, move," Kurenai said authoritatively. Niji didn't hesitate. Kurenai knelt down in front of Hinata. Kurenai held her face so that she was looking at her. It was a good thing that they had wiped off whatever blood they could off of her. Hinata still had a totally lost look on her face and she kept mumbling Naruto's name. The shock must have been great for her. Kurenai drew her arm back and struck her hard across the face. Those around her winced at the sound made when Kurenai's palm struck Hinata's face. However, it seemed to have gotten her to snap out of her trance. "Kurenai-sensei?" Hinata called out weakly as she saw who was in front of her. Suddenly her eyes widened. "Naruto-kun. Stop," Kurenai said forcefully, placing her hands on her shoulders to prevent her from getting up. "I just knocked out the red-haired girl for struggling against me when her presence might disturb Tsunade-sama. I'll do the same to you if you try to get up." Hinata seemed to get the message. "How is it, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked shakily and fearfully. Kurenai looked back. She saw Tsunade still hunched over a very still Naruto lying on the ground. "We don't know yet," Kurenai said hesitantly. Hinata bowed her head in guilt and it got worse when she spotted Naruto's blood splattered and stained on her jacket. Tears fell once again. Nobody said anything and the silence reigned for about half an hour. "Naruto!" Tsunade suddenly shouted, gaining everyone's attention. Naruto sat up, coughing some more. Residual blood from the injury still splattered out of his mouth with each cough. "Idiot, lie back down. I managed to heal the majority of your injury with the help of Kyuubi's chakra, constantly working to prevent your condition from getting worse. Even though you heal fast, it doesn't change the fact that you just took a possible fatal blow just about half an hour ago. If you don't rest, even Kyuubi's chakra isn't going to be able to save you." Hinata flinched hearing Tsunade's words. She knew Tsunade didn't say it on purpose to aggravate her and only to warn Naruto about how serious his injury was. Hearing confirmation that she struck a killing blow to him, even accidentally, brought guilt and grief beyond comparison. She gripped the hem of her jacket tighter. Naruto coughed a bit more as he tried to talk. "I'm already late, Bachan. You know how Midokado-sama is going to chew my ass since he doesn't like me already," Naruto said jokingly, laughing a little. It sounded sickly because you couldn't really tell if he was laughing or coughing. "Naruto, I'm seriously worried here. Don't make light of what I'm saying." Tsunade scolded more out of worry than anger. "Bachan. I know, but it is just a split lip. Kyuubi's gonna fix it up and it will be good in no time. So no need to fuss over me, okay?" Naruto spoke with the same light-hearted tone, but the question had a hint of pleading that was rather obvious. Adding the fact that he had changed the cause of injury and the situation at hand made Tsunade eye him critically in silence. Tsunade had to struggle with herself not to help him as she watched him struggle to get up on his feet. That attempt failed and he fell on his hands and knees. Iruka almost bolted forward, but he decided to follow the Hokage's lead, even though he didn't quite understand what was going on. Hinata, however, didn't follow. With everybody's attention on Naruto, Hinata managed to push Kurenai away and rush forward towards Naruto. "You will stop right there, Hyuga Hinata." Naruto shouted harshly as he struggled to get back up on his feet. Hinata immediately stopped. Naruto coughed some more from that forceful speech. "Naruto? Why the hell are you being such an asshole? Hinata's just worried about you." Kiba hollered at him as he started marching up to him. "Kiba, halt," Kurenai ordered. Kiba immediately froze. "But sensei," Kiba protested. "You will keep your mouth shut as well." Kurenai barked harshly. "Hinata is just worried about Naruto." The sound of a tight slap was heard. Kiba clutched his cheek and stared at his sensei in disbelief. "Why are you disobeying orders, Kiba? Will you listen now?" Kurenai asked him harshly, standing in front of him. As Kiba stared into his sensei's eyes he could see conflict in it. "Hi, Kurenai-sensei," Kiba said frowning, not really understanding what was going on. "I'm sorry," Hinata said softly but loud enough for everyone to hear. Her voice sounded broken and remorseful. Naruto laughed. It was painfully obvious that it was faked. "There is nothing to worry about and nothing to be sorry about, okay?" Naruto half-asked everybody in a light cheerful manner. The falsity of Naruto's actions caused Hinata more grief. "There was an accident. I tripped over Hinata, fell hard and split my lip badly. I think I hit my head as well, so I'm feeling a little weak and dizzy right now. There is nothing more to it than that, so we don't need to speak of it anymore." Naruto's narration of what supposedly happened was delivered harshly as a warning to follow. "Bachan, could you help me tell the elders of the accident? I don't feel too good right now and it looks like my wife is sleepy as well. I think it's better if I go home and rest. I will apologize to them myself tomorrow, Naruto said in a tired voice. Sure brat. Make sure you rest well. Do you need any help going home? You look rather groggy, Tsunade said, playing along with his story, though genuinely concerned at the same time. Naruto just shook his head. Iruka-sensei, would you be kind enough to help me wake my wife up? Quite a troublesome woman I've married. Falling asleep here, of all places, Naruto said in the fake light voice, followed by more fake laughter. Iruka didn't answer, not trusting his voice, but he proceeded to shake Taiya to wake her up. He even lightly slapped her to hasten the process. Soon enough she stirred. She suddenly sat up remembering what happened. Naruto. She called out. Here, sweetie, Naruto called in jest. This time he didn't sound false, as he was really joking with Taiya. Taiya looked at him oddly. Are you okay? She asked skeptically. Of course I am. I just tripped, split my lip and hit my head. Come sweetie, help me. I'm feeling a little dizzy after the accident, Naruto repeated the supposed event for Taiya's benefit. She looked at him as if he just grew a second head. Naruto waved in dismissal. You were asleep through the commotion. Come listen to your husband for once. I'll explain everything when we reach home. This time, Naruto stressed his last two sentences. Taiya continued to look at him suspiciously. She looked around a little bit and took in the grim looks on everyone's faces. Something must have happened while I was out. I guess I'll take his lead for now. I could use some time away from all these fuckers, Taiya thought. Sure, let's head home, Taiya said simply. She got up and slung Naruto's arm over her so that she could help him walk. The pair exited the room and shrine in silence. The tension left once Naruto left. Sorry Kiba. I had to do it because you were being stubborn. You should have just listened, Kurenai apologized. Kiba frowned further. It's okay, but what the hell is going on? Kurenai didn't answer, but she looked over at Tsunade. Tsunade sighed. She walked over to Hinata who was now kneeling on the ground with her head bowed down and clenching her stained jacket tightly. Tsunade knelt down as well and placed her hands on Hinata's shoulder. Hinata jerked back from the contact. It's okay Hinata. Nothing is going to happen, okay? Tsunade said reassuringly to Hinata. It already did, Hinata said in the same broken voice as when she apologized. Then you understand what Naruto did right? Tsunade carefully asked her. She was silent for a long moment before she decided to answer. Hi. He protected both myself and Taiya-san, Hinata answered. Though it wasn't broken like the previous statement, she didn't exactly sound alive. He protected you both. Kiba parroted incredulously. Taiya-san is Naruto's wife now. Overwhelmed, I lashed out at her with intent to kill. Had Naruto not stepped in between us and taken the blow, I would have. Hinata trailed off as she broke down again at this point, out of shame at her actions. Tsunade hugged the emotionally overwhelmed girl. Taiya is a civilian of Konoha now. Do you now understand the severity of the situation, Kiba? Kurenai asked. Hi, Kiba replied angrily. This time the anger was directed at himself. Tsunade motioned to the younger Hyuga to take her place. Hanabi scurried forward and replaced Tsunade in giving her sister a reassuring hug. We need to get this place cleaned up. Iruka reports to the shrine keeper that there was an accident here so they can do that. Make an official report with statements from witnesses of the accident. You have 36 hours, Tsunade instructed, taking the lead to close today's mess. Hi, Hokage-sama, Iruka replied. Hiba, Shino give your statements before you leave. Niji, Hanabi bring Hinata back home immediately and let her get some rest. Iruka will come by later for your statements on the accident. Shizune, Kurenai, you will come with me. Iruka will also take your statements later. That is all. Dismissed, Tsunade said, giving out the remaining instructions. That was a mess earlier, Tsunade said feeling annoyed, taking a seat in her chair once the room was secure against any form of spying. My apologies, Hokage-sama, Kurenai said with a bow. Just what are you doing Kurenai? Tsunade asked as she took out a bottle of sake from her hidden stash. Shizune noticed, however, this time round she didn't protest, seeing the events that occurred today. Hinata is part of the cell that I am in charge of Hokage-sama. She went out of line today and as her commander I am responsible for her actions, Kurenai answered. I merely made a passing comment, that's not why I asked you to be here right now, Tsunade said in a dismissing manner. But, Hokage-sama, Kurenai protested. But what, Kurenai? Tsunade asked with a raised brow. I just don't think this is right. Covering it up I mean, Kurenai said reluctantly. Of course it isn't right, Tsunade said in agreement. Then why do it? Kurenai asked. Because someone almost died saving those two. He placed his life on the line to save your subordinate as much as it was for his wife as well, and you want to do something that negates that. I should be the one to ask you why do you want to do it? Tsunade said heatedly. Kurenai was at a loss for words. She just stood there. Tsunade sighed, looking at her in that manner. People make mistakes in Kurenai. She suffered quite a blow the other day because I can tell she adores my brother. That girl just had to egg her on, so both of them are responsible for it, Tsunade said tiredly. She poured for herself a cup of sake and downed it immediately. Though I have to admit, sometimes I feel like killing Naruto myself, just so he would stop trying to kill himself. Tsunade barked a laugh as she took another drink. Which brings me to why I asked you here. Tsunade added. And that is completion for Hinata. She's a wreck Kurenai. You can tell the grief and guilt is strong in her. She will get herself or you guys killed if you bring her out like that. Go talk to her. More importantly, once she calms down, get her to talk to Naruto. She needs to come to terms with two things. That she lost control and that she almost killed Naruto. Get it done ASAP. Tsunade ordered. Kurenai snapped to attention and bowed before leaving. As the door closed, she took another drink. Tsunade. Shizune called out informally, seeing no one was around. Just because I didn't say anything to your drinking doesn't mean you can go overboard. Tsunade waved a dismissing hand. Yeah. Just this bottle, okay. Tsunade asked lightly. Shizune nodded. Is there anything you need me to do? Shizune asked. Help me restock my stash, Tsunade said with a silly grin. Tsunade. Shizune scolded. You need to lighten up, you know, Tsunade said with a giggle. However, it only took her a moment to get serious again. Inform the elders. Tell them the truth and that we are covering it up and why we are doing it, Tsunade instructed. But I thought. They are not dumb. They won't believe that Naruto would skip out for such an audacious reason. After that, go check up on Naruto for me and prepare him for Hinata and the elders. Unless you'll go through the papers for me? Tsunade asked. I will get down to it immediately, Tsunade, Shizune said, ignoring the question. Tsunade snorted. Chapter 22. Not so happily ever after. Naruto never imagined getting married would end up like this. If he had heard Tsunade's words, he would agree that this was a mess. Now he was lying down on his bed feeling as weak as a lamb. You gave me a lot of work, you know, Kyuubi grumbled. It wasn't as if I wanted it to happen, you know, Naruto grumbled back out loud. You got me worried, Kyuubi said softly. Sorry, Naruto muttered. He didn't know what else to say when Kyuubi was like that. Who would have thought there were times where she could be like this? Whatever. You are fine now. Get some rest. She's back, Kyuubi said with a little scorn when referring to Teiya. Thanks, Naruto said, ignoring the little bit at the end for now. Naruto saw Teiya enter the room cautiously. Naruto gave her a questioning look. Was there someone here? I thought I heard you talking, Teiya said suspiciously, scanning the room. Talking to Kyuubi. I have a habit of talking to her out loud when I am at home, Naruto explained. Teiya looked relieved. Oh. She simply said. She dragged a nearby stool and sat down next to the bed, holding a glass of water. Here. Naruto slowly got himself into a seated position and took a glass of water. Thanks, Naruto said, taking a sip. What the fuck happened earlier? I saw you get hit and you collapsed. I tried to get to you, but the next thing I know I got fucking knocked out. The bitch. Then when I woke up you were standing like as if you only just learned how to fucking walk and you were spewing some crap. Everyone looked like they got screwed over, so when you said you wanted to bail I dragged you and we left, Teiya asked and summarized what she knew so Naruto could fill in the blanks. Just what were you thinking provoking her like that? Naruto asked tiredly. What the fuck? I was just. Teiya paused when she saw him cough and made a gesture to wait. He took another sip of the water before putting the glass on the bedside table. Would it be too much to ask to hear you speak without cursing? At least when we are alone, Naruto asked gently. He didn't really want to speak in any other way in this condition. It would be, as Shikamaru would say, troublesome. Maybe, Teiya replied sullenly, crossing her arms. Naruto figured that was better than nothing. Anyway, you were saying. I don't like it when someone I don't know tells me what to do, Teiya continued with a sullen voice. Naruto couldn't help but sigh. Why the hell are you sighing like that? Teiya raised her voice indignantly. She was distraught enough over our marriage. You didn't have to do that, Naruto said mildly. I already told you why. I'm not apologizing if that's what you want me to do, Teiya said, eyeing him suspiciously. If she were to apologize first. Naruto asked thoughtfully. She should. That bitch. Teiya spat out. Don't call her that, Naruto said. His voice was still soft, but the harshness was there. Teiya raised her eyebrows. What is she to you anyway? Teiya asked, roughly looking aside. I thought she already answered that, Naruto answered. She did. You didn't. Teiya pointed out. Just like she said, she's a friend, Naruto answered this time round. Doesn't look like it. Teiya muttered. I knew you wouldn't accept it. Look, I don't have a lot of people who are close to me just because of what I am. She's one of them alright. So I'm protective of her and my friends. Naruto explained. Is that why you were spewing that lame story when I woke up? Teiya asked. Naruto nodded. She would have gotten into deep trouble if she hit you because you probably would have died, Naruto further elaborated. What? She didn't even hit you hard. Taiya said incredulously. Naruto just gave her a flat stare. Wait a minute. She really didn't hit you hard. How come you knelt over and coughed out blood like that? Taiya asked, coming to realize something. You don't recognize her features? Naruto asked. Taiya frowned. I already told you I don't know her. I didn't lie, she replied defensively. No. That's not what I meant. Not her specifically but her features just like the other two that were there, Naruto elaborated. Taiya gave him a slightly confused look. What about it? You don't remember? When your chakra pathways in your limbs were destroyed. Naruto continued. Taiya got a look that showed that she caught on, but it was accompanied by anger. They blindfolded me. So I didn't see shit, she replied curtly. I see. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up something painful, Naruto said regretfully. Just get on with it, Taiya said in an angry dismissal. I was hit with Gyuukin. Their clan specialized to jutsu form. Using chakra, even a light graze, can cause internal damage. She barely missed my heart, but she almost turned my lung into slush with that direct hit, Naruto explained. They used that to destroy my chakra pathways as well, right? Taiya asked, looking away. It was obvious that she was trying to control her anger. Naruto reached out and placed a comforting hand on her arm. I didn't like any more than you did, which is why we are married right now, Naruto said softly with a smile. Even though she didn't see the smile, Naruto's words seemed to drain the anger away from her. And you saved me again just now, Taiya said. This time her voice sounded too close to Hinata's comfort. Naruto gave her a reassuring pat before withdrawing his arm. I'm a lot more resilient so don't think too much about it, Naruto said lightly. He was getting drowsy. It was a sign that he was still winded and he needed to rest. I didn't know what actually happened. She charged at me and the next thing I know you jumped in. I was a little shocked, but it didn't look too bad because the hit wasn't hard. I thought she pulled back or something. Taiya rambled. Enough though Naruto could feel himself slipping had done his best to let her know he was listening. And then you dropped. Blood sprayed out of your mouth. You coughed some more and more blood came out. Then I was grabbed. You were lying very still. I tried to go to you, but they held me back. I was. Taiya trailed off from her rambling. I'll apologize if she does it first, Taiya added out of the blue. Naruto reached out again and this time he held her hand. Taiya looked down when she felt it and then she looked at him blinking. Thank you, Naruto said, softly giving her hand a light squeeze. I'm happy we got married. You aren't a bad person aft. Naruto's eyes closed. Taiya stared for a moment before quickly checking his pulse and breathing. Taiya sat back down in relief. He's asleep, Taiya said out loud to no one in particular. She looked down and noticed that they were still holding each other's hand. She didn't let go. Instead she squeezed it lightly. She frowned slightly in confusion. Just what the hell is happening? I don't get a break, do I? Naruto asked with a tired smile, trying to pass it off as a joke. A few hours have already passed. Shizune had come by to check on him and told him that she told the elders the truth as per Tsunade's instruction. She also told him that the elders didn't mention anything other than that they will see Naruto tomorrow. Unfortunately, no. Shizune said grimly, taking Naruto's question seriously. Naruto smiled reassuringly. I didn't expect it to escalate to this, but Bachan said something before the rest of the well-wishers came in, Naruto said calmly. Shizune looked at him questioningly. Stay strong, okay? This is just the beginning, Naruto quotes. It was never supposed to be easy, but what's new? Naruto? Shizune said sadly. Aw come on Shizune Nichin. Don't give me that face, Naruto whined playfully. The line that was Shizune's lips twitched, almost creating a smile. I can't help it. I'm worried. Naruto cut in. Shizune sadly nodded. Naruto snorted. Shizune's expression immediately turned incredulous at his reaction. Maybe you should worry about yourself, Shizune Nichin, Naruto said insinuatingly, giving her a mischievous look. What? Shizune blurted out. I'm 16 and married Shizune Nichin. You are almost twice my age and I don't even hear you seeing anyone, Naruto mocked her playfully. Shizune looked flabbergasted. I'll just have you know that. Shizune started in a huff until she realized what she was saying. Oh? Naruto asked, eyeing her suspiciously. Shizune started fidgeting like a schoolgirl. Who is it, huh? Naruto continued. Don't tell me. Is it Kakashi-sensei? Haddock-san is Kinda. Shizune said coyly till she got a hold of herself and stared at Naruto in disbelief. Just why am I discussing this with you? Oh Shizune Nichin. Don't be a wet blanket. Naruto exclaimed. I observed the two of them silently as they continued. Even though not blood-related they appeared to be relating to each other as if they were. Naruto being the nosy younger brother and Shizune being the introverted elder sister trying to hide a secret. She frowned slightly as a twinge of envy shot through her. She watched Naruto fervently protest against Shizune's tight-lipped responses. Could it be that I want something like this? If someone like him can find something like this, then is it possible that maybe a dark memory from the times she had with a surrogate family suddenly surfaced. Taiya viciously squashed both the memory and the hope that Naruto once again seemed to keep giving her. She now regarded them with a detached blank face. Shizune ended the conversation by saying that Tsunade was expecting her back and wanting to hear how he was doing. Naruto groaned and accused her of running away. Shizune retaliated by giving him a triumphant look, but her look fell when she noticed Taiya from the corner of her eye. Naruto, Hinata and Kurenai should be coming by as well. Just wanted you to know that will be another thing that you have to handle soon, Shizune said. Naruto just gave her a serious look before nodding. Shizune got up and looked at Taiya. Do you mind accompanying me to the door, Taiya-san? Shizune asked politely. Taiya looked at her with a guarded look, but she got up to show that she would. Both ladies exited the bedroom. Shizune paused just at the door of the apartment. She turned around to address the retreat. I apologize for excluding you during this visit, Shizune said. What makes you think that I wanted to be included? Taiya asked flatly. Shizune smiled at the question, irking Taiya. You were already caught in his magic, whether or not you wish to acknowledge it, Shizune replied knowingly. Taiya opted to stay silent. Good night, sister-in-law, Shizune said. Taiya twitched slightly. Shizune didn't say anything else. She turned around, opened the door and left. Taiya closed the door feeling immensely irritated. The way Shizune spoke to her insinuated something. It was neither mocking nor respectful. It was something Taiya understood, but she couldn't exactly put her finger on it. She just knew that she didn't like it. Hinata was seated on her futon just like any other night. She had already taken a bath with the help of her younger sister. Both Hanabi and Niji tried to talk to her after that, but she didn't say much and requested to be alone. They managed to return without much fuss. So there was nobody to answer for what happened earlier because nobody in the family other than Niji and Hanabi knew. Hinata had cried till no more tears could come out. Her eyes hurt and her face felt puffy, but that was nothing compared to what she felt emotionally. Many negative emotions were swirling within her. It reminded her of her younger years, only worse. She was looking down at her jacket. Hanabi wanted to throw it out as the stains couldn't possibly be removed, but she refused no matter how much her younger sister pleaded with her, saying it will only cause her more grief to hold on to such a reminder. She knew but she still couldn't let it go. Her fingers grazed lightly over the stains of Naruto's blood. Blood that she spilled. Another wave of guilt washed and caused her heart to clench. It was still vividly clear in her mind. It kept replaying in her mind like a broken record. Everything was slow in her memory. The narrowing of Taiya's eyes. The words she uttered. The rage Hinata felt. How she lost control and lunged at the older girl. With her activated she knew precisely where to hit. Then something came in between them. No, not something, someone. She hit that person instead. When it connected, she felt her chakra plunge into that person's chest doing its damage. She deactivated and when she looked up at the person's face, she was greeted by a spray of blood. Horror filled her when she saw past the blood. Blonde hair and blue eyes stared at her in pain, and he fell. She was stuck in her posture when she had struck the blow. When she looked down all she saw was a blonde mess leaning on her as she heard the sickening sounds of wet coughing. Everything went blank for her then. The next thing she knew was a stinging pain in Kurenai-sensei's face. Even though she asked, from the corner of her eyes, she could see Naruto's legs stretched out on the ground, lying very still with Tsunade-sama hunched over him covering the rest of his body from sight. A loud rap on her door brought her out of her thoughts. "Hinata-sama, you have a guest," announced a person on the other side of her door. "I do not wish to see anyone. Please politely turn the person away," Hinata spoke up loud enough for the other person to hear. It was silent for a short while before that person spoke again. "Hinata-sama. The person insists on seeing you. It's your instructor, Yuhi Kurenai." Hinata pondered for a few moments. "Let her in." The door slid open and admitted the black-hair red-eyed beauty that was Kurenai. "Kurenai-sensei," Hinata greeted quietly. Hinata greeted Kurenai in return, and just like the other night when Naruto paid a visit, Kurenai settled in front of Hinata's futon. She noticed Hinata holding onto a familiar garment. "Is that your jacket from earlier today?" "Yes." "Hand it over," Kurenai said firmly. "No," Hinata replied just as firmly, surprising Kurenai. "It's an order, Hinata," Kurenai threatened lightly. "No," Hinata repeated just as firm. "Are you disobeying, Hinata?" Kurenai asked. "I am not. The jacket is a personal item which does not fall under your jurisdiction as an instructor," Hinata said flatly, sounding like a robot. Kurenai chuckled. "I see. You haven't fully broken yet to use such technicalities against me," Kurenai said. "I cried till I couldn't sense sensei anymore, but it still hurts," Hinata said. "Looks like my worries might have been unwarranted." "You have grown quite a lot over the past few years," Kurenai complimented her. "Thank you, sensei." "I appreciate you coming here," Hinata said politely. Kurenai arched an eyebrow. "Are you trying to subtly dismiss Hinata?" Kurenai asked with a hint of amusement. No. Of course not. Hinata protested frantically. Kurenai chuckled a bit more before putting on a serious look. Hinata, about what happened earlier, Kurenai started. I admit I allowed my emotions to take control over me and I attempted to strike at a civilian. I have accepted what happened and I am willing to be responsible for my actions, Hinata said clearly. Are you sure? Kurenai asked skeptically. Hi, sensei, Hinata affirmed. Good. We will be visiting Naruto then. Get dressed, Kurenai announced. Hinata flinched and gripped the jacket tighter when she heard what Kurenai said. What's the matter with Hinata? Hinata struggled to say something but couldn't get the words out. I thought you had already accepted what happened, Kurenai pointed out. Shouldn't we be seeing Hokage-sama instead? Hinata asked, trying to divert the situation. I already saw Tsunade-sama, Kurenai replied. What did she say? Hinata asked shakily. What I said earlier, that we are to pay Naruto a visit, Kurenai stated. What has Naruto-kun have to do with my punishment, sensei? Hinata stammered slightly, almost reverting to her younger self. Don't play dumb, Hinata. You know as well as I do his actions has absolved you from receiving any punishment. Didn't you hear what Naruto said? It was an accident, Kurenai said sternly. I cannot face Naruto-kun. Not when Hinata trailed off. Has it been replaying in your mind? Kurenai asked quietly. Hinata flinched once more. Hi. When you struck him down, Kurenai paused to see her reaction. Hinata was shaking badly. She wanted to cry, but it was the same as earlier, the pain just kept coming without any point of release. Which part of that was not an accident? Kurenai ended. The question seemed to have stopped her shaking, but Hinata didn't reply. Kurenai waited a while more, but no reply came from the fragile-looking girl. I think I can understand why Tsunade-sama was so bothered earlier, Kurenai suddenly said. Hinata, look at me. Hinata reluctantly made eye contact with her sensei. Naruto almost died to prevent the mistake you and his wife made from escalating. Are you going to stomp on the life that he put on the line for the both of you? If you have any responsibility at all, it is to him. Kurenai burst out. Hinata stared at her sensei in disbelief. This whole time by wallowing in guilt, she has only been running away from her responsibility. From the look on your face I think you understand now. You owe him a life debt, Kurenai said quietly. Hi. Knowing him I don't think he will expect or demand anything from you. He is too kind for that, Hinata said in agreement. The least you can do is thank him, Kurenai added. Hinata nodded. Good. Get dressed. It wasn't long before Taiya was at the door again. When she opened it, black eyes stared into pale lavender. To Taiya's displeasure, she found Hinata and Kurenai standing outside the apartment. What do you want? Taiya asked roughly. Hinata fidgeted slightly, but she managed to steel herself before speaking. We wish to see how Naruto-kun is doing and to speak to him as well, Hinata said clearly. Taiya narrowed her eyes at Hinata, but no harsh words came out. I'm in, Taiya said in the same manner and marched towards Naruto's bedroom. Hinata was a little surprised. She was prepared for some verbal abuse before being allowed into the apartment. Taiya wasn't kind, but at least she wasn't mean either this time. Hinata thought that maybe this wouldn't be too hard. Both females stepped into the apartment and closed the door behind them. Seeing no one was in the living room and Taiya taking off to the bedroom, Naruto should be resting there. When Hinata and Kurenai entered the bedroom, they saw that Naruto was seated on the bed, propped up by pillows. Taiya was seated cross-legged at the foot of the bed with a look of silent anger. There were also 2 stools placed next to Naruto's bed. Were you expecting us to be Naruto? Kurenai gestured to the stool. He gave a smile. Taiya was seated here earlier together with Shizune Nisan when she came to check up on me. She mentioned that you both might be coming. When I heard from Taiya that both of you indeed came to visit, I asked her to sit on the bed instead to allow both of you those seats, Naruto explained. Taiya grumbled something under her breath. Naruto smiled warmly at her, only to earn a state of daggers. I see, Kurenai said uncertainty, witnessing the exchange between the newlyweds. Hinata looked very uncomfortable herself, but the pair that just came in sat themselves down on the stools. How are you faring, Naruto? Kurenai asked warmly. I am still a little weak as much as I hate to admit it, but I'm feeling a lot better now. Thank you, Naruto said with a laugh. A look of guilt flashed across Hinata's face. Naruto noticed and reached out to give a reassuring pat. I'm fine, really. Thank you for worrying, Naruto said with a smile. Hinata still looked uncomfortable, but she gave a weak smile in return. Taiya scowled when she saw this. Kurenai nudged Hinata when she failed to say anything from the time she stepped into the room. It was very obvious. Naruto glanced at Kurenai and then gave Hinata a questioning look. Naruto-kun. Hinata stuttered. She paused to gather herself like how she did earlier. Naruto was patiently silent, waiting to hear what she had to say. I want to thank you for what you did. For defending me, even when I made a grave mistake of letting emotions take control of me, Hinata said sincerely. Naruto gave a warm smile. I know it was an accident, but it doesn't change the fact I caused an injury that endangered your life. I hope you can accept my apology, Hinata said, grief lacing her words this time. Apology accepted, Naruto said cheerfully without hesitation. Hinata smiled brightly at his kindness. After all, it was one of his traits that she loved about him. It also made what she had to say next easier. Seeing the consequences of my actions if you had not stepped in to take the blow, I acknowledge that I owe you a life debt. If there is anything you wish for me, I will comply, Hinata said, turning a little red at what it could mean to suggest. Whoa. Naruto exclaimed. The thanks and apology was nice enough. There is no need to go so far. What the hell are you complaining about? You can do anything to her. Taiya suddenly voiced out with a hint of sadistic glee. Hinata blushed further in embarrassment at the emphasis of anything. It was obvious that both had different thoughts in their minds. Kurenai cleared her throat to gain some attention before speaking. I understand you are bound by the same debt, Taiya-san. 2 times over even, Kurenai pointed out. That statement put a damper on Hinata as her expression fell slightly. For Taiya, she glared daggers at the black-haired woman. Wait a minute, Naruto called for their attention by dragging the sentence. I just did what I had to do at that point, alright. So please no more talk about life debts. Uzumaki Naruto, Kurenai called out firmly. Everyone froze even though only Naruto was called. Being addressed in that manner was never a good sign. Kurenai smiled when she had his attention. Seeing that Hinata had gone so far as to actually acknowledge the debt in front of Naruto, she will give her a helping hand. Hyugas can be very proud, especially the older generation, Kurenai. Naruto really didn't like the sound of that. Okay. Naruto said drag it as well. I believe Hiashi would not take a slight on his daughter's honor very lightly, Kurenai with a hint of amusement. Hinata widened her eyes at her sensei. Naruto visibly paled. Taiya looked a little confused. You wouldn't, Naruto said in a low voice. Kurenai gave him a flat stare. I would, Kurenai said seriously. Naruto sighed. He took a deep breath to gather himself before speaking. Fine. I accept and I thank you, Hyuga Hinata, that you see me in such high regard. I promise I will be responsible in any request that I make, Naruto said formally. Hinata smiled happily. So what does this mean? Am I supposed to share him with her or something? Taiya asked casually. Naruto coughed slightly at the question. Hinata turned red for the 3rd time tonight. Well, that actually depends on Naruto. With the offer he can ask of anything as long as it is law-binding. However, he cannot not ask for anything either. That is just dishonoring the other person, Kurenai explained. Taiya just gave a look of understanding. Kurenai gave her a measuring look and then glanced at Naruto. Taiya-san, Kurenai called out politely. Yeah? Taiya answered roughly. You will not be sharing Naruto with anyone ever, Kurenai said in a dead serious voice. Huh? What the fuck are you talking about? Taiya asked rudely. As I figured. Naruto, you did not tell her about Konoha's marriage laws. Kurenai asked. Now is not the time to talk about this, Naruto said tightly. Kurenai conceded. It wasn't her business anyway. Fine, but this is very irresponsible, Kurenai said, expressing her disapproval. I have my reasons, Naruto said flatly. After that silence just fell as there was tension caused by the disagreement in views. Shall we go to Hinata? Kurenai asked, thinking it was pointless to stay here if they were just going to keep quiet. Wait, I still have one more thing to say, Hinata hurriedly said. She then fidgeted again when she felt everyone's attention on her. Kurenai eyed her wondering if she would actually go through with it. Hinata suddenly stood up and faced Taiya. Uzumaki-san, Hinata started formally like she did at the wedding. Taiya blinked seeing that Hinata was regarding her instead of Naruto. I would like to apologize for my behavior. I was out of line to attack you and as a result I injured you. Husband, Hinata said stiffly. She almost choked on the last word. Taiya groaned, surprising Hinata and Kurenai. This was far from any reaction they would expect from her. Taiya, Naruto said in an urgent manner. She glared at Naruto before looking at Hinata as if annoyed. Yeah. Whatever. I'm sorry for provoking you, Taiya said sullenly. Hinata looked at her in stunned silence. What? I already said sorry. What more do you want? Taiya asked rudely and irritably. That shook Hinata out. Nothing, Uzumaki-san. I was just surprised, Hinata explained. Taiya rolled her eyes and avoided looking at her. Let's get going then, Kurenai said to Hinata. She nodded at her sensei. Good night to the both of you, Kurenai said. Take care of yourself, Naruto-kun. Good night, Hinata said. You too, Uzumaki-san. Taiya just nodded but didn't say anything or look at either of them. Good night, Hinata-chan, Kurenai-san. Thank you for coming, Naruto said in reply. Moments after Hinata and Kurenai left, Taiya got out of bed. Gonna go lock the door, she mumbled. Naruto nodded. When she returned to the room, Naruto was looking out of the window. He had an odd wondering look on his face. Taiya was about to question that, plus she still had other questions of her own. Thank you for Hinata-chan, Naruto said first, without looking at her. I just did what I said I would, Taiya said grudgingly. Naruto nodded. Are you thinking about her? Taiya asked the first question she wanted to ask as she leaned on the wall at the doorway of the bedroom. Close the door, switch off the light and take a seat will you? Naruto requested, not answering the question. Taiya frowned slightly but did as he asked. Naruto was still looking out of the window when she sat on the stool next. So? Taiya asked, referring to her initial question. I'm thinking of a way to get her to move on, Naruto admitted. Sorry to burst your bubble, but with the way she was acting, that's not going to happen anytime soon, Taiya stated her honest opinion. I know, Naruto said in agreement. That's why I am worried. I don't see what's the big deal, Taiya said with a frown. Naruto didn't say anything to that. Taiya eyed the back of his head. This got to do with the marriage laws? Taiya asked. Not getting a reply once again, Taiya got ticked off. She leaned forward and grabbed his shirt. Answer me goddammit. And look at me when I am fucking talking to you, Taiya said with a raised voice. Naruto turned slowly and gave her a conflicted look. Yes. The answer calmed Taiya down somewhat and she let him go. When were you intending to tell me about it? Taiya asked in her usual rough manner of speaking. In about a week or two. After you would have settled down somewhat, Naruto answered. Well, the cat's out of the bag. Tell me already, Taiya said. Naruto stared at her for a moment with a measured look. Marriage is a very serious thing in Konoha, Naruto started. Taiya just gave him a flat stare. Isn't it the same elsewhere? Anyway it should be serious, Taiya replied. Naruto shook his head, causing her to stare at him in wonder. There are only a few laws, but they are very strict. A person can only have one spouse and it's a till death do us part affair. There's no divorces and adultery is seen as severely as treason punished by death, Naruto elaborated. Taiya had an oddly serious look on her face. You are not shitting me, are you? Taiya asked. No, Naruto answered simply. So you are stuck with only me until either of us croak? Taiya asked. Naruto looked at her just as seriously. Yes, Naruto said. Taiya grabbed him by the shirt again. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? She hissed. You might not have accepted knowing that I had to be bound to you for life. You probably thought that there is some other ruling that I intended on employing further down the road. Isn't that the case? Naruto asked in return. She roughly shoved him away. Naruto straightened his shirt and looked at her. Your company is not as bad as you make it sound, Naruto said. It is, Taiya said quietly. What about the girl then? What about her? Naruto echoed. Are you going to leave her hanging like that? Taiya asked thoughtfully. I don't know. From what I notice, she can be quite stubborn when it comes to me, Naruto said, letting out a laugh. Got any good ideas? Taiya shrugged, which ended the topic there for now. She touched her chest, remembering something else that she wanted to ask. This is the second time I have a seal on me, Taiya said wistfully. Naruto looked at her as she sat there, lightly stroking her chest where the seal was. What does it do? It allows me to summon you, Naruto said. Taiya looked at him weirdly. You mean? Whenever and wherever you can call on me and make me appear? Taiya asked worriedly. Yes, Naruto replied, looking at her oddly. When I was in the shower earlier you could have summoned me and I would appear here naked. Taiya asked in a shrill voice. Naruto's sweat dropped. Why do you always make me out to be a pervert? Naruto asked dryly. All men are perverts. She hissed viciously. Naruto flinched at the intensity of her statement. He reached out to calm her down, only to have his hand slapped away. Don't touch me. She said with the same intensity. Naruto stared at her with worry. She glared at him with so much hatred he wondered what was the cause of it, but he was not about to pry. If she would tell him, it will probably be when the time comes when she can trust him more. That was not my intention. I will not be doing such a thing, and I hope it does not occur by accident, though I highly doubt it. I won't be summoning you on a whim. That is for sure, Naruto said with a serious look on his face. Taiya still had a look of suspicion on her face as she glared at him. It's meant as a safeguard. I am putting my life on the line with this marriage. You heard the laws, Jiraiya said. When I asked to go through with what I did, the seal made a difference on the decision to allow me to go through with it. If you get summoned, it would mean the situation is very serious, Naruto elaborated before falling silent and observing Taiya. It took a while, but after she digested what Naruto had to say, she calmed down. Does the seal do anything else? Taiya asked quietly. Naruto hesitated to answer the question. Yes. What does it do? Taiya asked with the same quiet tone. Naruto struggled a little to answer this, and Taiya noticed. It allows me to kill you, should you turn out to be a threat to the village. The ones who perform the procedure, Jiraiya and Shinji-san, also have the ability should I falter on it, Naruto answered softly. I see, Taiya replied as if expecting such a thing. Would you be able to do it? Taiya asked, staring straight at him, looking to measure his answer. If I must. Then yes, Naruto said regretfully. That Is good to hear, Taiya said, sounding relieved. However, that made Naruto panic a little. He threw off his covers and moved to grab hold of both her hands. That surprised Taiya. She instinctively pulled back her hands, but Naruto didn't allow it. He held onto them tight but not enough to hurt her. If there is anything I would beg of you, it is this. Please, whatever you do not force me to do that, Naruto said desperately. Taiya just stared into his eyes with a look of disbelief. Promise me? Naruto said fiercely. Taiya just nodded, being at a loss for words. Naruto closed his eyes and his shoulders fell forward. He let out a breath of relief. Thank you, Naruto said, his voice sounding like a huge burden had been lifted. He let go of her hands, slipped back into his earlier position and adjusted the covers. Taiya was still in a state of disbelief. Why make me promise such a thing? She asked softly. Naruto didn't look at her, but she could see that it bothered him. Sasuke died even though I trained really hard to prepare to retrieve him, Naruto said regretfully. It would break me to find out that, after all I did, it would amount to the same thing with you. Naruto looked out the window as he felt a sting in his eyes. He quietly bears it as he allows the experience of seeing another one of Sasuke's memories to wash over him. He made a mental note to report it to Tsunade. You were already caught in his magic, whether or not you wish to acknowledge it. Aiya's breath got caught in her throat when she heard what Naruto had just said. Shizun's words echoed in her mind. Even if she wanted to, could she betray someone that went all out for her? She thought at some point, even if she didn't betray him or the village, Naruto would divorce her and they both would part ways then, but that isn't even possible. She knew that he had considered that and still went ahead to save her from execution. The only thing that he truly asked of her was to honor what he had done and not prove that his efforts and faith in her was in vain. This invoked overwhelming emotions that were confusing to her. She quickly stomped on all of it, not wanting to deal with it right now, and it left her drained and tired. Aiya glanced at Naruto and she saw that he was still looking out of the window. She briefly wondered what he could be thinking of now, and again another thing she squished. I'm tired, Taiya spoke up. Taiya saw that he was startled by her. Naruto must have been deep in his thoughts. There is only one bedroom. Am I supposed to take the couch? Taiya asked. Naruto peeled off the covers once more and sat on the edge of the bed, putting them right next to each other. No. You take the bed. It's been a while, hasn't it? I doubt the bed in the cell was very comfortable, Naruto said. Taiya wanted to protest, but he suddenly got off the bed, switched on the lights and he walked over to the closet. Finally finding her voice again, she spoke up. Wait. You are still recovering. I wasn't. I was just wondering if you have a futon for guests or something like that, Taiya protested and explained. Naruto continued to look through the closet. Nope. Never gotten such guests before I got back, so I never bothered. Thought it was a waste of money. Recently though, my teammates stayed over, but they brought sleeping bags since they knew I don't have extra bedding, Naruto lengthily replied. Naruto closed the closet and turned around, holding a spare change of clothes and a towel. I'm feeling a lot better now, so it's okay, Naruto said with a smile. According to you, you almost got a lung turned into slush and it's not even half a day since, Taiya pointed out, still protesting. Bach-an and Kyuubi did a wonderful job. Thank you for worrying though, Naruto said genuinely. Taiya's face turned dark and she turned away from him. Suit yourself, she said grumpily. Naruto gave a short chuckle. I am going to take a shower and I'll be outside on the couch after that, Naruto said, which didn't earn him any form of a reply. Naruto walked to the door. He paused before opening it. If you are not comfortable sleeping in those clothes, you can look through the closet and drawers for something else. Also, I got you other clothes, but they are kind of similar to what you are wearing. I didn't get underwear though. So you have to bear it for one more night till you can go shopping for your own necessities tomorrow. You can use my t-shirt and shorts if it doesn't bother you too much, Naruto said, pointing out certain things that he thought would ease her into the situation with a little bit more comfort. Though all he got from her was a non-committal sound from her. Naruto shrugged. It was only the first day after all. He left the room leaving the light on, but he locked the door before closing it, showing that he was giving her some privacy of her own for the night. Even with all that had happened, Taiya still didn't expect Naruto to give her that much. She sighed. He's too fucking kind and considerate. I'm going to go fucking crazy like this, she muttered to herself. She got off the stool and looked through the closet. She could see that Naruto was telling the truth. There were a few garments hanging that were made for female use. Nothing fancy, rather modest and practical. She picked out the yukata that he bought for her when she was still a prisoner. Apparently it was washed and dried after she swapped into her regular attire. She had gotten used to sleeping in that for like about a week and she found it to be quite comfortable. Besides, she didn't want to wear any of his clothes. Taiya closed the closet and went to bed. Placing the yukata on the bed first, she drew the curtains before changing and retiring for the night. She tossed and turned a bit. Shizun's words rang in her head again and it rang many more times before she fell asleep. What happened in the morning was like a repeat of a couple of days ago. Loud thumping was heard and Naruto almost fell out of the couch from being startled awake. Opening the door, Naruto was yet again met by a sullen-faced Tenten. "Are you going to my alarm clock from now on or something?" Naruto asked, referring to the frequency of getting awakened by her presence. "Haha. Very funny," Tenten said sarcastically, stepping past him to step into the apartment. She scanned the living room before taking a seat on the couch. Tenten noticed that it was still warm. She looked up at the approaching Naruto. "You slept on the couch?" Tenten asked in surprise. Naruto nodded. "This isn't your first time here. This is a one-bedroom apartment," Naruto said in a manner of pointing out something that should be obvious to her. "So you let her sleep on your bed?" Tenten asked. "Yeah. What's with the questions?" Naruto asked back. "I thought maybe." Tenten trailed off. "It's not your regular marriage, Tenten," Naruto commented before walking off. "I'm washing up, make yourself at home." Tenten was sitting quietly when Naruto came out from the toilet. From Naruto's point of view, it looked as if she didn't move at all from the time he left her alone. "I don't think your parents would." Naruto paused halfway when he saw Tenten jump, clutching her chest. "Odd. Naruto. You almost gave me a heart attack," Tenten exclaimed. Naruto gave her a silly look. "You didn't hear me come out of the toilet?" Naruto asked. Tenten shook her head. "I was probably too absorbed by my thoughts," Tenten said absent-mindedly. "Oh? What were you thinking about?" Naruto asked curiously. Since she mentioned it, Naruto figured she would talk about it. "I didn't mean to come in and start questioning you," Tenten said hurriedly, but when she saw that he was being patient, she slowed down. "Like you said. This isn't your regular marriage. So. I was worried. How your first evening was." Maybe she went too slow, but the point was there. She also wanted to say night instead of evening, but it sounded too scandalous for her. Naruto laughed, which got Tenten irritated. "What's so funny?" Tenten asked irritably. "You could have just said so at the start," Naruto said, still laughing. "It's not like coming here early in the morning just to ask you that, you know," Tenten retorted. Naruto stopped laughing and his curiosity returned. "Then why are you here?" Naruto asked. Later, Tenten stubbornly wanted to know what Naruto had to say about her said worries. Naruto chuckled. "You're quite a busybody, aren't you?" Naruto teased. Tenten just glared at him. Naruto started off by shrugging. "It's not a big deal really. Sure, it was uncomfortable, but we talked about some stuff. I let her have the bed seeing it's been a while since she got to sleep on a proper bed and I crashed on the couch," Naruto said lightly. "Sounds like you are brushing me off," Tenten said suspiciously. Naruto smirked. "I am," Naruto admitted. "What?" Tenten snapped in disbelief. Naruto looked at her with a slightly bothered look this time. "Some stuff happened yesterday. Well, things did settle itself, I don't feel like bringing it up again yet," Naruto explained. Tenten felt a little guilty, so she decided not to push it. "Sorry," Tenten said softly. "Nah. It's okay. Things have been tense, haven't they?" Naruto asked, his voice light once again. "Yeah. So why don't you tell me why I get the honor of seeing a storm cloud outside my home first thing in the morning?" Naruto requested playfully. The dark look on Tenten's face returned. "Kakashi-sensei said that you shouldn't be missing training now that the wedding is over." "We do have the exams not too far away," Tenten said in a flat voice. Naruto nodded. "I could definitely use the exercise. Haven't been training with everything that has been happening. Though still doesn't explain why you are looking like that," Naruto said, pointing at her. She continued to stare at him with that sullen expression for a few silent moments before looking away. "Kakashi-sensei said that since I woke you up in the morning once before when you had company, I would be the best person to do it again," Tenten said in a low rumbling voice. Naruto burst out in laughter. "That definitely sounds like him," Naruto commented. Tenten glared at him once more for laughing at her predicament, even if it was a mild one. "Fuck. You guys sure can make a hell of a racket first thing in the fucking morning," said a low grumpy voice. Naruto and Tenten simultaneously looked to the side to find a disheveled-looking Jiraiya standing at the doorway of the bedroom. Her red hair was sticking out in multiple places. Her face was looking groggy and irritated. Her yukata was loosened in her sleep and it fell off on one side of her shoulders. It showed off part of the seal on her chest and barely enough of her bosom to be considered decent. Naruto immediately looked away out of courtesy, but Tenten just stood there blinking at her. "What?" Jiraiya said rudely to the staring girl. "Your yukata," Tenten pointed out. Jiraiya looked down. She didn't seem bothered by it. She just casually pulled over the dripping cloth and straightened her attire. Jiraiya looked at Naruto without any change in expression. "Not an Eiffel pervert?" she asked offensively. Naruto immediately snapped his head at her and with narrowed eyes, he displayed his disapproval over the accusation. Jiraiya met his stare with a challenging one of her own. She then briefly glanced at Tenten. "What's with the morning visit?" Jiraiya asked Naruto instead of Tenten. At least this time her tone was more civil. Naruto lightened up on his expression. She's here to tell me about a training session today. Wash up and get dressed. You will be coming with us, Naruto informed her. Why should I follow you guys for training? I can't exactly be a ninja anymore, remember? Taiya pointed out questioningly, waving her arms for emphasis. You should keep up your taijutsu for self-defense. There are people here, other than those who have seen you already, who might recognize you from the invasion. We lost a Hokage back then. Some will not take your presence lightly, Naruto explained, saying the last sentence in a knowing manner. Taiya snorted. I could use the damn exercise. You sure you are up for it though? Taiya asked, her usual rough manner of speaking returning and at the same giving him a scrutinizing look. Naruto gave her a warning look. Tenten caught the exchange of looks. Why wouldn't he be up for it? Tenten asked Taiya. Before Naruto could prevent it, Taiya answered the question. Missy hit him on the chest with what he called Jaiukin. She appeared at the wedding yesterday after almost everyone left, Taiya said, letting the cat out of the bag. She caught a look of disbelief on Tenten's face. He didn't you when you told him about training. Naruto mildly glared at Taiya knowing getting angry wouldn't do anything right now. I didn't tell her because if you remember clearly what I told everyone yesterday, we were supposed to forget about it. Naruto answered instead of Tenten. Naruto felt something grab hold of his arm. He turned and saw Tenten shaking his arm slightly with a shocked look on her face. Then it's true. This was what you didn't want to tell me just now. She was talking about Hinata, was she? Why would she do that? Tenten asked all those questions in a rush. Naruto firmly gripped the hands that were shaking him. Calm down. It was an accident, Naruto said soothingly. An accident? Tenten echoed. Yes, Naruto affirmed. How did it happen? Are you really okay? Tenten asked with concern. Naruto glanced at Taiya at this point. She had a smile on her face which momentarily displaced him. It made him feel very uneasy, but he quickly turned his attention to the worried girl. Hinata appeared right at the end to offer her well wishes. Taiya taunted her and they got into an argument. Taiya pushed her too far at one point. Hinata lost herself and attempted to strike at her. I stepped in between them and took the hit. Luckily Tsunade was there, and with Kyuubi's help, nothing drastic happened to me other than being rendered physically weak for the rest of the day. After a lot of sleep I am fine now, Naruto summarized. Tenten still had some look of shock, but not as deep as just now. I know she can be mean, Tenten said, referring to Taiya. Taiya snorted at the comment, but it went unnoticed. But Hinata actually tried to attack her. She wasn't exactly in the right state of mind when she appeared, Naruto said uneasily. Of course. It was your wedding, Tenten said flatly. Naruto sighed. Besides, she came later at night and we managed to put things to rest. This time I really want to put it to a rest. So don't tell anyone, not even Kakashi or Sakura, okay? Naruto pleaded. Tenten gave a reluctant look, but she nodded. I understand why you did it. So fine. I'll keep quiet about it, Tenten said quietly. Thank you, Naruto said gratefully, giving her hands a light squeeze. The action made Tenten realize that she was still holding on to him. She pulled back gently and they broke contact. I'm going to get ready, Naruto announced as he walked towards the bedroom. Taiya took that as a sign for her as well, and she went inside the bathroom to wash up. By the time she was done Naruto wasn't inside the bedroom, so she went in and closed the door behind her to change. Taiya came out of the bedroom after she got dressed, and when she did her expression turned dark. Oh my. I know you both just got married but… Sakura trailed off because she started giggling. Tenten bit her lip to prevent herself from laughing when she saw Sakura's reaction. Kakashi didn't say anything, but his eyes were twinkling with amusement. Both Naruto and Taiya had flat looks on their faces, showing that they were not amused. Naruto was wearing his usual attire. Black shirt, black pants, arm guards and his navy blue robe to complete the ensemble. The only attire that Taiya had fit for combat or rather how it looked together with Naruto was what caused the amusement. She had bindings across her chest covered over by a short yukata-like top which stopped at half her thigh. It was navy blue and coupled with the black tights that she was wearing, Naruto and Taiya looked like they were wearing a couple outfits. Kakashi closed his eyes and cleared his throat to get their attention. He was about to say something as he opened his eyes. However, when he caught sight of both Naruto and Taiya his face started to twitch. At least I can see that you both are serious about this. Kakashi commented, which caused both Tenten and Sakura to burst out laughing. Very funny. Naruto said sarcastically. Can we move on to training already? I'm guessing you brought her along not for her to just watch, Kakashi said. Yeah. I was hoping we could start the day with taijutsu first. She could use some exercise and brushing up after some inactivity being held captive. I don't think I need to say why she will need it. I could use it as well. My 3 years away were spent heavily on the techniques related to my swords, Naruto explained. Kakashi nodded, giving his approval. You could always benefit from the experience of sparring with someone from another village. Even if it might be just slight, it will be a plus for the upcoming exams. Besides, I wish to see more clearly the taijutsu style of the sound, Kakashi said, honestly revealing his intentions. Taiya chuckled. You will be disappointed then, Taiya said to Kakashi with a smirk. Why is that? Kakashi asked. I was originally from the rock. Other than shit to mix and match over the few years in the sound, fundamentally it's still rock taijutsu, Taiya said. Kakashi and Naruto stiffened when they heard that. Judging from your reactions, I think you guys can roughly tell one of the reasons why I fucking joined the sound, Taiya said lightly. Quite a twisted turnout, Kakashi commented glancing at Naruto. Naruto didn't look back but kept a grim look on his face. Taiya shrugged. Even though that is so, this should still benefit the three of them in their preparation, Kakashi said, pushing the matter aside. Exams huh? What fucking exams you guys taking? Taiya asked curiously. Junin exams, Naruto answered. Taiya burst out in laughter. Oh fucking god. This is hilarious. I can't believe you guys are still at the bottom of the fucking food chain. Taiya exclaimed. The three genin bristled at the comment. Kakashi merely gave her a lazy glance. I don't think it's wise to underestimate them, Kakashi commented. Oh? Taiya muttered in amusement before shrugging. Whatever. I didn't make jounin by my colorful words. This time Taiya bristled at the looks on their faces. I don't care if you all don't fucking believe me. Let's start, shall we? Taiya asked. She looked at Tenten. Hey, wanna take a shot at me? After all, you didn't look too happy with me at the wedding, Taiya taunted. Tenten narrowed her eyes at the challenger. Gladly, Tenten answered icily. They are both in the center of the clearing, a few meters away from each other. The remaining stood at the side to observe the spar. Tenten didn't wait. She rushed to Taiya. However, Taiya managed to move into a guarded position before Tenten closed the distance. Tenten came in with a tight left hook. Taiya smirked as she moved her left foot back and leaned back slightly. With an open palm, she raised her right arm to meet the side of Tenten's fist and guided past her. She then smoothly dropped down to a crouch and leaned forward to put weight into her strike as she slammed her left elbow into Tenten's gut. Tenten felt the air rush out of her as she naturally bent forward from meeting the blow. However, Taiya didn't stop there. Shifting her weight to the right, she planted her right hand on the ground. Pivoting on that hand and her left foot, she simultaneously threw her left arm past her head behind her to position her body skyward and slid her right leg through the arch made by her body to send the sole of her right foot to Tenten's face. Taking a hit didn't prevent Tenten from witnessing the advance of Taiya's kick. She forced a breath in and twisted herself forcefully counterclockwise in a bid to dodge the advancing foot. Successful just by a hair's breadth, Tenten felt Taiya's foot breeze the side of her face. Pushing off her feet to follow through with a twisting of her body, Tenten spun twice in a corkscrew rotation away from danger. Taiya, feeling her foot miss the target, pushed off with her other foot. Pivoting only on the right hand on the ground, the momentum from the kick and the push of her feet sent Taiya vaulting backwards and away from Tenten at the same time when Tenten spun away from her. Landing on their feet, the ladies' eyes met. Taiya still had a smirk on her face, while Tenten had a mild labored look on her face while she struggled slightly to breathe normally. Nice dodge, but you were too hasty in your attack, Taiya commented. Are you trying to advise me? Tenten hissed. The half-wit could see through that strike, Taiya insulted. Tenten made an angry growl and rushed forward again. Taiya crouched slightly in a defensive position. Tenten faked a left before throwing a right. Taiya saw through the fake. Pivoting on her right foot, Taiya pulled her left foot and her body back counterclockwise to allow Tenten's punch to sail past her. She then pushed her right palm diagonally forward and it met Tenten's jaw, clicking her teeth together. She then quickly pulled back her right arm while simultaneously pushing forward with her left foot, leaned forward and landed a palm strike on Tenten's chest with her left hand. Tenten staggered backwards after taking the two successive hits. At the same time, Taiya jumped back to create some distance and got back into a defensive position. That was just as pathetic, Taiya said once she landed back on her feet. Shut up. Tenten shouted and made a move to rush in again. Stop. Kakashi called out, causing Tenten to halt in her attack. Both females straightened themselves and faced Kakashi. They both spotted contradicting expressions. Tenten was fuming and Taiya had a blank, nonchalant look. Tenten, you are letting your emotions get the better of you. Taiya-san, would you mind dropping the trash talk? This is a spar, not a fight, Kakashi said with an even voice while staring down the two females. Taiya retaliated by spitting at the ground in front of Tenten. Tenten saw and she growled menacingly at Taiya. Taiya shot her bored look. She turned her attention to Kakashi and without giving Tenten a second glance, Taiya pointed at her. That's the last time I do her a fucking favor, Taiya spat out irritably. Tenten's eyes widened in anger filled with disbelief. Just what kind of nonsense are you spewing? Tenten screamed. Taiya ignored her. She's not even learning her fucking lesson, getting riled up just by a bunch of words. Had this been a real Taijutsu fight, she would have her ass handed to her 3 times over, Taiya commented. Naruto took a step forward and made eye contact with his wife. Out of a favor to me, could you please explain your intentions to my teammate in a clearer, less colorful manner? Naruto politely requested, with a different bow. Taiya glared and pointed an angry shaky finger at him. Oh my fucking god. Just how many times do you plan on playing that damn card on me? Taiya protested heatedly. Please, Naruto said again. Taiya growled to further highlight her displeasure. However, she turned sharply towards Tenten, who jerked at the sudden attention. Taiya fixed her flat stare. Don't put in any emotions unless you are channeling it properly. Rather than it driving, pushing you forward, sharpening your edge, what you are doing clouds you, Taiya said flatly. Though you don't use Taijutsu much, do you? Weapons specialist, Tenten replied curtly. Gee. Figures. You probably wouldn't have this problem had you been using your weapons. This probably is a sore point for you, so I'm done here, Taiya said, walking off. Tenten growled and walked off as well. I'm going to cool my head for a bit, she muttered. They both paused when Naruto spoke up again though. Taiya, it was only 2 runs. How about letting me have a shot? Naruto said with a smile. Taiya glared at him. I'll fight anyone but you. I'm not gonna give you any more strings to pull on me, Taiya shouted angrily. I bet you are just scared of making the same mistake as I did, Tenten said with a smirk. Taiya schooled her face to flatness. I think it would be good to demonstrate to you how to channel your emotions properly, Miss Secretive, Taiya said, once again, her tone matching her expression. Tenten replied by giving her an icy stare. Taiya turned her attention to Naruto, who had handed Kakashi his swords and was already walking towards to where Tenten when the 2 girls started sparring. Taiya got herself into position again. So did Naruto. Let's go, Taiya said with narrowed eyes and a tight voice. Chapter 23. Settling in, the 2 rushed forward simultaneously. Their first actions mirrored each other's, 2 right hooks locking in on their targets. Neither made contact, or at least to their intended targets. In a deadlock, both of them struggled against each other, both holding on to each other's fist and at the same trying to get the other to release their own. Faking an all-out punch only to catch mine at the last second, huh? Taiya asked snidely. Naruto ignored the question. Is this what you meant by channeling the proper emotions into your actions? Naruto asked, struggling a bit more. I'll make sure you'll eat some fist. I still hate you. Even more so after pulling that stunt. Don't you forget it. Taiya snarled. She gave a hard push with both arms and leaned back, pushing off with her legs. Naruto was almost caught in surprise, but mimicked her actions. Taiya's foot slapped his chin as both of them backflipped away from each other. Since Naruto managed to read her actions, the attack didn't do much damage. Both landed a few meters apart from each other, Naruto a split second slower than Taiya. You got me there. Taijutsu really isn't my thing. At least not yet, Naruto commented, rubbing his chin. Well, too bad. Being a long-range specialist once, I reinforced it with Taijutsu as backup. Taiya spat and closed the distance for the next round of exchange. Kakashi, Sakura and Tenten watched them from afar. In your career as a ninja, you will meet many shinobi with different causes, Kakashi said knowingly. The 2 girls looked at him questioningly. Kakashi gestured for them to look at the fight. The 2 looked back to see the married couple go at it again. Naruto had blocked 1 strike only to get hit by another before Taiya spun away. In every case, there is not one who doesn't fight for it. Therefore emotions will always run high, Kakashi continued. That was what Taiya was trying to say just now? Tenten asked. Partly. Watch her expression as she fights, Kakashi said. The 3 saw Taiya snarl as her strike missed Naruto by less than an inch. She looks really angry, Sakura said, uncertain about her answer. Yes, but she tightly contains and directs her anger. It isn't just oozing out of her. Naruto is doing a good job of defending himself, but you can see that he isn't really getting the upper hand. Taiya is slowly starting to overwhelm him. I'm not saying that this is how you should all fight, but should emotions arise, this is what you should do. Drawback of this, however, is that your awareness tends to be focused solely on the person in front of you, Kakashi-sensei said. He then suddenly added, she'll land a solid hit soon. Taiya's kick with her left leg was brushed aside by Naruto's right leg. Naruto quickly pushed off with his other leg. Using his right leg as a pivot, he quickly spun to send a heel kick at Taiya's head. Taiya ducked and through the opening created by Naruto's legs, she kicked viciously. It connected squarely with Naruto's jaw and sent him sailing a few meters away to land roughly on the ground. Taiya immediately shot a look towards the spectators. She pointed at the groaning Naruto. You saw that, girl? Now that's how you land a fucking hit. Taiya hollered from far off. Tenten crossed her arms and snorted. Taiya smirked at Tenten's reaction. She'll be good for Taijutsu practice, Kakashi commented as Taiya went over to yank Naruto on his feet. Tenten groaned. I would say, for the team, Sakura's Taijutsu would be the best right now, seeing as her medical complements that. I would assume that Tsunade has grounded her very well into jutsu, Kakashi further commented. Sakura nodded, confirming the fact. This didn't make Tenten feel very good. Kakashi, as if sensing her mood, spoke up again. Close combat is always greatly amplified by accurate artillery firepower. In a large-scale fight, Naruto and Sakura might not survive without your prowess. Even on a smaller scale, with your proficiency with weapons, you can still hold your own. Your freedom of movement is invaluable for the team. Don't forget that, Kakashi continued. Tenten looked at the gray-haired in surprise. I can understand why Tsunade chose you for this team and why Guy adored you so much, Kakashi said with a smile that showed in his eyes. Tenten felt a hand on her shoulder before she could say anything. Looking at the source, it was Sakura with a bright smile on her face. We'll be counting on you. Sakura exclaimed. Tenten smiled. She felt welcome and it made her feel warm. The moment however was spoiled when Taiya appeared dragging Naruto along. So, who's next? Taiya asked. Tenten scowled at her appearance. Tenten was still looking grumpy after training. She was out in town, not alone however. The company she held made her feel sour. Could you girls help me out? Naruto asked Sakura and Tenten after training had ended for the day and Kakashi had left. He slapped his two palms together and bowed slightly in a display of begging. Taiya was standing behind him, her arms crossed and had a blank expression as her eyes roamed all over the place. Sakura and Tenten looked at each other then at him. Help you with what? We can't just say yes without knowing, Sakura said with a frown. Naruto grinned sheepishly at his teammates. He glanced back at Taiya, who didn't acknowledge him. I need you both to take Taiya shopping. She doesn't. What? Tenten exclaimed, cutting Naruto off. The conversation continued for a short while after that, with Sakura agreeing and Tenten protesting and Taiya keeping quiet. At the end of it, the results showed as the three girls walked side by side. Sakura was in the center flanked by Tenten on the right and Taiya on the left. They continued walking as Sakura looked into Naruto's frog wallet to check out what was left of their budget for Taiya's clothing. They had already bought toiletries and female necessities when they went around, allowing Taiya to familiarize herself with the town. I didn't know he had such a gay wallet, Taiya commented dryly as she glanced at the pink-haired girl who was still counting money. Sakura laughed when she heard that. I think Naruto got it after he learned how to summon frogs, Sakura said. Frogs, huh? I still think that's kinda gay. Couldn't he have found something else? Taiya asked. He got it from Jiraiya-sama, one of the Sannin, Tenten said coldly. Taiya glanced at her with a bored expression. Don't tell me you've forgotten who my former master was. Taiya said, chuckling lightly. This got her narrow-eyed stares from the two other girls. Taiya just shrugged them off. I know he wasn't very well liked here. Doesn't change a fucking thing, you know. It's still a fact of life, even if he is dead, Taiya said casually. I don't think it's a very smart thing to talk about him here, Tenten said with a hint of hostility. I will talk about him if I fucking want to. After all, the reason I followed him is the same fucking reason why I am married now. Gee. If he was still alive he's probably be fucking foaming at his damn mouth, knowing I married his teammate's apprentice, Taiya said with sadistic grin, finding some amusement in the fact. She paused when she saw the girls weren't next to her. Taiya looked back over her shoulder. What? She asked rudely. He saved your life. Sakura asked as Tenten and herself caught up and started walking again together with Taiya. Taiya stared stiffly ahead with a blank look on her face to hide whatever emotions that were lurking underneath. Yeah. Don't bother asking for more, I'm not telling any more than I already fucking did, Taiya said in a warning tone. That comment kept everyone quiet after that as they went into a store. Taiya silently picked out what she wanted, taking into consideration the budget that Sakura told her when they entered the shop. She just chose outfits that were modest and allowed freedom of movement. She knew she wasn't exactly safe here, even though this was a relatively peaceful village. Bathrobes? Sakura asked when she looked at some of the things she picked out. Taiya just gave her a passing glance. They would be more comfortable to sleep in than the yukata I used yesterday, Taiya replied casually. Tenten was twitching slightly. Taiya noticed and she smirked slightly. What's the matter, girl? Taiya asked. Nothing, Tenten answered tightly. And stop calling me that. I have a name for goodness sake. Taiya ignored her as they moved on to the underwear section. She had a small evil smile as she looked through the selection. I wonder how the pervert would react if he found out I wasn't wearing any underwear when I slept in his bed. Taiya spoke up. She looked back at Naruto's teammates to see their reaction. Sakura had a scandalized look on her face, while Tenten was fuming. Anyone could tell by the way you came out of the bedroom. Tenten replied tightly. Taiya smirked, pleased with what she saw. Sakura looked questioningly at both Tenten and Taiya. And you have the gall to call him a pervert. Tenten added in hotly. Did something happen this morning? Sakura asked. Tenten blinked when she heard the question as if realizing she was acting out of line. Not really. My yukata came loose in my sleep, Tei replied. Sakura blinked as well this time. Then she sported a look of discomfort. He slept on the couch, Tenten blurted out when she saw Sakura's expression. Sakura looked at Tenten with slight surprise. Tei smirked some more. Tenten, seeing their reactions, kept her face blank. But why do you call him a pervert? I know Jiraiya-sama is, but Naruto never exhibited such actions, and if nothing happened, then why? Sakura asked Tei thoughtfully. At this Tei's face darkened. All men are perverts, she replied tightly. Then by your logic, your former master must be one as well, Tenten said with an overly sweet tone. You're quite right, but he was gay, Tei replied, returning her tone with a sickeningly sweet smile. Tenten blinked in surprise. How do you know? Sakura asked in a shocked voice. I've seen him in action, Tei replied casually, though this brought gasps from the other two girls. Tei chuckled. You watched him? Tenten asked this time with the same tone of voice as Sakura. Tei rolled her eyes. Not by choice. I told you, he was a pervert, and I am not saying anything more, Tei replied, ending it off with a note of finality. I don't think Naruto is though, Sakura said suddenly. Tei raised her eyebrows at her. Why do you keep saying that? How come you're so fucking sure? Tei asked persistently. Sakura looked a little uncomfortable at this point. Well. Nothing happened. Sakura said, dragging out the statement. I slept alone with him once in his arms after he comforted me about Sasuke when he came back. I was emotionally drained and I fell asleep on him. He didn't take advantage of me at all. Tenten blinked once again at receiving this information. Maybe he is gay, Tei suggested. Sakura looked even more uncomfortable at this, though she shook her head. I can't really explain how I know it. But really, he isn't, Sakura said uncomfortably, remembering a couple of things Naruto mentioned about Kyuubi. Tei gave her a dubious look before shrugging. She turned to Tenten and smirked at her. Do you feel relieved now? Tei asked. Tenten gave her an incredulous stare. Why the hell should I? Tenten shot back. Tei gave her a flat look. Are you sure you want me to answer that? Tei asked. Tenten gave her an angered look, but didn't speak up. Sakura coughed to get their attention. Is there something I should know? Both of you are acting really weird towards each other, Sakura asked, giving them a curious look. She's just being an arse, Tenten said, shooting Tei an annoyed look. She's being secretive, Tei said with an evil smile. Tenten glared intensely at her. Sakura blinked for a while as she tried to fit the pieces together. After all, she was previously known for her smarts. It didn't take her long to reach a conclusion. Tenten, do you? Don't jump to conclusions. Tenten snapped at Sakura. Sakura didn't take it offensively. I'm going to relish the look on his face when I tell him about this, Tei said, chuckling. Tenten turned sharply towards Tei. There is nothing to tell him, you hear me? Tenten hissed. Tei returned it with a challenging look. Just why do you insist on keeping up this fucking charade? Tei asked irritably. Because I have nothing to gain from saying it. Tenten spat out. This was met with silence from Tei other than a triumphant look. Tenten's eyes widened realizing what she said, and she turned to Sakura to see her reaction. Sakura looked at her worriedly. Tenten just held her arms at her side tensely with her fists clenched. She looked down as a dark look washed over her face. After Naruto managed to persuade Sakura and Tenten to accompany Tei, Naruto went on his way to meet the elders. You do realize that you are very late and one person short, Homura pointed out. Naruto bowed. Hi, my apologies. There was an accident yesterday, which I was told you were already informed of, and my wife is lacking necessities, seeing her circumstances. I asked both my teammates to accompany her, well I came to personally apologize for standing both of you up, Naruto explained. A little quick to regard her as such, don't you think? Kaharu asked curiously. Naruto smiled nervously. Well. It's already happened, so I might as well get used to it, Naruto said with a weak laugh. But why didn't you bring her here first before allowing her to go? Shopping? Homura asked, saying the last word distastefully. Naruto looked up and thought. Actually I don't know. Seemed like a good idea at the time, since it would be rather embarrassing for me to follow her. Especially when it comes to more. Sensitive items, Naruto answered, stumbling a little. You don't happen to be trying to prevent us from speaking to her, would you now? Homura asked, staring intently at him. It didn't faze Naruto though. Why would I? After all, both of you have already approved the arrangement, Naruto answered smoothly. Well then, if that's the case, we'll see you here again together with your wife at 9 sharp, Kaharu said with a smile. The smile didn't seem that friendly this time. Naruto wanted to come up with an excuse, but that probably wasn't a good idea. If you wish, Naruto said, conceding to their request. Well, seeing as that issue has been pushed back, let's address the issue of what happened yesterday, Homura said sternly. Naruto paled slightly. According to what Naruto heard from Shizune, they knew exactly what had happened. He was worried for Hinata. Ah yes. Yesterday. Naruto said shakily. Well, as you see, I am fine, so nothing to worry about. We are glad that nothing of great consequence has happened to you. As a Hokage candidate, you are very important. At the same time, it is still a concern as to how and why it happened, Naruto, said Koharu. Hinata-chan is just as important as well then, Naruto said. I see she told you about it and vice versa, Homura said. His voice held disapproval. Hi. She is a good friend of mine. She knows how important I hold the title Hokage to be, and she felt uneasy accepting the offer without letting me know that she was nominated too. It didn't matter to me, of course. Actually, it made me rather happy to hear, Naruto said genuinely, and it showed on his face. This friend of yours hit you with a Gyuukin strike yesterday and you still speak of her so kindly? Homura asked. I already said that was an accident, Naruto said. He had to struggle a little to get it out amicably, seeing the way Homura phrased it. Even so, it was no accident that she intended to kill your wife, Homura replied sternly. That was a rather harsh statement, Mitakato-sama. It was a mistake on her part as well as my wife. It didn't go any further, Naruto said politely, but with teeth clenched tightly. The old man was getting on his nerves. And had you not stepped in? Homura asked. But I did, Naruto said tightly. But if you hadn't? Homura insisted. Someone could have, or Taiya would have dodged or whatever. Naruto blew up at the last word. Homura glared at him. It's redundant to ask because that didn't happen. Naruto hollered. Why can't you people look beyond the fucking past? God damn it. We live in the goddamn present for good reason. Homura looked ready to burst just as Naruto had done, but a chuckle coming from Koharu interrupted him. My. This room hasn't been this lively in years. Oh, don't look at me like that, Homura. Koharu said when Homura gave her a scandalized look for finding the meeting amusing. Both of you have valid points. We cannot stay in the past, but we cannot use the present and future as an excuse to avoid dealing with previous mistakes, Koharu pointed out. It's already been handled, Naruto said grudgingly. Just how? Homura's sentence was interrupted by a knock on the door. Koharu let out a light laugh. Splendid timing. Don't you agree with Homura? Koharu asked as the door opened. Homura grumbled to himself. Pardon me for interrupting, but as you requested, I hereby announce that Hyuga Hinata has arrived to answer her summons, the guard formally announced. Naruto paled once again. Let her in, Koharu said amicably. The guard bowed and stood aside, a signal that Hinata took as she came into view. The timid figure hobbled in due to her nervousness. She paused when she caught sight of Naruto. As if seeing him had given her strength, she straightened her back, taking measured steps towards the center of the room to stand beside Naruto. She bowed gracefully as one of her stature would, showing a distinct difference from the person that entered. Good evening, elders. I, Hyuga Hinata, am honored to be in your presence, Hinata said in a display of utmost respect and deference. Rise, child, Koharu said. Thank you, Uchiha-sama, Hinata said, straightening, but still holding herself in a deferential position. You could learn a thing or two from her, boy, Homura said sharply to Naruto, still seething from his outburst to the point that he actually forgot that Hinata was the reason for their quarrel. Hinata blushed slightly from the indirect praise. So could you, old man, Naruto said in reply, causing Homura's anger to soar to new heights, while Koharu laughed very loudly. Hinata had a mixed look of wanting to laugh and fearing for Naruto's safety. Very lively indeed. I haven't laughed like that in years. Homura, please drink your tea and calm down. The only thing you will achieve by remaining that angry is having a stroke, so please, Koharu chided mildly. Homura did just that, but not without sending Naruto one last glare of poison-soaked daggers. Thankfully Naruto didn't retaliate and kept to himself. Hinata, I am sure you are aware of why you were summoned here. Naruto here was just zealously defending your case, Koharu said lightly with an undertone of seriousness. Hi, Hinata replied shakily while trying very hard not to visibly react to hearing defending her. Good. I would like to hear your take on what happened to lead to the accident of you hitting Naruto with a Gyuukin strike, Koharu said. I am at fault. As it was my wife's fault, Naruto interrupted. Naruto, this time you will hold your silence until I am done addressing Hinata unless I address you, Koharu said lightly, but it was definitely a warning. Naruto reluctantly conceded by bowing his head. Continue my dear, Koharu said to Hinata. Hi. I allowed myself to be provoked into acting rashly, resulting in me accidentally injuring Naruto-kun, Hinata said softly. Yes. We were told as such. However, we want to know the exact details that lead to the situation to escalate in such a manner. Just what happened and what was said to provoke you to act in that manner, Koharu elaborated on what she and Homura wanted to hear. Hinata fidgeted, showing her discomfort with having to discuss the matter in Naruto's presence. Naruto could tell and he was feeling uneasy for her. I arrived late at the end of the ceremony in time to offer my well wishes. Apparently there was already tension before I arrived and when I offered my wishes, Uzumaki-san felt it was necessary to inquire into the nature of my relationship with Naruto-kun. I mentioned that I was a friend to Naruto-kun. She wasn't satisfied and further inquired on how I personally viewed him. Naruto-kun interjected at this point and they quarreled. I heard Uzumaki-san converse and refer to Naruto-kun in a derogatory manner and I got angry at how she could regard him so carelessly, especially since she did refer to him as her husband. When Uzumaki-san returned her attention to me, I demanded that she apologize to Naruto-kun for regarding him so carelessly and she refused to impress upon me the question of my personal view of Naruto-kun. I professed my affections for Naruto-kun. And I expressed my anger and made my demand again. Uzumaki-san refused me once again in a challenging manner and I then lost control of myself and the accident occurred, Hinata recounted, struggling at the points which were embarrassing for her to admit. I'm surprised you fared that well in your account of the incident, considering that the object of your affections is standing right next to you, Kaharu commented, chuckling in amusement. Hinata turned a deep red in embarrassment and seemed to have shrunk in on herself. Naruto gave Kaharu a flat stare for teasing Hinata. Amura cleared his throat to signify that they should return to the business at hand. Both Hinata and Naruto readied themselves while waiting for the elders to continue their inquiry. Kaharu turned her attention to Naruto. Naruto, is what Hinata said true? Kaharu asked. Hi, Uchiha-sama, Naruto answered firmly and without hesitation. The elders sat back a little and exchanged a few glances, communicating in silence. Kaharu concluded the noiseless conversation with a nod before addressing Hinata again. Did you strike with the intention to kill Hinata? Kaharu asked seriously. I am ashamed of my actions. I admit that I attacked with the intention to hurt Uzumaki-san physically in compensation for aggravating my emotional pain, but I had no intention to kill her, Hinata answered honestly. Isn't using Gyuukin as a means for that, rather severe? Kaharu asked. The struggle on how to answer the question was visible. My personal pain was severe enough without having her aggravated, Hinata answered quietly. Naruto flinched at her answer, reacting to the escalation of the stabs of guilt that he had felt since Hinata's appearance. Hinata noticed. Forgive me Naruto-kun. I didn't mean to upset you with my answer, Hinata said regretfully. Naruto shook his head. I am mainly responsible for you feeling that way, so don't apologize, Naruto said sadly. Hinata was about to say something in return when another cough was heard, garnering their attention. Do you realize the severity of your mistake? Kaharu asked Hinata. Hi. We still cannot leave such a mistake as is. However, before your arrival Naruto made a mention of things being handled. By this I assume that you have taken some corrective measure? Kaharu inquired. Hi, Uchiha-sama, Hinata replied. Okay. Let's hear it, Kaharu said with a hand gesture for her to continue speaking. After the situation and my personal conflicts had settled down, myself, with the company of Kurenai-sensei, paid Naruto-kun and his wife a visit at their apartment. There, we checked on his well-being. After which I apologized to both Uzumaki-san and Naruto-kun for my actions. Hold on a second, Kaharu spoke up. You apologized to the girl? Hi, Uchiha-sama, Hinata replied. Well, apologizing to Naruto would be expected, but apologizing to the girl is rather admirable seeing the circumstances. It must have been humbling. Don't you think so, Hamura? Kaharu commented, glancing at her fellow council member. Hamura nodded in agreement. Thank you. It was, Uchiha-sama, Hinata said. And how did the girl reply? Kaharu asked. In return, even if reluctant, she apologized as well, Hinata answered, which was met by surprised looks from the elders. Seeing the expressions, Hinata decided to carry on talking. I was surprised. However, from my observations, I believe Naruto-kun had a hand in it, Hinata said. The astounded expressions left their faces. It would be interesting to hear how you achieved that, Naruto, Kaharu said after managing to find her voice. Naruto had a flat look on his face which puzzled everyone. In my opinion, it's nothing special. I treated her like how she is supposed to be treated, as a fellow human being. Something which almost everyone here takes for granted, Naruto said flatly. Everyone present was aware of what Naruto was saying, not only for Taiya, but for himself and Hinata as well. Although, in Hinata's case, it wasn't as severe. I see. Please continue, Hinata. I assume that there is more. Kaharu asked, not wanting the tension created by Naruto to further thicken. Hinata glanced at Naruto and after seeing that he was okay, nodded. Other than apologizing, I also thanked Naruto in recognition of what he had done and what he had saved me from. However, I felt that alone was unjust and I formally acknowledged that I owed him a life debt, to which Naruto-kun accepted my acknowledgement, Hinata said, ending her speech. The elders didn't look quite as surprised, but they seemed to be satisfied. Another round of silent communication passed between the elders before Kaharu spoke up again. Well. I can't say that I'm pleased with the situation, or rather, the occurrence of it. However, mistakes are to be expected when one is as young as the both of you. Be thankful that it did not go beyond repair. I am glad to see that initiative was present in both of you, which prevented a possible uproar. These events, while alarming, do not tarnish our views on both of you, but rather reinforce why we have set our eyes upon you for the candidacy. Although, it is still rather displeasing to find something like this occurring even before we have begun this properly, not that it would have been better otherwise. We are almost ready to conclude this episode with one last concern to address, Kohoro said, pausing to see how both of them were taking this. Naruto looked rather relieved, while Hinata was slightly tense. Hyuga Hinata, Koharu formally called out. Said girl flinched as she was addressed. We are aware of the subtle intention that you have underlying the acknowledgement of a life debt, Koharu continued. Hinata flinched once again and Naruto glanced at her thoughtfully. Even though it is a personal matter, your stubbornness, however well you conceal it, will not gain you any fruit to reap and may only gift you with further anguish. Naruto had a look of slight confusion. Hinata had to calm herself before proceeding. Naruto-kun has already made his decision and I have made mine. I would not have been able to accept his decision had I not had something to hold on to, Hinata explained. Koharu nodded and looked at Naruto. The look on Naruto's face had taken a slightly perturbed turn. Well, it appears that he has become aware of your intentions. This could very well backfire on you, Hinata, Koharu pointed out. Hinata glanced at Naruto before giving Koharu a small smile. I am willing to risk it. I have faith in Naruto-kun's kindness, Hinata said. Naruto had a horrified look on his face. Koharu let out a light laugh. My. You sure do well with your subtleties. At the very least, you will do very well when you succeed your father as the clan leader, Koharu said with a smile. I am honored by your praise, Hinata said in deference. Well, it looks as though we can close this chapter and move on. Naruto, there is still the issue of speaking with your wife. We will see you and Uzumaki-san tomorrow morning. Both of you may now leave, said Koharu, dismissing them. Thank you, elders, both Naruto and Hinata said. With an almost synchronized bow, they excused themselves. Naruto looked at Hinata with uncertainty as they walked down the hallway. Naruto was struggling with himself to find something to say about the last bit of that meeting. It was almost a role reversal, with Hinata walking while exuding a carefree confidence. Hinata-chan. Naruto paused when he saw Hinata stop walking. She turned to face Naruto, that aura of confidence becoming serious, adding to the strangeness of the situation. Naruto-kun, Hinata started, her voice came out velvety soft, contrasting with her edgy expression. I will not apologize for what I did. It may seem that I am taking advantage of your kindness, but I have been robbed of my chance. It is as the elders say. This situation will not grant me anything more, but I merely wish to hold on to what I have left. Could you at least be kind enough to allow me this indulgence? To continue on as how things were before Taiya-san came into the picture. Naruto looked torn. Hinata-chan, this is unfair to you, Naruto said. Just as you decided for yourself, let me decide for myself what is or is not fair, Hinata replied. Naruto looked away, but he nodded. Hinata felt a burst of joy she hadn't felt in a while and gave him a hug. Thank you, Hinata whispered warmly as she quickly released him and hurriedly walked away. Naruto just stood rooted to the spot, staring at the retreating back of a girl who loved him, unsure of how he should feel. Naruto came home to an empty apartment. He wasn't really surprised. He figured Sakura and Tenten were also showing her around to get her familiarized with the village while doing their shopping. Should have thought to buy dinner, Naruto said aloud to himself. Oh well, we could probably head out for that. Naruto decided to take a shower to freshen up. At the same time, perhaps the warm water would ease him somewhat. He still felt a little uncertain after that last exchange he had with Hinata. His theory proved to be wrong though. Sure, the shower made him feel better physically, but it did nothing for the turmoil he felt underneath. Even though he had nodded his consent, had that been the right choice? What was he doing stringing her along when nothing would come out of it? Just as you decide for yourself, let me decide for myself what is fair or not. That's what she said but. Naruto trailed off. He sighed as he sat on the couch. He bowed his head and with a towel he worked to dry his blonde hair. Naruto looked up as he heard the door unlocked and opened. Taiya followed by Sakura and Tenten came into the apartment. He stared at them with his mouth hanging open a little bit. Orochimaru isn't gonna come by to shove his cock in your mouth, so shut it already, Taiya said crudely as she went over to the dining table to dump some of the paper bags containing the stuff she bought. She was sporting a bruised cheek and a swollen lip which he knew didn't come from training earlier today. Sakura was fine without any visible injuries, but Tenten's eye was swollen and there was bruise on her cheekbone under that eye. What happened? Naruto asked, his voice holding a surprise. Closing sales can be a bitch, you know, Taiya answered with a chuckle. I'm going home now, Tenten announced. She placed bags that she was carrying on the floor and calmly walked out. I'm going after her. I'll see you tomorrow, Sakura said hurriedly as she also put down some bags. Sakura. Wait. Naruto called out. I have to go meet with the elders in the morning, so I'll probably be late. Sakura just nodded before rushing out. Sighing, Naruto got up and closed the door. When he turned around, Taiya was quietly picking up the bags and putting them into the room. "So what really happened?" Naruto asked tiredly. Taiya paused and gave him a lazy glance. "Your teammate slugged me, so I hit her back. She managed to hit me one more time before Pinky broke it up," Taiya said in a flat voice before going into the room. "What did you say to her?" Naruto asked without any energy. He picked up what was left and walked into the room. "So it's automatically my fault?" Taiya asked when she saw him enter. Naruto gave her a flat stare. Taiya grumbled to herself before speaking up. "She took offense to something I said about you." "You know how I talk," Taiya lied. Naruto didn't have a reason not to believe her, so he just nodded as Taiya expected. "I'll apologize to her tomorrow," Naruto said quietly. "You don't have to say shit, alright," Taiya replied in a huff. "Someone has to," Naruto said, but before Taiya could further protest he spoke up again. "Anyway, do you need to take a shower or something? I'm hungry." "Oh, there's ramen or whatever you call it on the table. Came from the place where we ate last time. Pinky said it was your favorite, so got it for dinner, since you spent quite a bit on me already," Taiya said absent-mindedly. Naruto's face immediately lit up. Taiya looked at him with a raised brow at his reaction. "I can't believe I didn't notice. I must have been completely out of it," Naruto exclaimed. "Elders rip you a new arsehole or something?" Taiya asked crudely. "Talk about it over dinner," Naruto said hastily as he darted out of the room. "So?" Taiya asked before stuffing some noodles in her mouth. Naruto made a sign telling her to wait as he scoffed down the noodles. Taiya paused with noodles hanging out of her mouth as she witnessed the speed at which Naruto was eating. It didn't take long for him to finish the whole bowl. Taiya slurped the noodles into her mouth as Naruto picked up the bowl to chug down the remaining broth. "Ah, that sure hit the spot," Naruto exclaimed in pleasure. "That's it. Fast. You didn't eat that fast last time," Taiya said in a disbelieving voice before she picked up some more noodles to feed herself. "My mind wasn't really on food the last time," Naruto said. "I see," Taiya said with her mouth full. She continued after she swallowed. "So what happened with the elders?" Naruto began narrating what happened while Taiya listened and ate her dinner. By the time Naruto was done, Taiya had also finished her bowl of noodles. "So, you're not sure whether you did the right thing?" Taiya asked, noticing the uncertainty on Naruto's face. "Yeah," Naruto replied simply. "The way I see it, she's only behaving in the same way you spoke of her at the wedding before she showed up. Shouldn't you be proud of her then?" Taiya asked in her usual rough manner of speaking. "Huh?" Came Naruto's comprehensive reply. Taiya smacked a hand to her forehead. "She's not asking anything from you other than how you have been treating her before this whole thing happened. I'm surprised that she still wants things to be as they were. I seriously don't get why the hell you're complaining. Respecting the damn decision she made just like how she's respecting yours," Taiya elaborated rudely. Naruto was mildly stunned to hear that from Taiya, of all people. "I didn't expect you to speak for her," Naruto said once he found his voice. "I can't have my moments." "Whatever. She's got some balls and a backbone," Taiya said grudgingly. "Yeah," Naruto said acceptingly, looking thoughtfully at her. Taiya met his stare with a belligerent and annoyed glare of her own. "What?" "I'll be right back," Naruto replied. He stood up and cleared the bowls from the table. When he came back he had in his hand the same thing Tenten was holding the morning her whole family came by. Naruto took hold of her chair and forcefully turned it so that she would face him when he sat down on the chair next to her. "Whoa. What the hell?" Taiya trailed off when she saw what Naruto was holding. It's just a fucking bruise. Don't you put that." Taiya winced when Naruto almost forcefully placed the ice pack on her face. "You could have been gentler, you know," Taiya exclaimed. "Then don't struggle," Naruto replied. Naruto continued to hold the ice pack on her face. "Boy. I can hold it by myself," Taiya said awkwardly. She lifted up her hand, but it was softly pushed aside. "Let me, okay? Tenten did this for me when I got slapped the other day. It felt nice being attended to, so I want to do it for you," Naruto said, his voice warm and gentle. Taiya gave him a flat stare. "Slapped? I bet you were being a pervert," Taiya said stiffly. Naruto sighed. "Am I acting like a pervert now?" Naruto asked. Taiya's face showed discomfort. "No," she said grudgingly. "Then why did you get slapped?" "I had an argument with Tenten's parents the other day when they came here. It got out of hand and her father hit me in the heat of the moment," Naruto answered quietly. Taiya looked down. "Was it about marriage?" Naruto hesitated but decided to be honest. "Yes." Silence fell on them then. Both of them sat there in front of each other with Naruto still holding an ice pack on Taiya's face. They didn't make eye contact, knowing a lot had happened because of Naruto's harebrained scheme which had somehow pulled through. This went on for a couple of minutes as both were absorbed in their thoughts until Taiya fidgeted. "Something wrong?" Naruto asked. "My face is numb," Taiya mumbled. Naruto let out a light laugh as he removed the ice pack from her face. Taiya didn't look pleased by being laughed at. "Don't move yet," Naruto said as he fished around in his pocket. He took out a piece of cloth and a small jar and placed them on the table. Taya eyed the jar warily. Naruto took the cloth, held her by her chin, and gently wiped the moisture from the ice pack off her face. Taya frowned and fidgeted uncomfortably at the action. Taya nodded at the jar to distract herself from the awkwardness that she felt. "What's that?" she asked stiffly. "This?" Naruto asked as he picked it up and unscrewed the cap. "Ointment," Naruto continued. He dabbed 2 fingers into the jar. Taya looked at his hand in trepidation as he stretched out again towards her face. Naruto paused when he saw this. "It's not going to hurt much," Naruto said. An angry look immediately set on Taya's face. She crossed her arms and stared at him. "I'm not scared of a little pain. You know I've been through worse, so you can go ahead and do your worst," Taya retorted, resorting to her brash behavior to ward off her discomfort. Naruto just gave her a small smile. He continued forward and applied the ointment on her cheek. The awkwardness returned almost immediately once she felt his fingertips spread the ointment across the bruised area. She felt Naruto's fingers brush her cheek and pause before her ear. It took all of her willpower to prevent from recoiling at the touch. Naruto's thumb rested on her cheek and began gently massaging the bruised area. "Does it hurt?" Naruto asked softly. "No," Taya replied stiffly, avoiding eye contact. "Good," Naruto said simply, continuing with the massage. Taya couldn't remember the last time she had been treated with such warmth and gentleness. Her rough coarse behavior only reflected the kind of treatment that she was used to. As time passed, being in this foreign experience brought up all sorts of emotions that she thought were long buried. To think that a soft touch could penetrate hard layers, built over years, of protection made her feel vulnerable. When she recognized that, it scared her. She immediately pulled back. "That's enough," Taya said, her voice low and distant. "Okay," Naruto said. He looked upon her with slight confusion at her sudden retraction, as his hand still stayed suspended in the air. He slowly pulled back his hand as he pondered on what brought upon the sudden recoil. Naruto ventured another look at her. She sat there silently, her hair covering her face so he couldn't see her expression. Perhaps this was too soon, but Naruto was pure in his intentions. He only wanted to care for her, seeing the glaring similarities that they shared in the lack of warmth that they apparently missed in their past, even if Naruto didn't know the details. "I'm sorry," Naruto said softly. Taya flinched at his words. She felt a tiny stab of guilt that slipped past her rebuilding walls. "You're probably not comfortable with this sort of thing. We are family now. Husband and wife, which means something to me, if not you. I just wanted you to know that there is someone looking out for you." Naruto didn't wait for a reply as he knew there probably wouldn't be any. He picked up the items on the table and went into the kitchen to wash his hands and to replace the items that he brought out. When he returned back to the living room, Naruto noticed that Taya wasn't there. He looked in the direction of the bedroom. The door was left ajar. Opening the door further and taking a peek, his suspicions were true. The lights weren't on, but the curtains weren't drawn, and with the moonlight shining in, he could see Taya's figure on the bed, with the sheets covering her. Her red hair laid limp on the bed just as still as she was. She was facing the window, giving a clear sign that she wanted to be left alone. He closed the door to leave her as she wished. Naruto briefly wondered what he should do now. It just turned dark not too long ago, so the night was still young. His eyes caught sight of his swords leaning against the couch. "I haven't been paying much attention to my personal training. Good time to catch up on that," Naruto mumbled to himself. Picking up his swords and his robe, he left his apartment. The location where Naruto chose to train was a river just outside the village. He practiced his own running water. It provided an excellent physical workout while continuously working on his chakra control. Obito's chakra was not something to be trifled with, and continuous efforts had to be made to be able to control it. To compare it with a normal human's chakra was like the river he was standing on versus a flash flood. He also activated his Sharingan to get used to how the eyesight worked. Truth be told, while the coveted function for the Sharingan was to copy techniques, he had no intention of actively seeking out to copy. Rather, he chose to capitalize on the base attributes of the Sharingan, which were the accelerated image capturing aspects. It allowed him to see through his enemy's moves. Even he had chanced upon a while fighting an enemy, it was rather pointless for him, as he had to alter his style of fighting the moment he inherited the swords, which allowed him the controlled use of Kyuubi's chakra at the cost of the ability to use his natural chakra at its maximum capacity, thus stunting its growth. It was a hard choice for him, but he would not waste a gift bestowed on him which came at the cost of his father's life. After spending some time on that, he moved on to training a few techniques he created with the aid of Jiraiya and Kyuubi in the 3 years when he was away. There were techniques that could not be worked on without waking the whole village, so it was wise to restrain himself. He continued his training with continuous movement from the terrain available to him, the river, the ground and the forest canopy, while simultaneously alternating between various techniques. You continue to prove to be a remarkable person, a voice spoke up. How did you get out of the village and how did you know where to find me? Naruto asked agitatedly as he landed on the ground. He was tired, but he managed to keep his labored breathing under control. Is that just merely a small fraction of her chakra you were using? The person asked, ignoring his questions. Naruto got further agitated. Yes. Now answer me, Taiya. You know how reckless it is to leave the village without my company. Naruto shouted. Taiya came out from the shadows of a couple of trees. I may be a civilian now, but don't forget that I used to be a ninja not too long ago, and I infiltrated this village and left without notice once before. As to how I found you, the seal kind of told me, Taiya said touching her chest. While the summoning aspect of the joint seal is one way, it might be possible for her to tell the direction of where I am as a side effect, Naruto thought. Why did you come looking for me anyway? I would have come home in a bit, Naruto asked, sighing. Taiya had a conflicted look on her face. I don't know. Just now. I became confused. You were gone for hours and I felt I had to look for you. Taiya said, her voice shaky. Naruto looked at her with concern now. I often stay out late to train. It became a habit since I went away. Are you okay? Naruto asked when she started frowning again. He slowly walked towards her and when he got near enough he reached out to her. Stay away from me. Don't touch me. Taiya suddenly screamed and backed away. She looked very frightened. This was the first time that he had seen her in this manner since they met and it was so unlike her that it frightened Naruto as well. Naruto retrieved his hand slowly and looked at her very worriedly. Wait. Arg. Taiya ended up screaming. Then, just as suddenly, she stopped and she wobbled on her feet. Naruto, with his Sharingan still activated, predicted her fall. He caught her before she could. Looking down, Naruto saw that she was still conscious, but looking very dazed. Your hair is red like mine, Taiya cooed as she reached up to twirl his hair. Naruto looked at her oddly. Yeah. How are you feeling? Naruto asked gently. Taiya sat on the couch with a grim look on her face. She was cradling a hot cup of tea which Naruto made to soothe her nerves. Real peachy? Can't you tell? Taiya replied sarcastically. Well, at least you're back to normal, Naruto said with a chuckle. Taiya shot him a glare, but she winced and clutched her head. Why don't you go in and get some sleep? Naruto asked. Taiya shook her head. Okay. Anyway, after we meet with the elders, we'll go see Bachan to have you checked out, Naruto informed her. Taiya just nodded. Naruto started to feel a little uncomfortable with her silence. He really wondered if she was okay. Do you know where I can get a job without much trouble? She suddenly asked. A job? Repeated Naruto, a little surprised. Taiya nodded. You don't really need to. Money's not really a problem if it's just the two of us. I have quite a bit stored away. It's not a lot but. Naruto paused when she glared at him again. I need something to do. I can't always be tagging around for training and when you have stinking missions, what the hell am I supposed to do? I'm not going to be a damn housewife. Besides, you already spent enough on me. Everything here is yours. You pay the rent for the food and now my clothes, Taiya said irritably. Naruto scratched his head. I don't pay rent. This apartment is mine. Well sort of. I didn't pay for it, Naruto said. Taiya looked at him questioningly. When it was decided for me to live alone, Sandaime Hokage bought this apartment. It was willed to me when he passed away, Naruto said softly. Oh, Taiya just said. She couldn't really think of anything to say, especially when she was staying in the house paid for by the person who was killed with her assistance. Yeah, Naruto said awkwardly. Anyway, we'll look for something tomorrow after we get you checked out. Taiya just nodded again. Naruto just stood there, not really knowing what to say now. Having someone live with you could be quite awkward at times, especially when you had lived alone for the majority of your life. I'm going to take a shower and then I'm going to crash, Naruto said. Then you take the bed. I don't feel like sleeping yet, Taiya said curtly. Okay. We'll look for bedding as well, tomorrow. So no one has to sleep on the couch after tonight, Naruto said. Taiya nodded. Okay, good night then, Naruto said. He just walked away. He was starting to get used to how she reacted on a normal basis. Naruto left the door of the bedroom ajar just in case Taiya needed anything. He climbed into bed and drew the curtains. He yawned as he laid down and covered himself. He closed his eyes and got comfortable. He was quite tired seeing as he had trained for the most part, but that was good. With everything that had been happening, perhaps things were going back to the more normal routine. Well, things were not going to end up as they used to be with Taiya around, but that wasn't too bad. There were plenty of awkward moments the first 2 days, but at least they weren't volatile anymore. Naruto hoped for that to be more accurate. There was still the meeting with the council and then the checkup to go. Thinking about that got him a little worried. Things hadn't exactly been very smooth, but they were showing signs of settling down. Naruto prayed that nothing else would crop up, but that was probably wishful thinking. Naruto suddenly felt a presence in the room. Reaching out for a kunai he kept hidden at the side of the bed, Naruto opened his eyes only to find Jiraiya standing next to the bed. It was dark, but his night vision wasn't bad, and even though he couldn't see her face clearly he knew it was her. Naruto gave a sigh and put back the kunai. "Is there something you need, Jiraiya?" Naruto asked, looking up at her. "Move," Jiraiya just said. Jiraiya responded by giving him a kick. "What the hell was that for?" Naruto asked, getting annoyed. "I said move over," Jiraiya repeated. Naruto frowned, but conceded. Jiraiya lifted up the covers and laid down on the bed with her back facing him. The bed was single, so both of them were right at the edge of their respective sides in order to have a small gap in between them. Naruto was still half seated on his bed. He was still wondering why she would do this. "I don't know how you can sleep on the fucking couch. I think the bed in the damn cell was more comfortable," Jiraiya spoke up as if reading his mind. "Okay." Naruto said awkwardly once again. "Are you sure this is okay with you? I mean, I could just sleep on the couch. Just shut up and sleep. Don't even think of touching me. I'll fucking castrate you with my bare hands." Jiraiya hissed in a low voice. Naruto's face fell. There she goes again thinking I'm a pervert. Kyuubi, no funny business, alright. I know you'll be thinking of something when things like this happen, Naruto thought. "Oh. Now that you mention it." Kyuubi trailed off teasingly. "Promise me." Naruto hissed. "And what will I get?" Kyuubi asked with glee. "We'll talk it out another time, okay? Let me sleep in peace." "Sure. You owe me." Kyuubi said in a low rumbling voice. Naruto didn't like the sound of that, but for now it couldn't be helped. At the very least he would gain a peaceful sleep in an awkward situation. Or so he thought. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. Turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.